Let me see if I could mute
that caught
this part, or I need to send
anyways. I'm
messages
going
to
to
it
quickly
to let it know that we could hear our Chinese side as well.
okay.
Let me
see if I could mute this part, or I need to send to let
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but it seems that we could hear the Chinese space at the same time from your mic.
From my mic? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, because I'm not sure why. Yeah, maybe because they are also having a space at the same time.
sure why, but
Okay.
it seems that we could hear
Anyways,
the Chinese
let me check my
time
connections
from
and
your
to see if
mic.
we are all ready
From my mic? Okay, I'll
to
just
be
mute.
here.
Yeah, because I'm not sure why. Yeah, maybe because they are also
Yeah,
having
we are
a
also on by the
space at the
side.
same
And
time.
I would like to go
Okay.
back to
Anyways, let me check my connections and to see if we
about
are
a month
all
ago.
ready
I was
to
invited
be
by
here.
the Socrates team to post a question.
Yeah, we are also on by the side, and
on
I would like to go back
the Socrates
to
platform. And let me find that post over here
about
to
a
show
month
everyone,
ago. I
because
was
it's just so cool.
invited by the Socrates team
Let me
to
show it.
post a question
Okay,
on
and I remember
the
I
Socrates
got
platform, and let me
lots and
find
lots of
that post
traffic
over
over
here
there.
to show everyone because it's
And
just
of course,
so cool.
I wrote the post in Mandarin
Let me
Chinese. Oh my
show
goodness!
it.
When I look back right now, I got over
Okay, and I remember I got
223,000
lots and lots of traffic
impressions
over there.
on
And of course, I
Twitter, and we got
wrote
over
the post
134
in
likes and,
Mandarin Chinese. Oh my goodness!
lots of quotes, right?
When I look
lots
back
of
right now, I
reposts,
got over
because our vote was that
223,000
if you're going
impressions
to
on
pick a girlfriend, right, will you choose
Twitter,
Mumbai or
and we got over
another
134 likes
influencer,
and
another Chinese
yeah,
influencer.
lots of quotes,
So
right?
it was
And lots of reposts.
kind of like a
Because
very
our
fun
vote
debate,
was
and
that
at the time also starting
yeah,
to see
if
more
you're
and
going
more
to
other interesting
pick a girlfriend, right, will you choose
questions
Mengmai or
posted
another
on
influencer,
the
another Chinese
Socrates
influencer? So
platform.
it was
So that's what
kind
that
of
was
like
the
a very
beginning,
fun debate,
of
and
my
at the time
journey
also
over
starting
there
to
on
see
Socrates,
more and more other interesting
to
questions
kind of
posted
onboarding, right? Onboarding
on
my account layer
the
and
Socrates
posting more
platform.
questions.
And
And
so
it is also
that was the
interesting.
beginning,
I
right, of my
luckily
journey
also
over
won
there on
some
Socrates,
rewards, right, through
kind of like
posting
to
questions or answering,
kind of onboarding,
and
right?
so
Onboarding my account
to
layer
vote
and
for other
posting
people's
more questions. And
so this is
it is
just
also interesting that I
a very
luckily
unique
also won
experience,
some
and we know
rewards,
that
right, through
Socialify has been
posting questions
a
or
hit,
answering,
right,
and
in
also
the
to
Web3
vote
space.
for
And
other people's
so I have been
questions.
exploring
So this is
different
just
Socialify products, and
a very
so for example,
unique
before Socrates,
experience,
right,
and we know
I
that
believe friends still
Socialify
remember friend
has
tag,
been
right, friend
a
tag,
hit,
and also
in
different
the
other
Web3 space. And so I have been
Socialify, for
exploring
example, right
different
now I
Socialify
think
products.
another one that is
So,
popular is
for
called
example,
Turn Up.
before
Okay, so
Socrates,
there are
right,
just
I
endless
believe friends
list
still remember
of
friend tag,
Socialify
friend
products.
tag.
However, I think
And
Socrates
also,
has its unique things
different
because
other
these
Socialify, for
easy
example,
to
right now, I think
participate,
another one
and
that is popular
it's so
is called
fun
Turn
to
Up.
answer those
So there are
questions.
just
On top of that,
endless
people could
list
really
of Socialify
get some
products.
rewards.
However,
That is
I
really
think
interesting. I
Socrates
remember
has its uniqueness because
a lot of people
these
put in
is very easy to
vote,
participate,
right? So
and
eventually
also
the
fun to
prize
answer
pool
those
was
questions.
like,
On top of that,
let me see, the
people
prize
could
pool
really
was
get
like
some rewards. That is really interesting. I
10,000.
remember
10,000
a lot of people put
USDT
in
worth of prize pool.
to vote, right? So
Amazing. Actually,
eventually
more than 10,000.
the prize pool was
over here,
like,
everyone could see
let me
the
see, the prize
screenshot.
pool
We have
was
at least 5,000
like
at the time, right? And
10,000,
as the time flows,
10,000
it goes to over
USDT
10,000.
worth of
So
prize
that was
pool. That was
quite
amazing.
an
Actually,
interesting
more than
experience.
10,000.
And then
So over
as
here,
a host,
everyone
other
could see the screenshot. We have
Thursday
at least
sessions
5,000 at
for
the time, right?
Socrates,
And then
debating
as the time
about
flows, it goes to over
Web3
10,000.
inscriptions,
So that was
Bitcoin ecosystem,
quite
things
an
like that,
interesting
those trendy
experience.
topics.
And as a host,
I
other
think these kind
Thursday
of
sessions for
platform,
Socrates and debating about
have room
Web3
to grow,
inscriptions,
right? So
Bitcoin
that
ecosystem,
more people
things
be
like
able to
that,
participate.
those trendy topics.
I also believe
And
Socialify will
I
be
think these
one of
kind
the
of platform, right, should
track
have
that
a
would be able
have
to
a have room
bringing
to grow,
onboarding
right?
more
So
people from Web 2 to Web
that
3.
more people
And we have
be
been
able
talking
to
about
participate.
onboarding
I also
right,
believe
for
SocialFi
quite
will
a long
be
time because
one of
of the project teams they all
track
wanted to be
that
the
would be
EAT project,
able
right? To be able to bring in
bringing onboarding
millions,
more people from Web 2
if
to
not
Web
1
3.
billion
And we have been talking
users,
about
right?
onboarding
New users, and
right,
rather
for
than really knowing
quite a long
about
time because
what
of
Web3 is
the
about, and
project teams
also
they
to
all wanted to be the
different
EAT
various
project, right? To be
on-chain
able to
activities
bring
together.
in
That would be cool.
millions,
And earlier
if not 1
today,
billion
while I was
users,
hosting
right? New
another
users, and
AMA
rather than
session
really
with
knowing about
a
what
Anima
Web3
Brands
is
ecosystem
about, and
project
also
called
do
Open Campus, and
different
also invested
various
by
on-chain
Binance Labs
activities
as well.
together. That would be
Yeah,
cool.
their
And
goal
earlier
is
today,
to
well, I was
using
hosting another
education to
AMA
bring in
session
more people,
with
and Socrates' goal is to
a Anima Brands ecosystem
by
project
using
called
different
Open
kinds of
Campus,
debates
also
or
invested
fun
by
questions,
Binance
right?
Labs as well.
A new
Yeah,
brand new
their
social media
goal is
platform
to
to bring
using
in more people to
education
participate.
to bringing
Yeah,
more people,
and
and Socrates' goal is to
this is definitely I
by
would say a
using
trend.
different kinds of
So yeah,
debates or
and from
fun
that,
questions,
I would also like
right?
to talk about
A
some
new
other
brand new
trending
social media
topics
platform
in the Web3
to
space.
bringing more people to participate.
I've been
Yeah,
hosting
and this is
or
definitely,
participate
I would say,
in
a trend.
about
So yeah, and from
1,400
that, I would also like to talk
AMA
about
sessions
some other
during the
trending
past 2
topics
years
in the
that I
Web3 space.
entered Web3,
I've
and
been hosted
over the time, yeah, I
or
always
participate in
the
about
project that they are
1,400
during their
different
marketing
AMA
phase,
sessions
right?
during
But
the
they
past
wanted
2
to do
years
a promotional
that
phase that
I
they
entered
find me
Web3,
to
and
host AMA sessions for
over
them
the time,
because we got
yeah,
traffic. Yes, we
always
got over
the project
I
that
would
they
say
are
close to.
during
Let me
their
check the number right
marketing
now because
phase,
the number
right? When they
is
wanted
changing,
to
it's
do a
growing every
promotional
day. So
phase,
currently the
that
number
they find
over
me
here
to
is
host AMA
about
sessions for
30
them because we got traffic. Yes, we
million
got
likes
over
here that
I would
our
say
AMA
close
sessions
to. Let me check the number right now
Binance
because
Live
the
has
number is
accumulated
changing, is growing every day.
about 38
So currently the
million likes.
number over here is
It might
about
not sound like a
38
lot in traditional platforms.
million
Yeah,
likes
after all,
over
there are
here that
just
our AMA
so
sessions has
many users,
on
right?
Binance Live
But
has
in Web3,
accumulated
that is actually
about 38
among the
million
top
likes. And
of
it might not sound like a
whole
lot in
Web3
traditional platforms.
host
Yeah, after all,
record.
there are just
So that is why
so
I
many
every day I host
users,
a lot
right?
more
But in
sessions because
Web3,
project teams wanted to
that
find
is actually
to host for them,
among
and
the top
through that I also get
of
to
the
know a
whole
lot more different
Web3
projects, including but not limited
host
to Socrates,
records.
right? Because
So that is
they're
why
also interesting in
every day I
coming
host a
to
lot more
our AMA
sessions
session or
because
me go
project
to
teams
their
wanted to find
space to host,
for
and
them,
also
and then through that
other
I also get to
tracks I
know
would
a
like
lot
to
more
also
different
cover
projects,
about, for
including but
example,
not
Web3
limited to
gaming.
Socrates, right? Because
Another
they're also interesting in coming to
Web3
our AMA session
project,
or we go
another
to
Web3
their
project category
space to
that might
host,
attract
and also
massive
other
user
tracks
adoption
I would
be
like to
certainly
also cover
Web3
about,
gaming.
for example, Web3 gaming.
Over the time, I've
Another
hosted like almost all of
Web3
the popular
project,
Web3 games
another
you
Web3
name
project
it.
category that might attract
For example,
massive
Overworld,
user
and
adoption
metrics,
would be certainly
and
Web3 gaming.
let me also find my list.
And
There
over
are
the
just
time,
so
I've
many.
hosted
Yeah,
like
today the game.
almost all of the
So
popular
I'm
Web3 games
searching
if you
for my
name it.
list right now.
Right. For example,
So that-
Overworld, right? Metrics.
Well, the words
and
Agile Dino,
let me also find my list. There are just so many.
and like
today the
Space
game.
Nation.
So I'm searching for my list right now.
So many.
It was about
later
the
today.
words
I'm also
Agile
going to have,
Dino.
oh yeah, and also of course right, Big Time. Later today I'm going to
and like WeBox, Space
Game
Nation,
Starters, and lots
Crystal
of
Fun,
strong teams, and
so many.
I think
then
later this week I've also meeting.
Later today I'm also going to have and also of course right, Big Time.
That's a
later today I'm going to meet with
their
Game Starters
and the top of the
lots of
gaming
strong teams
track.
and
so lots of
I
collaborations
think
ongoing.
later this week I'll also meet with people.
Of course, being a
certified.
content creator.
So that's a
how
top,
do we create content? For example, I
they
have
are,
been
like,
managing
among the top of the
wow, let me count.
gaming Web3 gaming track.
If you
So
check my
lots of
profile, you
collaborations
can see
ongoing.
I
And
add a lot of the
of course, being a content creator,
Twitter handles over,
how do we
over
create
my profile,
content?
right? Because
For example, I have been managing.
if not all of them,
Wow,
right,
let me
most of
count.
the
If you check my
handles,
profile, you can see
I didn't
add
still have
lots of
several that
the
I didn't list over here because I have no
Twitter
room to put it on.
handles over
So,
over my profile, right?
Ultiverse,
Because
GF,
I manage it,
Metamerge,
if not all of it,
Radio
right?
Moon,
Most of the
right?
Twitter
Chinese
handles,
community,
and I didn't.
yeah,
I
a
still
lot
have
more, for
several that I
example,
didn't
Electric
list over
Sheep,
here because I have no
right,
room to put it on. So
yeah, and also
Ultiverse,
one of the
GF,
latest one would be BAC Blast,
Metamerge, or
Auto
Radio
Club.
Moon,
So
right? ZK Sync's Chinese community,
managing
and
or writing
a lot
post,
more. For example,
being a
Electric
content
Sheep,
creator for a lot of
right,
different
and,
Web3 gaming projects. And
yeah,
earlier
and
today
also
we
one
were
of
just
the
talking
latest one
about,
will be
okay,
BAC
so
Blast,
Moonlight, what are you going to post
Auto Club
for the next
So,
week on
I-
a certain
managing
Web3
or writing
projects
post,
Twitter handle?
being a content creator for
So,
a lot of different Web3
today,
gaming
well,
projects. And
we're talking about
earlier today we
social
were just
fire,
talking about,
and
okay, so
different
Moonlight, what are you
GameFi
going
or
to post
trending
for the
topics I
next
also
week
like to share
on
with everyone
a certain
how
Web3
I
projects
become a content
Twitter
creator and
handle?
how I create different content.
So today,
Not just
while
AMX
we're talking
sessions, but I
about
also do
social fire, right?
create
Yeah, different GameFi or trending
posts,
topics, I also like to
Medium
share
posts,
with everyone
articles,
how I
Discord
become a content creator and
announcement,
how I create
etc.
different
A lot of
content.
things, even though
Not just
might be
AMX sessions,
posted
but I
by
also
someone
do
else, but actually was written
create,
by me. So it's really interesting.
Twitter posts,
And anyway, Sammy,
Medium
starting
posts,
from
articles.
So today is a Monday, right?
Discord community
Over
announcement,
in North
etc.
America, it's
A lot
Martin
of
Luther
things,
King's
even though
Day,
it
and
might be
supposedly
posted
we're
by
having a
someone else,
holiday.
but
My
actually
baby
was written
sister
by me.
and younger brother,
It's
they are
really
all having
interesting.
holidays. They are
Anyway,
home,
Sammy,
don't
starting
have to go to
from
school. But I
so today is a Monday,
I keep
right?
working in
Over
Web3.
here it's
And so
in North
I wanted
America,
to
it's
let
Martin
everyone know
Luther
that normally
King's
we plan
Day,
ahead,
and
right?
supposedly we're
in
having a
advance
holiday.
of the
My
content
baby
that we
sister,
want to write
my
about.
younger brother, they are
And
all
for
having
marketing
holidays. They're
strategy,
home
we
and
normally
don't have to go
plan
to school. But
about
over
1
here,
month
so yeah, I keep
to
working in
3
Web3.
months, like,
And so I wanted to let everyone know that
1
normally
quarter
we
ahead
plan ahead, right? 1 week in
of the
advance
time, so
of the content that we would like to write about.
carefully
And for a
map
marketing
what we're going to
strategy,
do.
like we normally
And
plan
if it's
about
major
1
event,
month
we might
to 3 months,
prepare
like yeah,
3 to 6
1
months in
quarter
advance.
ahead,
However, in
right,
Web3, because
of the
everything
time,
changes
so
so fast,
that we could
it's not like in
carefully
Web2. I also
map
used to
what
do
we're going to
marketing
do.
in Web2.
And
I know
yeah, if
Web2
it's
is more
major
more
event, we might need
predictable,
to
right?
prepare
Web3,
like
Web3 is like
3 to 6 months in
one day we could
advance.
have
However, in Web3, because
3 or 4 different
everything
types
changes
of
so fast,
3 or 4 different changes.
it's not like in Web2. I also used to
Market might
do
be
marketing
up
in
and
Web2.
down really
And
fast.
Web2 is more
It's
a little
so
more predictable,
lots
right?
of
Than Web3.
uncertainties.
Web3 is like
So
within 1 day we
the
could have
safe bait
3 or 4
that
different types of
we usually
3 or
will
4 different changes.
prepare like
Okay.
content
The market
for
might be up and
1 week in
down
advance.
really
For
fast.
example,
It's
one of
just
the
so
projects that
lots of
help
uncertainties.
manage their
So
Twitter handle,
the safe
we are
bet,
going
the
to
safe bet is that we
select
usually will
ambassadors.
prepare like
Okay.
content for
And I know
1
that
week in
our
advance.
audience,
For
you might
example,
also be
when the projects
among
that
one of
I
the
help
Web3
manage their
project teams, right?
Twitter
Be a
handle,
core team member, or you
we
might
are going
be
to
a community member,
select
or you might
ambassadors.
be ambassador
Okay.
for a certain
So,
project, or you might
and
want
I
to
know
be
that
an
our
ambassador,
audience,
right?
you might also be
Or you
among
might
one of the
want to join a
Web3
team, but you don't
project
know how to
teams,
join
might
that.
be a
Maybe.
core team member, or you
my
might
suggestion is that
be
be
a
active
community member, or
at
you
the
might
group, and then
be an ambassador for a
start to
certain
do
project, or
from
you might want to be
moderators or
an
volunteers,
ambassador, right?
and then club managers,
Or you might
and keep moving up,
want to join a team, but you
and
don't know how to join that.
creating
So
content for the
my
projects that
suggestion
you
is that
like
be
to
active
work with that.
as a group,
Also,
and then
will make
start to do from
the project
moderators
teams,
or
the core team
volunteers,
members to pay
and then
attention
club
to you,
managers,
and to notice you,
and keep
and then
moving
they
up
would want to collab with you
and
if you have
creating content
enough
for the
traffic
projects that
as
you
well,
like
or if your
to
content
work
is
with that. Also,
is high
will
quality.
make
So it's very important.
the project teams, the
Never
core team members to pay attention to you,
be
and
shy
to notice
to
you,
showcase
and then
your
they will
abilities
want to
and
collab
what
with you
could
if
do.
you have
Okay, so
enough
over here,
traffic
back
as
to
well, or if your
how to
content
create
is
content for a
is high quality.
Web3 gaming
So that's
project.
very
I'm going to
important.
continue that
Never
to map out a
be
week
shy to showcase your
Twitter posts.
abilities
Oh my!
and what you could
Okay,
do. Okay, so
let me
over
share
here,
my
back
notes over
to
here.
how to create content
So
for a Web3 gaming project. I'm going to continue
just
that
had
to
a meeting with
map
my
out a
collection.
week
So for
of
this week,
Twitter
okay,
posts. Oh
my
my!
plan is that we
Okay,
are going to
let me
post
share
at least
my
one
notes over
post
here.
to
So
to promote our
I
upcoming
just
AMA
had a
session.
meeting
Of
with
course,
them over
after
here.
the
Okay, let
AMA,
me
we
share.
need to have
So for
right?
this
So another
week,
Twitter post will
okay,
be
my plan is
recap.
that we are going to
And then
post at least
among
one
that, we're
announcement
going to combine
to
different Discord servers
to
activities.
promote our upcoming
then
AMA
we will
session.
also,
Right? And of course, after the AMA, we need to have a
among those,
recap,
we
right?
also
So
would
another
add
purpose will be
some
a recap.
introduction or some more
Among
details
that,
about the
we are going
project.
to combine
And then,
different
of course, because
Discord
we are
servers activities.
in the process
And then
of
we will
hiring
also
our intern
ambassadors.
Among
those, we
and
also will
eventually
add
they are going to be official ambassadors, right? So
introduction
I have
or
to also
some more details about the project. Right? And then, of course, because we are in the process,
intern ambassadors
of hiring our intern
and of
ambassadors,
course, we
and then
require them
eventually
to do
they are
something,
going to be
we also
official
need to provide
ambassadors, right? So
incentives or
I have to also write a plan
plan ahead
for
what
we're going to
will the
recruiting
reward
intern
to be,
ambassadors
right,
and
for
what
our
are the
ambassadors,
criteria
because
or
they are not
requirements.
really
And of course, since
full-time
we
working
require them to do
for the
something,
project.
right?
They are
We also
more
need to
like
provide
a
incentives or
a
reward.
bridge, right,
So
to
we
connect
also need
us
to
with the
plan
new kind of
ahead
members.
what will
So,
the
we
reward
normally
to
this type
be,
of
right, for our
ambassadors
ambassadors,
project
because
teams will
they
give
are not
them rewards
really
such as
full-time working
and
for
the
the project.
airdrops
They are
or
more like
future tokens
a bridge,
or
right, to connect
whitelist
us with
spots, things like that.
the new content members.
And then
So we normally this type
after
of
that,
ambassadors
after everything
project
posted,
teams
we
will
also
give
need
them
to
rewards
write
such
a
as
post about
NV airdrops or
the progress,
future
right? How many
tokens
people
or
sign up
whitelist
for
spots, things like
being
that.
intern ambassador,
And then
eventually we need to make public announcements.
after that,
So
after everything
were
posted,
selected
we also
among
need
the
to
final, the
write a
finalists
post
and,
about
and then finally congratulate
the progress,
several,
right?
maybe
How many
about
people
2 to 5 people,
sign
normally
up
2 to
for
5
being
ambassadors
intern
in
ambassador,
one
and then eventually we need to
project
make
team.
public
So,
announcements. So
at the
who
end, we need to
were selected
make
among
announcement
the
of
final,
the result.
the finalists,
So,
and and
when
then
you
finally congratulate, several, maybe
know
about 2 to
what
5
your
people, normally 2 to
project
5 ambassadors, right, in one
is going to do, right? What plans
project
that you
team.
have,
So
and you know
at
what
the end we need
content
to
that you could create
make announcement of
to
the
post
result.
on Twitter. And
When you
so that is how
know what your
that's the way
project
I work, right? To help different
is going to do, right? What plans that you have, and you know what content that you could create
and also
to post on Twitter.
Writing
And
longer posts like
so that is how
Mirror.
that's the way I work, right?
And of course,
to help different
banners,
Web3 gaming projects
so those are the
to
things
plan
that
their
will
Twitter
talk about
and
content
also
creator. And for
writing
making
longer posts
videos,
like on Medium.
that's a different thing.
Mirror.
Okay, I don't just write; I also create videos, and I would like to share
banners,
a picture of my.
So those are the things that I will
one person
talk
studio
about
over
being a
here.
content creator. And for making videos, that's a different thing.
On top
Okay,
of today's
I don't
space.
just write; I also create videos. And
Here you could see
I would like
that
to
this
share
is my one-person
a
studio.
picture of my
And I have about
one-person studio over here.
Cell phones, both.
So I'm going to ping it
iOS
on top of today's space
and Android, because
here you could see that this is my
also
one-person
stream
studio.
Different Web3
And
games, right? And
I have
some
about
are
10
available
cell phones
on App Store, and others are available on Google Play. So that's why I need to have
and
both
Android,
iOS
because
and Android devices.
I
so that
also
I could
stream
different project
different
teams
Web3 games, right?
needs,
And some of them
to
are
help
only
them to stream their
available
games.
on
And then
App
when
Store,
I
and others
do
are
that,
available
I
on
would
Google
need
Play. So
a
that's why I
phone,
need to have
laptop,
both
and I also have a sound
iOS and
card.
Android
I don't
devices,
normally use
so
my
that I could
sound
accommodate
card.
different
Just like now,
project teams'
I use my
needs,
Bayer
right, to
Plan
help them to stream
voice
their games.
to just talk directly
And then when
to
I
my
do
cell
that, I
phone.
would
Most of
need
the time that's
a
enough.
phone,
However, if I
laptop, and
sometimes
I
want
also
to
have a
make
sound
different
card.
effects,
I
right,
don't
to
normally use my
make
sound
our
card.
streaming
Just like
session
now,
more fun.
I use my
I would
Bayer Plan
use
voice, right,
connect
to just
my
talk directly
laptop and cell phone
to
with
my cell
the
phone.
sound card,
And most of
and
the time, that's
create
enough.
some effects.
However, if I
That would
sometimes want to
enhance
make different
some,
effects, right, to make
I
our
would say interactions
streaming session more
among
fun,
the hosts
then I
and
would
the guest
use
speakers, and also
connect
with the
my
audience as well.
laptop
So
and
that's
cell
fun.
phone with
And
the
over here you can
sound
see
card,
that
and then
I think
create some
in this
effects
picture I
that
could see
would
1, 2, 3,
enhance
4, 5,
some,
6, 7, at least
I would say,
7 cell phones,
interactions
including the one that
among
I'm
the
holding on my
host
hand to
and
take this picture.
the guest speakers, and
Right, so
also with
8
the
cell
audience
phones.
as well. So that's fun.
But
And
you
over
could see
here,
that
you
there
could see
are
that I
more
have,
cell phone
I think
stands, right?
in this
So which
picture, I
means
could
that I
see
actually
1,
have
2,
more than
3,
10
4,
cell
5,
phones.
6, 7,
Because
at
I
least
have
7 cell
I
phones,
have-
including the one that I'm
probably
holding
have
on my
about
hand to
20
take this
cell
picture.
phone stands, but
Right,
10
so
cell
8
phones,
cell
because
phones.
when I carry my
But
phone
you could
to
see
a
that there are
different
more
table,
cell phone
I
stands, right?
always need to
So which
have a
means
cell
that I
phone
actually
stand
have
over
more
there.
than 10
Don't
cell
have to
phones.
hold it all the time.
Because
And
I have,
3 laptops
and
and
I probably have
one
about 20
iPad
cell phone
and the
stands,
other
but 10 cell phones,
Android
because when I carry my phone to a different table,
Android device
I
to
always
help
need
me
to
to
have a cell phone stand over
share
there. don't have to
of
hold it all the time, and
to
3
do all the
laptops
needs when I need to
and
do these
1
video streaming.
iPad and the
And
other
I
Android
conduct
um,
AMAs, I host AMAs, and
yeah,
also be guest
Android
speakers, and
device
also
to
conduct
help me to share
Web3 gaming
of the
streaming sessions. So
to
lots
do
of
all the
different
needs when
things
I
that
need to
being
do
covered.
these
And
video
including
streaming.
today's
And
career space, I also
I
stream it to different
conduct
social media
AMAs, I host
platforms. For
AMAs, I
example,
also
now
be guest speakers, and
we
also
are being
conduct
featured on Binance Live. We're also
Web3 gaming
on
streaming
YouTube.
sessions.
And
So
we are, I
lots of
believe
different
we're
things that being covered,
let me
and
check it.
including
Yeah, we're
today's
also
career
on
space, I can also stream it
over
through
here.
different
Yeah, we
social
are
media
also on
platforms.
our
For example, now we are being featured on
on our
Binance Live. We're
YouTube
also
Live.
on
Okay.
YouTube,
So
and
YouTube
we're I
video
believe
streaming.
we're
I
on.
have been
Let me check
I
it.
have been
Yeah, we're also on
streaming video
over here. Yeah, we are
sessions,
also on
video streaming on
our
Twitter for a
on
long
our
time. Was actually among
YouTube
my
Live.
earliest
Okay, so
streamer
YouTube
who do
video streaming. I have
instead of
been
just audio over here.
streaming
And so
video
it has been a
sessions,
fun
video streaming
experience.
on
And
Twitter
I also have been
for
yeah,
a long time. Was actually
getting
among one of the
different
earliest streamer who do
views
video
and
streaming
likes and
instead
also
of just
followers all through
over
a
here.
lot of reasons
And
because
so
I
it
do
has been a
AMA
fun
sessions.
experience.
So I highly
And
recommend
I also have
everyone
been
if you
yeah
are interested
getting
in jumping in
different
to do some content creation.
views and likes
You
and
could
also different followers
try it.
all through
You
a lot of
try
reasons because
to
I do
start
AMA sessions. So
to do
I
that.
highly recommend
Okay.
everyone
Let
if
me
you
see.
are interested in jumping in to do some
Oh.
content creation.
Let me check.
You could try it.
Yeah.
Try
Okay,
to
yeah, I wanted to
start to do that. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, this is definitely not my
Oh.
session. I want
Let me
sorry,
check.
I'm just replying to our group chat.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I wanted to yeah, this is definitely not my
from 3
session.
to 5 p.m.
I'm just replying
PC
to our
minus
group chat
5.
over there.
Today talking about content creation.
Over here, my session from 3 to 5 p.m. UTC minus 5. Today, talking about content creation.
Okay, cool. Nice. Now we have everything sorted. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, then we could continue. Okay, where was I about? I think I was talking about creating video content.
Nice.
As well, right?
Now we have everything sorted.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And
then we could continue.
I know.
Okay, where was I about?
Also
I think I was talking about.
I also tried Twitch.
Creating video
and
content as well, right?
We have
okay.
live streaming.
Yeah.
We have a recording, right? Maybe.
And then
maybe about
I know
an hour or 2
a
hours.
lot of people also
even longer
tried
recording.
Twitch.
Right?
I also tried Twitch.
We also need to.
And after we have live streaming,
we also need to.
We have a recording, maybe.
Editing.
Maybe about an hour or 2 hour, maybe, or even longer recording. Right? We
concentrated.
We also need to
shorter video, right? And then to
repost it. We also need to
different platforms.
Do
that
some
would help us to grow
editings,
more
so
traffic
that we
and more
could
new audience as well.
Create
so that's why
concentrated content.
Almost all of my
shorter video, right? And then to repost
almost all of my
to different platforms. That would help us to grow.
Also being added
more traffic and more new audience as well. So that's why
YouTube videos or
almost all of my content,
TikTok short or YouTube shorts, right?
Almost all of my content were
also
being
into
edited and
audio,
then to create
so I could
into
post on Spotify, and more people could hear
YouTube
us.
videos
and
or
I think
making
this is really important when
TikTok
you content.
short or YouTube shorts,
you might want
right?
to
And even
think about outside the box, right? Not just
also
limited
make
to
it
one
into
platform,
only,
but
so
also
I could post on
expand
Spotify,
it
right? More
to different social media
us.
platforms.
And I think this is really
also
important
make it
when you
into
create
different
content.
formats. For example,
you might want
AMA
to
session
think about outside the box, right? Not just limited to one
written format
platform,
to become
but
a report,
expand it
thread
to different social media platforms,
and longer
also make it into different formats. For example, an AMA session could be transcribe it into written format to become a report or become a thread, right?
more
a
people as well.
longer
So
live streaming
that's
could be
how I
edited
do,
in
and
shorter
also
ones, and
a
on the
video
best ones, that
content could also
best part you
became
could also
just
put it
audio
to
only.
other popular
Because not all
platforms
the
and
people
share with
that
more
they
people as well. So
have
that's
enough
how
time
I
to really
do, and
sit
also
in front of
a video
a laptop. Their
content
phones
could also
watch the
begin
whole
just
session.
audio
Some
only,
prefer to just
right?
listen to
That
it.
because
So
not
different
all
format,
the people
and that
that
was
they
suitable to different audience,
have
and that is how
enough time to really
I
sit
could
in
grow
front
my
of
followers
a laptop
across
while their phones to
5
watch the
different
whole
platforms at the same time.
session. Some that they prefer
So
to just
currently,
listen to it.
over here
So different
on
format,
Twitter
and
got
that was
over
suitable
70,
to different audience, and that is how
yeah,
I could
70,000
grow
followers,
my
and
followers
on Binance Live we
across
got over
5 different platforms at the
got
same time.
another
So
Twitter account
currently,
with over
over here on Twitter
350,000
got
followers, and then
over
another one
70,
240,000 followers, etc. Yeah, and
70,000 followers, and
so earlier
on Binance
mentioned
Live
that on Binance Live we
got
got
over
about 38 million
got another
likes.
Twitter
Right,
account
it's
with
all
over
through that. And I
350,000
also
followers, and then another one
used to be very active on
240,000
TikTok,
followers, etc.
got
Yeah,
millions of
and
views. Each
the
per
earlier
video.
mentioned that
So
on Binance Live we
those are all
got
because I
about
don't just
38
focus on
million likes,
one platform.
right? It's all through that.
I
And
would
I also
prefer to
used
just
to
do
be very
the
active
same,
on TikTok,
do
got
a
millions
variety
of
of
views
platform at the same
each
time.
of the videos.
I will
So
actually
those are all
save
because
time
I don't just focus
for
on
everyone and also to grow
one
at the
platform.
same time, and which is also
I
fun.
would
But also
prefer
the
to
benefit side,
just
it
do
won't
the
keep you
same,
focusing
do
on just
a
one
variety
single
of platform
platform's
at the same
growth
time.
rate.
Yeah, that will actually
But
save
yeah,
time
because
for everyone, and
if
also
you
to
only
grow
have
at the
one
same
single
time,
platform,
and
then
which
you
is
will
also
always
fun.
think
That
about,
also
okay, I just
a
have this one,
benefit side. It
and
won't
why the
keep you
traffic's not high enough, why the
focusing on
traffic's not
just
as
one
expected.
single
But
platform's
if you have like
growth
5 or
rate.
10 different
But
platforms and different
yeah,
accounts,
because if you only
maybe
have one single
one platform
platform,
growing
then you
slower,
always
but the
think
other
about,
one's
okay, I
faster,
just have this
so you
one,
can
and
have
why
some
the
balance
traffic's not
with
high
that,
enough, why the
and
traffic's
which
not
is
as
great.
expected.
Also,
But if you
lots
have
of
like
project teams
5
when
or
they
10
wanted to
different
find
platforms and different
collaborations, they
accounts,
also wanted to
then
check about
maybe one platform
not just
growing
limited to
slower, but the
Twitter,
other
right?
goes
But they also
faster,
want to check
so you can
content
have
creators
some
from other
balance
platforms,
with that,
and to
and which is
collaborate
great.
with them as
Also,
well.
lots
So
of project
those
teams, when they
are
wanted to find
some
collaborations,
tips
they also
from
wanted to
being as a
check
content creator.
about
Okay,
not
and
just limit to
over
Twitter, right? But they
here,
also wanted to check content creator from other platforms and to
do we have an
collaborate with
invited
as well.
speaker over here? Let me
So
see.
those are some tips from being as a content creator. Okay.
Okay, let me
And
invite the speaker up.
over here,
But I did not see the invited speaker though, so I will just keep doing it myself.
do we have an invited speaker over here? Let me see.
Okay, let me check.
Okay, let me invite the speaker up. But I did not see the invited speaker though, so I will just keep doing it myself. Okay, let me check.
Can you join us? Let me try to invite our invited speaker over here. Crypto Trends. Crypto Trends. Okay, let me invite you up over here. Because I saw.
Let me try to
send
invite our
invitation to you now.
invited speaker
Because
over
so
here.
in our group chat.
Crypto Trends.
Okay, no response. Oh my.
Crypto Trends.
Got it.
Okay, let me invite you up over here.
That's
Because
okay.
I send invitation
Okay,
to you now.
I can talk
Because so in our group chat.
for 2 hours.
Okay, no response. Oh my. Got it. That's okay.
Okay, I
That's
see
okay.
we
I
got
can talk.
Trez over here. Hello,
I can
Trez.
talk for
Would you like to introduce
2
yourself?
hours.
We see that you are on the list of an invited speaker.
Yeah, hi, Moonlight. What's up?
Okay, I see we got Trez
I
over
don't
here.
really
Hello,
have much
Trez.
introductions
Would you like to
here.
introduce yourself? We
I'm
see that you
Trez.
are
I've been.
on the list of an invited speaker.
Yeah, hi, Moonlight. What's up? Um, I don't really have much introductions here. I'm Trez. I've been on the space for a couple years now, and well, know a little bit about a couple of things that happen here in Web3, and turn out to be one of the invited speakers to talk about some of the trending topics here on Social Fi. So yeah.
Nice. Would you like to share your observations? Because earlier, at today's space, I also talk about some social fi projects, right? Of course, Socrates and other like phenomenal projects that I've observed or I have participated in over the time. Would you like to share your observations with us as well? Thank you. Hello, Trez. Would you like to share your observations in social fi with us as well? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. All right. So basically, I've had my share of social fire in the last year because I dabbled a little bit into some social fire projects, starting with the likes of Friend Tech, and I think there was one with AVAX and all that. So, but basically, it was more of like a farming, like a farm industry for people who were looking out for like airdrops. Yeah. So I don't think that personally, anyways, I have not really seen so much interest from Web3 investors into social fi because we had some fun with sharesgram on Telegram. We had some fun with there was one like that got robbed, some social fi network, and friend tech and all of that. So there was a whole lot of social fire projects coming on at the time, and people thought that was going to be the next big thing in 2023. And even though many people didn't really have much expectations as to what it was going to happen in the next year, I really just thought that it was going to just be more or less like a farming industry. So that was basically my own opinion, and it didn't really take me time to just get my money in and get my money out, basically. So I wasn't in the farming business. I didn't farm for most of the social fire airdrops, but as of now, I haven't exactly seen so much to say it is still going to be a big thing in Web3. I mean, this 2024, and I could be wrong, and many things could change my mind. But yeah, basically that's what I've personally observed in social finance in Web3.
Got it. Yes, just like you mentioned, right? Social farming. Yeah, it was also one of the very popular trends that we could see from mainland, right, and then all the way to like Port 3 or different kinds of platforms, right, and that they have been trying to uh, use different strategies, right, to attract people, to attract new users, and they could grow or expand really fast, right? Would you like to share what's your experience while using Socrates? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I basically got into. Okay, I'm just coming out to say Socrates hasn't. It has been a very recent development for me. I've actually just even dabbled with it with the thought of a new application that combines social fire and GameFi. Because to be honest, like I said initially, I lost all hope on social finance because of the fact that it turned into a farming industry at some point. So, but you know, there's always like new inventions that come up, and then you just want to take a gamble on what exactly is going on with whatever protocol that comes up. My favorite thing about Socrates is the fact that first of all, it's an innovation that hasn't exactly been put to much use because when you have the gaming community on one side and then you have the Web3 social fi community on one side, it's one thing, but trying to find a level ground that allows people to come together and for the same goal in the same Web3 space is something that like um I mean, it's a good innovation, anyways. It's something that that can be open to a lot of attractive investors and VCs and the likes. So I'd like to just say, first of all, the interface is not so bad. I mean, it's an extra initiative because one thing with gamers, I mean, I'm not really a pro gamer, but one thing with gamers like myself is if the interface is not exactly a dynamic experience or interactive, it's not really going to be interesting. That's one. And well, even though like I said, the interface is one thing, the comprehensive nature of the entire homepage makes it easy for people to know that, yeah, this is a page that has been worked on for a lot of time, and they've put so much effort into it. Where you have the marketplace, you have the pens for the NFTs, and have the trading platform sites. You have different parts of the homepage. Anyways, my favorite part of having to dabble into Socrates is just the fact that the interface is well organized and it's intuitive. It is user friendly. It's basically what a newbie in crypto would want to see if he's going to want to dabble into a new protocol. So it's not so much of a shield or something, but like I said, it's worth the gamble, and it is my favorite part of working with Socrates.
That is just very. Thank you so much, Tres, for sharing your experience over here. And I remember the first time I heard about Socrates, and also the first time I tried to use Socrates platform to vote. That was a lot of fun, and I also released several questions on the platform as well. Have you ever tried to participate in any of the interesting voting events on Socrates, and what's the most memorable one? Thank you.
Well, I haven't dabbled into that yet, but I'm hoping I should with the next coming days. But yeah, I'm keeping that on my radar. But I haven't tried to check in with some of the voting platforms there.
Got it, got it. Yes, and I highly recommend you to give it a try if you haven't, because I remember, yeah, the first time when I tried, I actually, wow, oh, probably I was lucky. I won, and the platform was quite generous. Yeah, like divide the reward pool to all the voters, so we all got a share of something, and which is quite cool because like that was the reward actually came faster than expected, and also uh, early participants like the
Did
old.
did you did you win a lot of money? Did you win a lot of money when you tried it?
Yeah. Well, not that a lot, but I would say more than I expected. Yeah, because we also got a lot of people to vote, right? I already ping the a tweet over there on the top, and that was from one of the questions that I participate in. I was the one who asked a question. If you ask a question, you are going to get more. And then if you ask a question and then you vote and you won, you're going to get more. So that add up. And yeah, you can give it a try as well. You could check my post on the top that I ping it. It's just some fun experience. And so audience over here, if you haven't given it a try, I will highly suggest you to go to Socrates as well and to check out different questions. Some of the questions are really interesting. Some of the others are like predicting um, the trend, right? What the trend will be like in the near future. So that is also quite interesting to see how many people have the same viewpoints with you. For example, some people would like asking question about, well, Bitcoin go to like 1 million, things like that. And so, well, Trent, since you haven't tried Socrates yet, if you were going to ask your very first question, what would you pick to ask the audience, or what would you pick to ask the users on the Socrates platform? Thank you.
Okay, sorry, you're asking me what I would want to ask the audience about Socrates, yeah?
No, well, actually, since you have not tried to ask the questions or try to vote on Socrates, right? So, and the platform. Okay, so I might need to explain how the platform works. The platform works that if you post a question and then you give from 2 to about 4 or 5 different selections, and you could do multiple choice, or you could do a yes or no question, right? What will be the question that you want to ask users on the Socrates platform if you are going to post your very first question on the Socrates platform? Thank you.
Okay, well, I would ask, my very first question, anyways, is I would ask, what is the least favorite thing that people like about Socrates? That's the question I would like to ask. Something people would want to criticize, constructive criticism, anyways, but criticize about the platform. So yeah, that would be my question, because it would come from a place of of trying to make things grow in Web3. One thing about Web3 is that protocols and projects like these don't stay that long, because even with bright ideas and innovations, you tend to find that a lot of people do not listen or do not take care to um, to get criticisms, and take them seriously, because the users themselves are the ones that vote on the credibility of the platform. So if the platform is nothing to write home about, or if it's not that good enough, then it would surely tell bad on the team and on the entire project, or on the entire platform. So it is something that I really love to know about, like every project. It's like one of my first questions, like that I really love to find out, because I would want to know if the team knows that this is something that people are worried about, and what they are doing to curtail it. So yeah, that's the question I would go with. What is the least favorite thing about the platform?
Yeah, the interesting about the platform is that you could over there you could see a lot of people from over the world and asking different questions that might related to their lives, or might relate to the Web3 trends, like crypto trends and overall marketing trends, things like that. Or some questions might be as simple as just to choose A or B, right? Kind of like that. So, but of course, most of people go there because there are opportunities for us to win the rewards, and the rewards were, I remember, was that USDT or Matix, right? And then early participants also get token airdrops when Socrates they drop their first round of cryptos to their early users. So yeah, it is usually the earlier like you participate in a project, the better, because you are going to get more. And also each of the project teams, they also will savor their early participant or their early adopters more, because at the beginning stage, most of the projects they are seeking for users, right? Especially real users, or users who could bring traffic to their site. For example, if you see the pink post over here on the top, the first one that I pinned it over there, I brought in a lot of new users to the Socrates platform. You could see the impressions, right? Because the impression says like 223,000 impressions. And also in the comments, there are so many people posting comments and saying that, okay, they voted, and they show me who they vote, or which selections that they vote for. So those
So,
are,
so you're more of like a content creator then.
I'm a content creator. I'm also a social media manager. I am I'm a host. I have different roles. I'm also a community manager. I also manage a large community with over 240,000 members. Yeah.
So you must have like a YouTube channel or something, like where you post videos and all, or like a TikTok channel or something
Yeah,
like
I
that with
actually
like a
have.
lot of videos. Like you sound
Uh,
like someone who would have all of that.
yeah, I actually have them. Oh, I have TikTok channels. I have a YouTube channel. I have this is my Twitter account, and I have Spotify and Instagram, and also have Binance Live channels. So lots of social media platforms that I have trying to stay active on, and that is how I could bring in traffic to different projects, and they are real users over there. Okay, I see there's another request over here. Let's see if we got new friends wanted to join us. And friends, if you would like to chat with us, feel free to raise your hand. We'd love to have you to join the conversation. It's fun. And if sometimes the connection is slow or not working, no worries. You could just come back again. Okay. Cool. Okay, now we have Bastamente. Do I pronounce your name correct? Okay, I think we are waiting for you to chat with us. Would you like the mic and chat with us? Okay, then I will probably temporarily remove you from our stage over here. And when you are ready to talk, welcome to join us. Over here, we got another one, Lumi. Yeah, so friends, today we're talking about SocialFi, different SocialFi projects or some interesting votes that you have seen on Socrates. You feel free to share with us. I see that Socrates really spend a lot of efforts to bring in influencers to join their platform and to post questions. That is definitely, yeah, a lot of funds and energies, right, spending over there. So hello Lumi, would you like to ask a question or would you like to join our chat about SocialFi?
GM everyone, GM Web3 debates, GM Moonlight, GM Trades, and every other listeners in the space. GM to everyone. Not really have a question, just also get to connect with many people in the space, in Web3 space, and also to join the chat mostly.
Yeah, have you ever used these product, Web3 SocialFi product called Socrates?
Yeah, I've been able to use Socrates recently because I have one of my friends who is also into Socrates in Nigeria. Yeah, I have a friend who is also an ambassador for Socrates in Nigeria.
Oh, nice. Wow. Yes, I heard that Socrates marketing team and BD team is really, really large. Like they have like 180 business development managers from over the world, right, to find influencers or find communities to collaborate with. Are you also part of the Socrates team?
Not really part of the team, but I'm part of their community, and I can see what they are doing. I can say that it's something that we look at, and we know what they are planning and what is coming from Socrates very soon. So it's a gamified project, and we look forward to what they have for us and stuff.
That is very nice. Earlier during today's session, we also talk about whether or not any interesting discussion topics, voting events that you saw it on the Socrates platform and you would like to share with us. Thank you.
I didn't get your question well. Please, can you repeat it?
Yes, of course. So I was chatting with Trey to see that if he has also checked out any of the interesting questions that was posted on the Socrates platform, the Socrates website, and what are the questions that you feel like it's interesting, like you or any of the you ever participate in. Would you like to share with us?
As for now, I don't have a question yet. I believe if there's any question, I can easily reach out to Trez and some other ambassadors that I also know about Socrates.
Very good. And as an ambassador, what would you do for Socrates? Would you like to share with us what's your role as Socrates as an ambassador? Thank you.
One thing I would like to do for Socrates is to work on as an influencer or ambassador for Socrates and promoting their projects with different content. I would love to be a part of the team as well for Socrates.
I see. Would you like to share any of the contents that you do for these? Will that be like in written format, or is that a video intro, or different things, or AMA sessions?
Yeah, I do host the AAB sections for project. Basically, I'm into community management and project management for different projects. So I host spaces, events, both online and off in Africa. I've been able to host some events here in Africa, in Nigeria, physically, and more events, more AMA sections, spaces on Twitter, Twitter Spaces, and some online spaces, online events on Discord. I've been able to do that for different projects, so I've been able to achieve so many things in terms of online spaces.
I see. That is very nice. Yes. And what do you think about this space? I heard that it's ongoing, and going to last for 24 hours, right? Or maybe more.
Wow, this space is very good one. At least it will have more positive effects on the project and the community, and it's a very good space that people for people to be able to know about Socrates very well. So it's a very good one because I just joined the space not quite long, and I feel like I can also bring up myself and also appreciate coming up, accepting me as one of the speakers as well to be able to speak. I from Socrates, I've been able. I came across Socrates not quite long actually. So and I've been doing some of my research about it as well, and I also want to know more about the project very well.
Uh, no. Yeah. So, any other interesting Web3 trends that you observed and you have paid attention to recently? Would you like to share with us?
Hi, what do you say?
Have you also paying attention to any different trends in Web3 and you would like to share with us? Thank you.
Yeah. I've been able to pay attention to different projects. One project I'm also looking up to right now is a NFT with a gamified project, and it's 3 Meta D, and currently they are planning to launch their NFTs as well, and it gives access to minting of NFTs and so many opportunities and benefits that are coming up with the project. So, and that is one project which I'm really looking forward to do. I'm working with the project, and we are really building different things to make sure that a lot of people benefit from the project, both in the NFT aspect and the gamify aspect.
Got it so
So
much. Yeah,
you
we got.
guys can check it out on my profile. It
Oh,
is there.
sure.
Check it out.
Thank you so much, Lumi, for joining us. And Tres, do you have any questions to Lumi as well?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks for joining. I'll check out your profile and follow back, man.
All right, so it's nice meeting you. I'm just meeting you for the first time today. Are you also based in Nigeria? If I'm right.
Yes, of course. I'm a
Wow.
complete Niger boy.
I'm so happy to meet you
Nice.
today.
Nice. And
I'm so
we
happy
have
to
a
meet
new
you.
friend join
Yeah.
her.
That's one thing about Web3. You get to meet different people and connect with different people, build relationship, and that's one thing that I've been helping so much in the Web3 space, which I love to do so much.
Nice. I see that we got more and more people wanted to join the stage. And I see we got Bakar. Hello. Would you like to introduce yourself? Let's double check one more time. We got Maharazu Abubakar. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Would you like to share with us anything that you would like to chat with us? You know, connections over here. Might need to, gently put it down when you are ready. Join us. Thank you. And everyone listening in the audience, feel free to raise your hand and join us to talk about social finance that you want to talk about. Yeah, we still have about an hour of time over here. It's quite interesting that today we are being part of the Truth Space Marathon. Okay, I heard this has been lasting for longer than 24 hours already. This is already the second day. Let me check our schedule. Are we going to have a 3-day session? That is amazing. We got lots and lots and lots of good sessions over here planned. Let me take over here. Today is the 15th, right? I see we got the 15th, we got 16th, 17th. Yeah, 3 days. And then there will be a debate tour. Interesting. So they're going to do a space marathon, and then they are going to do a debate marathon. Wow. Let's check out some interesting topics over here. So we have topics like, is GameFi only fine without game? Web3 gaming likes a real game? Or do Web3 jobs have an annual salary? Oh, this is interesting, talking about Web3 jobs. Okay. I think this is a fun topic. Like we could also talk about things. We talk about being a content creator, right? We talk about social fi, right? We talk about the fi part. The fi part is to earn something, right? Earn rewards or earn cryptos or earn different types of digital assets on the blockchain. So yeah, this is the one topic that I think a lot of people might want to talk about, right? Do Web3 jobs have an annual salary? No, actually not. Actually, a lot of Web3 jobs, we are more like a volunteer, right? Volunteer type, and not necessary to have annual salary. However, the project teams, they do provide incentives for team members, right, in order to give them rewards. So this is also very important. Over here, I think I need to try to expand the view so I could see the complete list of the questions over here. All brands and business cares about is your social engagement. Interesting. Okay, social engagement. Just run crazy giveaways. And another one talking about Bitcoin halving. Fully on-chain game, SocialFi, RWDP, SMD in decline. Okay, R&D just small pictures or JPEGs, right? Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, how about Web3 games? I think this is our second hour of today's session, and we could talk about Web3 games. So I would like to check with Trez and Lumi. Have you ever played any Web3 games, or have you ever heard any Web3 games that you would like to talk about? Thank you.
Okay, Web3 games. Actually, I have, but it's not a recent thing, yeah. But like I've noticed some trends that have been happening in Web3, for some Web3 games, anyways, that I happen to take a look at, and I think that Web3 gaming is going to be one of the big things that one of the big time things that is going to like print a lot of money for Web3 investors, and here's why. Because most of the central exchanges, some of the central exchanges have been taking a peek at what it's at some of these projects that have been coming up. Like for example, OKX just invested in one, um the Matrix Games company, and they invested a lot of money into that because like they were obviously hoping to have like a share in what is going to happen within the year. And the Matrix official has a mobile game. It's a game basically. It's just like it's a multiplayer game sort of, but first of its kind because it's a mobile, the first FPS game in like the metaverse. So like basically they have like a lot of new innovations, even though it's like it's like a COD, but way better. And obviously there'll be like a hard time community. But the most interesting part is that one of the biggest exchanges in the world is investing a lot of money to have a share in the Web3, gaming aspect of it. And that's really nice. And then there's one that particularly is one of my favorites. Yeah, this particular gaming company, they they are backed by one of the biggest tech firms in the world as part of the game. Yeah, and they are I don't know how to put it now. Their aim, or whatever they build Web3 characters out of AI. So if you're going to play the game, you're using an AI generated character to play the game, and it is led by a group of couple nerds out there in this space. And they have this amazing tech build, and they've won a lot of eyes already on the Web3 gaming space. And so because of that, they were able to get up to like a $6 million raise, to fund their their gaming website. So basically, I'm just saying that like a lot of funding has been going into Web3 gaming for a couple months now, and it has been like it has been hard not to notice. And a lot of money coming into a particular sector in Web3 just shows that a lot of people are going to come into. I think I have a recent thread on Web3 gaming because you know last year there was over 100 million or $1 billion worth of revenue coming out of online gaming. And Web3 has basically just scratched the surface of Web3 online gaming, because there hasn't really been that much innovations that have really like brought people out in the limelight, like just let like created a whole lot of adoption for online gamers to understand that they can be a bridge for Web3 and for online gamers. So I feel like that is, even though there has also been like a lot of revenue from Web3 gaming, that there is still a whole lot of adoption to still do, from getting online gamers to understand that there is a better way to game, but with using Web3 tech and with a lot of innovations, with a lot of base team out there. I think that's like one dope thing that can really happen within the year, and it is like it's very early within the year. But so basically my point is that there is a lot of like influx of cash going into Web3 gaming, and there is also a lot of like a lot of updates that are coming up. And I I'm looking forward to the big thing that is going to like make a whole lot of moves. I'm planning to see like a move from like PlayStation, or like a move from like Konami, or a move from all these big top firms like Ubisoft, companies, big time companies that create a lot of games and that are willing to move into Web3 because they see that there is potential there. So yeah, that's just my take on that.
Wow, thank you so much, Trace, for sharing your views on Web3 gaming. And how about Lumi? Would you like to talk about your views on Web3 gaming or any other tracks in Web3 like you recently have been paying attention to? Thank you.
Okay. Based on the Web3 gaming, I would say Web3 gaming have been gaining more light, more light since last year. We can see the recent trends about gamified projects, and we can see this still the trend till now. Just like what Treza said, it has been gaining a lot of massive space in the Web3 aspect. And one thing I also like with Web3 gaming to more include more is the Konami aspect. Why which I love. As for me, I love football so much. I would say I love football more than football games than adventure games, action games. Mostly, I prefer football games. So I would just like if Web3 gaming can be if this Konami, PES, and so many other games that involves sports, other sports, can also be included in the Web3 gaming aspect. So, which is one thing I'm also looking forward to in the Web3 gaming. And I know very soon we'll get there. Very soon we'll get there.
That's very nice. Thank you so much. And yeah, I see that we got more people raising their hands, wanted to join us in the space and invite you up over here. We got Cardano review over here. Hello, I see that you raised your hand. Would you like to share your views while talking about SocialFi, Web3 gains, and Web3 trends, as well as Socrates? Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for inviting me up. And yeah, I just hopped in. This is my first time here in the space, and the conversation is very engaging and interesting to me. So I was like, man, let me make a request to come up and speak about Web3 gaming. And one of the things I've noticed, and it's so interesting seeing the shift in the tides, because when I first hopped into the Web3 space, people were like, you know what, the AAA companies would never go for Web3 gaming. But here we are in 2024, and there are 5 AAA games that are coming out involving Web3. And this is just the beginning. I think we're very early, and I think as time goes on, we're going to see more and more AAA games. We're going to even see things like Rockstar coming out with Web3 incorporation in the game. So I'm just super excited. I'm happy to be here. I go ahead and gave you guys a follow, and yeah, back to you.
Thank you so much. Yes, and if you would like to stay longer and talk more about your observations in Web3, it's much welcome. And also wanted to, we got a lot more hands raised up over here. Yeah, and we do hope that friends were over here once again our topic today, right? At least space. Okay, let's just say Web3 marathon, and we are section number. Let me see. We are section number 11 over here, and our topic over here is we would like to talk about some very interesting topics on Socrates. We would like to talk about SocialFi trends and the latest Web3 games as well. So yeah, if any of you would like to share any of these topics, feel free to up. And of course, we've been talking about these topics for like 75 minutes, right? So if you want to change to something different, that would be great as well. Like earlier during the session, I also talked about content creation, since content creation is a major part, not just in Web3, but also in different platforms, right? So if any of you have experience in creating content, feel free to share with us as well. For example, like I see that, our new friend Cardano over here, you post a lot of cat pictures. Would you like to tell us why your account, your handle is focusing on some cats, and over here I see like you're paying attention to more NFTs, right? Builder chat. Nice. Would you like to tell us your journey in Web3? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, my journey has been a very interesting one. Yes, my name is Cardano Review, and I do post a lot of cat pictures and things about Cardano. But I'm not a Cardano maxi. I'm a every chain maxi. You know, I've got a little bit of every little thing, and I'm more so of the mindset that each different blockchain, each piece of tech has its specific use case and its specific values for whatever those use cases they're trying to develop for. In particular, though, the reason why I am posting a lot of cat pictures and things is recently I had the opportunity to join a community of AI and cat and tech enthusiasts. And the name of the team is Catsky AI. And they've been developing tools where people can create art. And there's a bunch of different other tools that are in the works, but they're all based around AI and the whole AI movement. So that's something I've been getting involved in. It's been really fun. It's been a really loving and supportive community, and yeah, that's what those cat pictures are for.
That is very interesting. And yeah, well, talking about cats and AI, right? And also Web3. Wow, definitely very trending topics over here. No wonder I see that we have several friends in common over here. And yeah, I believe that you've probably also been to the space with Quick Swap, right? Because I see the founder of Quick Swap also following you. We are mutual. We have mutual friends over here. Nice. And yeah, and I also like to hear from Lumi and Tres. What's your journey in Web3? What brings you to Web3, and what makes you want to stay on Twitter and some other platforms? Thank you.
Um, Back to my journey in the Web3 space. I started in Web3 space 2 years ago. That was January 2022. I started as into the Web3 jobs actually. I started as a Web3 jobber, and that was as a regional community manager. Then I was a regional community manager for Telos Africa. I was the one heading the African continent for the project, and throughout that was my first challenge as a Web3 jobber. And thanks to my friends, I was able to handle the project so well that I was even able to achieve a very good result for the project for more than 6 months. I was able to handle that project as a regional community manager for them. Then I've been able to manage different projects as well. Currently as a community manager for 3 Meta Day as well. So I've been building myself in the Web3 space, both on LinkedIn and on Twitter presently. Mostly before I'm not really on Twitter. That was 2022, but last year I started to grow myself on Twitter. And the one thing that have been helping me so well is building connections. And it's one thing that one can never do away with in the Web3 space. That is networking. Networking so much matters in the Web3 space. It can never be pushed aside. So, so one thing, there's so many opportunities in the Web3 space which I would never want to do away with. In terms of investment, different means of earnings in the Web3 space. Whether you are not even a jobber, whether you are into investing, whether you are into trading, there are different means by which you can earn in the Web3 space. There are different means by which you can gain your grant in the Web3 space. So just one just have to just figure out what works best for you in the Web3 space. Whether you want to go into the job aspect, you can be different skills. There are different skills which you can use in the Web3 space. Whether it's the tech skills, whether digital skills, and so many other skills that one can make use of in the Web3 space. That is one thing I love about Web3. That's one particular thing I really do love about Web3 in terms of the job aspect. When you have a skill, you can make use of it also in the Web3 space. And to earn it for yourself, though many people don't know about this. When we talk about the Web2 aspect, many people don't know about it in the Web2 space. But when they come across Web3 and they know they can be able to use these skills and earn for themselves in the Web3 space, many want to take the opportunity. And which I will also implore many people to also take good use of the Web3 space to earn for themselves and to explore different opportunities than earning in terms of so many opportunities that is included in the Web3 space, which have been helping me. I also want to help others as well.
Thank you so much, Lumi, for sharing your journey with us. And how about Dress? Would you like to share with us how do you get to know Socrates and then get to be our special guest speaker today? Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Yes. Yeah. So you are officially on the guest speakers list of today's space, right? How did you get in touch with the Socrates team, and will you have additional collaborations with them in the near future? Thank you.
Okay, I was contacted by the team. They offered to have me as one of their invited guest speakers because of my profile, obviously on X or Twitter, and well, it's been a really nice collaboration because I get to talk about the things that I see every day in Web3. I mean, it's Web3, and sort of like I wake up and sleep thinking about Web3. Most of the topics that I have most of my knowledge in is in Web3, and I find it very amazing because it's something I don't have any problem with talking about. And yeah, about future collaborations, I don't have any problems collaborating with Socrates in the nearest future because, as I've said, if it's not a bad idea, or it's an innovative platform, and I find out that they have a lot of strategic partnerships and ambassadorial collaborations with a lot of people and key opinion leaders in different regions in the world, in Asia, in Africa, and in Europe and the rest of the world. So basically, I would not mind another partnership or collaboration like this with Socrates. It's very nice, and they are a vetted company. So I mean, there's really nothing to lose, no downsides.
Thank you so much, Trace, for the intro. Yes, and I would also like to ask Cardano, have you ever tried to go to the Socrates website and take a look? And if you haven't, feel free to do that. Also, feel free to check out our pinned tweet over here because they are related to today's topic as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, most definitely. I'm actually in the process of checking it out now. I see the tweet here at the top, and I'm about to go check it out right now.
Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. And for friends who also joined today's event and without having participated in any of the voting event, to feel free to also do it as well because it's a lot of fun and it's a new way to explore, right? To learn more about the project as well. And I'm also going to go over to the website right now, and it's easy to access. If you have a wallet, you just need to connect your wallet, and then it will let you start to explore the site, and you can see a lot of the questions being posted over there and in different languages. Yeah, because we have people from over the world to sign up to use the platform and then asking questions in different languages. And so if you want to attract more users to vote for your questions or to participate in, right? And the better way is maybe to post one same question with 3 different languages. That's kind of like becoming to a trend, right? I've seen people posting English, Japanese, Korean, Mandarin Chinese at the same time in Spanish, right? So that would make most of the audience be able to read the information there as well. And let's check over here to see if we have any other audience who would like to join us and to chat together as well. Okay, I'm also going to continue our earlier discussion over here that this year we have seen a lot of trending Web3 games in the space. And over here, I wanted to talk about that people might wanted to pay attention to some new blockchains, for example, the routing blockchains or OPPNB, right? Those are the new ones that normally earlier people might try the BNB chain, right? Or try Ethereum chain, right? But if you pay attention to other new chains, you're going to find while the ecosystem is actually growing and more new projects are over there. So over here, if we also have any guest speakers wanted to share some other trending topics that you have been paying attention to, feel free to open your mic as well. How about Cardano? Are there any interesting projects that you have been paying attention to recently? Thank you. Oh,
Hey, testing.
Yeah.
Testing. Sorry about that. Yeah. So yeah, in terms of Web3 gaming projects, I have been paying attention to the Pavia Playground. Now they are currently still in beta, or I guess they're actually still in alpha. But I've just been kind of following them and just kind of watching them. They do have a test playground, but it's only available on PC. So if you have a Mac, you're kind of out of luck. But that's something I've been following. I've been also following Cornucopias. Their 3D metaverse. I've been following that. Of course, I've been following the AAA ones like Shrapnel. I've been following those, and yeah, that's pretty much what I've been following in terms of Web3 gaming.
Thank you so much. Yeah, well, I want to also let everyone know a bit about me is that I've been active in the Web3 gaming project. So I actually have been not just hosting AMA sessions with different Web3 gaming projects, but I also have played different Web3 games. So that's why I have about 20 different devices, right? So that I could do streaming and also playing games and also stream across different platforms at the same time. So those are very interesting to help us to share information to different social media platforms. And I do hope that if in the future, right, Socrates, they could also add additional functions, not just let people to communicate through voting, but maybe could also adding some other functions, for example, like audio, right? We're hosting some events there. That would be like a really complete ecosystem. Could do all the things over there. For example, I know that the team is into debate, right? So if people could also hosting some debating events on the platform, that would be fun as well. And let me also ask each of our guest speakers a question. What's the most interesting project, no matter in which track, but in Web3, that you think is what is the most interesting Web3 project you have ever seen? That when I talk about, okay, the most interesting Web3 project, and immediately popping up in your mind, which project is that? Would you like to share with us? How about Trez? Would you like to be the first one to share your views? Thank you. Not sure if Trez is still online. And how about Lumi? Would you like to share what is the most interesting project in Web3 like you have ever used or you have ever seen? Thank you.
One project I would say I've always been using, I would say that's Binance. I make use of their DEX so much in terms of trading, in terms of so many things. So in terms of the academy as well. So that's one project that easily comes to my mind most of the time. Very, very well. And some other project as well.
Oh, so you mean the Binance app?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Talking about my favorite projects, it depends. But
Yes.
I have I okay. I have a couple. I have a couple of projects that I really like to that I have like attachment to. Yeah, and one is my favorite bot on Telegram, which is Mestral, the Mestral bot and Banana bots. And of recent, I've started to take a liking to Unibot on Solana. reason why I like this project is because one, they are very fast, and they expedite a lot of transactions that usually take place that usually take place manually and will take a lot of time. Yeah, because I mostly trade a lot, and with a lot of information that I have, the kind of information that I have, I'd love to, trade as fast as possible. I don't want to have to start going to find a bridge to bridge my funds from ETH to Sol, from Sol to BNB, from BNB to Arbitrum and the likes. So I'd like to have a bot that I know is on standby, and immediately I want to get a particular token that has been deployed or something, it's there. And so, those Telegram bots usually help me. And I feel like these projects are going with the trend, because right now everyone is going on chain to make money, and there is even a bot for farming airdrops. Yeah, and I got in on a loot bot last year or so. So there have been a lot of projects in Web3 that I've taken a liking to, but these Telegram bots that I mentioned are usually my favorites because of what I do every day. And if not for them, I would have been losing a lot on some degenerate trading on Solana and Ethereum. So those are my favorites for now. But could always still take a look at that list and get something on the leaderboard.
That
It
is
seems
very
I'll,
interesting. Thank you so much, Tres, for
it
sharing.
seems I'll
Yes,
come and
Lumi?
attach myself to you, Trez, so that I'll also be tapping from your glory, from your blessings that are coming from you. Well done, man.
Nice, nice. Yes, and since that both Tres and Lumi are from Nigeria, I have a question about Nigeria's current how do I say current progress or current status in terms of Web3 um developing, because I have seen a lot of people from Nigeria are interested in joining Twitter space, right, or are active in Web3 space. Is this kind of like a mass adoption in Nigeria for people to enter the crypto space, or for people to trade, and for people to participate in different Web3 projects? Is this kind of like a popular trend in Nigeria? Thank you.
Sorry, you're asking me. I didn't get the question you asked. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. The question is, I know that both Trez and Lumi are from Nigeria, right? So I wanted to ask you about the current status in terms of crypto space or Web3 development in Nigeria. How, like, are your fan members also in the crypto space, or are you seeing more and more of your friends using cryptos, or are you relying on cryptos in your everyday life? Or yeah, and how about your family members and your friends like that?
Okay, yeah. So I mean, Nigeria has one of the most adopted countries in Web3 in the entire world. I think as of last year, aside from the US or UK, I can't remember the other country. Nigeria is one of the countries with the highest volume invested in cryptocurrencies. So we actually have a whole lot of users trading and using Web3. And there are a lot of niches to learn from. You have airdrop farming, you have trading on chain, you have content creation, you have NFT trading, you have what have you? You have so many niches to learn from, and Nigerians are even if they don't know so much about everything, but you can easily pick 8 out of 10 Nigerians who can tell you one or two things about cryptocurrency. So, yeah, so Nigeria is not really oblivious to a lot of things that are happening in Web3. We are actually very knowledgeable and educative, if you ask me. And like I mentioned, a lot of Nigerians who are in the Web3 space right now that are big time influencers and have made waves, that have made a lot of waves in the space, even in international countries, and and I've been able to make a lot of name, even on like Forbes list, and it is actually very massive because nobody would expect that kind of contribution to the Web3 space from a third world country, or a country that has so much poverty in the space and all. But it's not the way it is, because like Nigerians are hardworking people. Most of the youth actually go out of their way to look for a way out of the poverty schemes and all that. I mean, you can basically make $10 or $100, and that is a whole lot of money for an average Nigerian. So basically, my point is that we are actually one of the most invested people in the Web3 space, and I can vouch for a lot of Nigerians that are in the Web3 space that are doing a whole lot better and a whole lot well too. So yeah, it is not an ignorant topic. It's not a topic that people don't exactly know about. And like I said, there are a whole lot of things that you can do in Web3. And even though Web3 gaming and social far is one of them, but there is a whole lot. And I can tell you with utmost certainty that Nigerians have full knowledge about that. Their content is way over the moon. And yeah, it's easy for you to see my friends, family members, and sometimes even neighbors even tell you a few things about crypto that you thought they wouldn't know about. So yeah, it is interesting to know.
That is nice. Yeah, well, as I am based in North America, and I could see that not many people around me actually into crypto, even though, yeah, just like you mentioned, America is one of the largest, right? But yeah, well, I'm not sure, maybe because the area that I live over here, right, close to my school, and just not many people are really into lease. And when I back home to my when I'm back to my grandparents' home, right? And they are also like, okay, what is crypto? This is like so far away from them. This is something that they could not see it, they could not really touch it. Okay, it's, well, even though we got crypto wallets, right? But they still feel like this is, yeah, it is so unreal. This is all digital. So it took time for a lot of people to really realize how, yeah, everything works. And I definitely believe that we have a long way to go for mass adoption. And I also do hope that, yeah, we will get more people to, yeah, use the technology as well. And yeah, I see Cardano. Raise your hand, please. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, I was going through your profile here, and I was looking at that pinned tweet. Wow, your setup is amazing. But I had a question. I was wondering if you could tell us what brought you to crypto.
That is a good question. So, well, um, it was actually around the pandemic, because before the pandemic, I normally go to teach different tutoring sessions. Yeah, I taught music after school. So I normally go to different little kids' home and teach them music after school. I have to run to like 5 sections every day because I support my family members using, yeah, my own, yeah, little by little, right? So yeah, I have a little sister and a younger brother. And so anyways, and I remember the last day that I was standing on a stage to yeah, we had a rehearsal. That was for a spring concert. And wow, I think that was around February 28th or something in 2020 something. Oh my goodness. I feel like those pandemic years were like lost, right? It's kind of like erased from our brain. I forgot exactly which year that was. But anyway, that was at the end of February. And the government announced lockdown. So everything went online, including my school and my tutoring sessions. So I had to self-taught myself how to use all those technology, like Zoom meetings, and how do I teach my students to use, and how do I teach my students to use the Zoom meeting to learn for our original courses, right? So those are not easy. And how do we have online concerts, right? So things like that. And through that, duration of like 6 months, I also become more attached to different social media platforms. And at the time, I also got like much attention, especially on TikTok. So one of my video like went viral, had millions of views within a few days, and then I started to very active. I'm not sure if any of our audience over here have ever heard of Clubhouse. Yeah, Clubhouse is kind of like Twitter Space version 1, right? When Clubhouse was very popular, a lot of people use it and talk about bitcoins and NFTs, and I was probably one of the few over there hosting music sections. But everyone else, yeah, nearby, on that app, talking about, oh, BAYC. I remember the earliest BAYC community was formed there on Clubhouse. Yeah, so that was amazing seeing. Okay, the next section over there, like everyone was putting this, a similar profile picture using lots of different apes. Right, at the time, I didn't realize in 1 year those people, they all became millionaires. Right, so those are just amazing experience. And then since we are on the same app, right, and so my audience, many of my audience, they were also already in Web3, and they would, they taught me how to use MetaMask, and they taught me about NFTs, and they also invite me to host sections for them. So I started to have my very first AMA section. I remember at the time I was like, what is AMA? AMA? I was like, okay, too young, too naive, right? But now I've been to participate into over 1,400 AMAs, and I'm broadcasting records of over 6,000 hours on Binance Live. Yeah, within 2 short years. I've been online for a lot of time, and even now we're on Twitter Space. I'm also, streaming our content on Binance Live, so our Binance Live audience could listen to us. And Lumi said like your favorite app is Binance, right? If you go to the live section, you're going to see my channel over there, and we're basically there, oh my goodness, almost 24/7, right? And keep streaming Web3 content and having a lot of different AMA sections. So Cardano, thank you so much for asking the question. It has been a fun journey, and I feel like in Web3 everything went so fast. I couldn't believe that it's been several years. It still feels like yesterday when the first time I host my very first AMA on a Discord server. And at the time I was really nervous, but now I only need a topic and then I could keep talking for, we're here talking for almost 2 hours. So it's really fun. It's all by practice. Thank you, Cardano. And how about you? We would also like to hear from you, your journey as well.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much had a similar experience or a similar intro. Well, the first thing is, I heard about crypto. I heard about Bitcoin way back in the day, like around, I think it was like 2012, 2013. But I didn't really know, I didn't really get involved. I just kind of heard about it, and I did a little here, a little there, but never really kept up with it. But I really didn't get involved until actually the pandemic. I heard a lot of people talking about it then. I was like, I'm going to actually sit down and start learning and researching about everything. And then it wasn't until last summer when I actually decided to start actually making videos around the content and things like that. So that's kind of like my little journey there. But the main thing that really got me sold on Web3 and blockchain is this idea that we can transact across the globe, and we have this means, technology, to transfer value without any intermediaries. And that whole idea, is being propagated by many different blockchains and things. But that whole idea is what really sold me on the technology and what brought me into the space.
God, thank you so much. Wow. So you are like a crypto native, right? It was, wow, being a while ago that you first heard of Bitcoin. I actually, well, the very first Bitcoin, and of course not the complete one, right? The very first like 0.00005 Bitcoin I received was also from an audience back in the time where I was still hosting Clubhouse, because I believe they have a donation function connected to our account, and then people could send you different cryptos. I forgot whether it's cryptos or it's real US dollars, but anyways, there's a donation or a tip function over there, so it's quite interesting. And at the time I didn't really know, okay, what was that Bitcoin? Okay, sounds very fancy, right? How do I use it? I don't know. And where can I find it? I don't know. So it's just sitting there somewhere. And until now, okay, I still have it somewhere in one of my earliest wallet. And at the time, I also don't even know, okay, we have C phrases and we need to protect our wallets. And if we forget, if we don't really keep the C phrases, we will not be able to find the wallet back, right? So, of course, along the way, I have a lot of, wallet that I no longer have access to it. It's also, quite interesting experience as well. And then after that we got I was into NFTs, right? I was kind of like a digital JPEG collector, or a secondhand JPEG collector as well, trader. And then I remember the first time I need to mint it, I was like, oh, mint, isn't that something that we would have some mint candy after dinner, right? So all of those interesting terminologies I learning throughout the way. And then I also became an interpreter to translate from English to Mandarin Chinese and back and forth. So I host events for Binance Official, and host event for OKX Web3 official Twitter space, and also host for Gate. Actually, I will have another session for hosting for Gate on Thursday. Yes, and then also tomorrow I will participate to official BNB Chain's Twitter space talking about Web3 games as well. So lots of learnings, and then finally now I'm still keep learning, but I feel like, okay, I have I finally got some knowledge, right? A sense of what Web3 is. And I also wanted to teach my younger siblings about Web3 as well. And of course they're all smarter than me, and I believe they could learn faster than me as well. And looking forward to really being able to openly talk about what is Web3, what is GameFi, what is SocialFi with my family and friends. Really hope one day that we could do that, because right now, people surrounding me still, most of them still don't have the sense of Web3, still more traditional. Maybe because I'm from a more traditional family, and in this area we're more conservative, right? Perhaps that's the reason. And I'm still really grateful with the technology of internet, right, with Wi-Fi. So I was able to connect with people from all over the world. Who would know that, right? 10 years ago, we would not know that we could chat with each other on our phone and without need to paying any phone bills. And people are from different part of the world. That's just amazing. We still have about 10 minutes left, and we could check who is our next host over here and what's our next topic. I'm very interested to learn what other people are going to talk about. Okay, they are going to talk about DeFi. The next section, section 12, will be DeFi. Wow, DeFi is another part that I feel like I don't know enough over here. We got a very... Yes, please.
Oh, I just got to say it. I'm still learning a lot about DeFi. One of the things that kind of confused me was this idea of liquidity pools and how they actually work. I'm still trying to comprehend or wrap my head around the whole thing, but I got a little bit of a grasp on what's going on, but I'm still learning. I'm still learning there.
Yeah, DeFi. Oh my. I feel like I'm at the more fun part of the blockchain, right? GameFi and SocialFi, fun, fun, fun. And DeFi will be okay. We need to sit down and learn and do the numbers and a lot of tech and terminologies. Yeah. So okay, I believe we have our DeFi sections host over here. Hello, Cece.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
I love your voice and your cute doodles profile picture. Oh my, oh my.
Thank you. I love your energy. You've been talking for 2 hours straight, and now I have to do it.
No worries. We will be here to stay with you and we could chat together. Oh, interesting. So over here, I see like you are a builder of doodles and also Jer Empty World. I am familiar with that. Yeah, I'm familiar with Jer. So we have mutual friends. Nice. And
Yeah.
Azuki Garden. Cool. You are definitely an NFT collector. You got doodles, you got Azuki.
Oh, I am. I'm collecting
Wow.
too many.
Tell us your journey. What brings you to Web3 and what makes you want to be a JPEG collector? Thank you.
Oh, wow. That's been, I think I delved into NFT since late 2021. And I delved into crypto in late 2020 and I started trading crypto on centralized exchanges. And then I was like, what is this NFT about? And then I missed BAYC. I missed a lot of like blue chip mints. And then, yeah, I don't know. I kind of forgot, but I was like, well, this BAYC thingy, they could cost so much. I just want to check it out. And then I just delved into Twitter. I fell into a rabbit hole. I did a lot of research, and then I entered a lot of like Discord servers, and then started grinding for NFT whitelist, and that's like how I started. And then I like I made some wins, I made some losses, and yeah, here I am trying to build communities. I joined Doodles, and it's a fun community. I'm really happy to be there. I met a lot of friends, and I think for NFT, it's really about the culture and the community and the friends you make. Because when you trade crypto, it's more like a lonely journey on your own. So I guess that's like the attractiveness of NFTs.
Nice. Oh my goodness, that brings me back a lot of memories. Grinding for empty whitelist spas. Oh my, in our previous bull round, right? I remember. Wow, if you check out my Discord roles, I got 100 roles because I need to get all those roles in order to get one whitelist spot. All those old days. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's really amazing that we've like I'm very amazed by what I've been through in this space. Like if you tell friends that are not from Web3, they'd be like, what are you talking about? We don't understand what you're talking about. What are you grinding for? What is this whitelist about? Why are you making fan arts? Why are you building community? Why are you throwing events? And why are you doing AMA host at 6 a.m. in Hong Kong?
Oh my goodness. Yes, exactly. It's about 6 a.m. in Hong Kong. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Shout out to CC over here. Yeah. So why? What behind it? What make you want it? What make you believe in Web3? What make you want to keep doing it no matter how early it is? And what makes you, well, even though the price of certain blue chip MTs, right, might drop or up and down, right? What makes you still wanted to put your um still be an MT collector, still believing MTs? Thank you.
Well, I think NFTs is like, I mean, I didn't expect this to be like sort of like my interview, but I don't mind to share. But I think like, cause I came from like a more traditional finance background, and as like I've always been like to a certain extent I am interested in finance, and I've been doing finance. I've been doing marketing and finance before Web3. So like I learned about Web3, I learned about the technology, I understand the concept of decentralization. And I think it really is something that, like, there are a lot of deficiencies and flaws in the financial system we have currently. It's not very efficient, and a lot of people are taking advantage of the system. They are not really working, but they are they have too much power in the system, basically. And I feel like this whole blockchain thing, this whole blockchain technology can be something that really cleans up the layers and make the whole system more lean, and make funds, like make the economy more efficient. So I'm really all for that. And I feel like this is the future, and I still think we're early. And for NFT, I mean, NFT is something that is inevitable to come along. I mean, I'm not talking about JPEG, but I'm talking about like non-fungible tokens itself. It is more like the assets of this whole economy system, this whole ecosystem, basically. So this is why I wanted to delve into the NFT space as well. For me, I think like expensive JPEGs like BAYC or punks, they're more like luxuries in this space. So when there's a bull run, people will, like, when people make money in this space, they'll still go in for the expensive shit. I'm sorry for they're going for the expensive stuff and the luxury stuff that grants them status and like a personal branding, basically. So I still believe in NFTs. Basically, if you're believing in NFT, it's more like believing you can build a brand upon this technology. So it's the same. It's like building a brand on the internet. And before the internet, people probably don't believe that you can build something so virtual on the internet. But it's actually the same concept. So it's just something that incorporates technology. For me, this is how I see it.
Nice. Thank you so much, Cici, for introducing your journey with us. And sorry, it's kind of like becoming to your interview, right? Because we were talking about each of our journey, what bring us in Web3, and all the way our favorite Web3 product, etc. So that's why when I see that you are after the stage, we also want to interview you as well. And of course, now we are going to transition our stage to you. Would you like to accept the co-host?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Yeah. Could you invite me again, please?
I think we need to ask our host over here, Web3 Debate, to assign one more time, because only he could do it. I cannot do that. And would you also like to introduce your topic to us? Because before you were here, we were also talking about your section will be section number 12. And it is, since you were from traditional finance, right, you're going to talk about DeFi topics. And I feel like I must stay here and learn from you, because this is my weak point, DeFi.
Oh, actually, it's my weak point as well.
Really?
So so I'm going to, my role here is really to try to help the speaker to like break it down, and it's very complex, I think, and also very complex for me. So from a very like a beginner, or I wouldn't say complete beginner, because I mean I've been in the space for a while, but like I'm not very advanced in this area. So from this perspective, I'll try to help the speaker to break it down. a very complex subject and for a very diverse group of audience. So this is what I'm going to do, and I believe before I dive into the topic, I have some introduction on the Socrates platform to do, so I can't jump into the topic now.
The stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Cece.
sure. I still haven't received the co-host status, so I'm not sure what's wrong.
Oh,
here.
that's okay. We could check in our group chat over here as well. And actually, 2 minutes ago, I see our guest speaker, the Crypto Malfoy. He was here. Oh yeah, no, I see him again.
Yeah, I see him too.
Because
Yeah.
that profile picture is just so familiar. Oh my god, Malfoy. Who would not know Malfoy from our childhood? Oh my goodness.
I know. Malfoy, we know you're here. He been messaging me. We know you're here, but I can't really invite you as a speaker yet because I'm not a co-host. I see Cardano has his hand raised. Does he have something to say?
Yes, of course. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Moonlight, you have been an amazing host. You've asked some very insightful questions, and it shouts out to you. And also, Cupcake, shouts out to you. This is my first time meeting you, but I do have to run. But I gave you guys a follow, and I hope to catch y'all on another one sometime. And as always, I'm always here to network and to make new friends and meet new people. So if anybody wants to reach out, feel free to just send me a message. But yeah, I just wanted to let y'all know I'm about to head out. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to have you over here today. Thank you, Cardano. Thank you.
Thanks, Cardano. Nice to meet you.
Thanks, Cardano.
Yeah, and I sent invitation to our Crypto Malfoy to invite him or her to up to the stage. And would you please accept it or just click on the mic icon that you will be able to join our stage. The better way is to try an app because I think starting from last month, we could also join the space through our laptops, but I haven't really tried that. So more used to just use our phone app to do it. Okay, now I see that, yeah, our Malfoy speaker.
All right, thank you, Moonlight. So I guess I'll kick off my session now. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Web3 Debate Space Marathon Sessions. This is Cupcat CC. I'm hosting at Socrates. So just in case you haven't been to any of our sessions, this event is hosted by Socrates Platform. It is a Web3 social fi program inspired by the spirits of Socratic questioning. So their aim is to foster deep discussion and dialectical thinking on a variety of topics, including Web3, in order to challenge traditional thought boundaries and inspire innovative thinking. So that, I think, it's quite exciting itself. And since their launch in November 2023, so they're pretty new, Socrates has collaborated with their partner Web3 Debates, the host of the current session, to successfully organize over 8 debates in both Chinese and English. I think there's been more actually, because for me, I think this has been the 13th, the 12th AMA session actually. So these debates have attracted more than 500 industry professionals and an audience of over 600,000. So each debate features prominent figures from the industry, such as philosophers, investors, innovators, to engage in discussions on topics that range from philosophy and blockchain to social fi. And to further extend this dynamic atmosphere of philosophical speculation and to gather user feedback, Web3 Debates is upgrading its events. So the space 24 hours nonstop marathon. This is crazy. This is an absolutely crazy idea, but we are doing this. So this 20-hour nonstop marathon will showcase over 40 renowned industry influencers across 4 days. 15th, I believe, this is the first day, but because of my time zone, I'm on the 16th for me because it's 6 a.m. in Hong Kong. 15th to 18th, they're hosting continuous engaging sessions. And we are very thrilled to have you, everyone, to join us for this epic marathon. And I'm very happy to see that we have a lot of people on this AMA, on this session. So don't miss out on this opportunity to engage with thought leaders. Stay tuned for all of these sessions after mine and thanks for staying after Moonlight session as well. So to have this opportunity to engage with thought leaders and pioneers in the field. And we look forward to your participation, and we look forward to hearing your insights in what promises to be an enlightening series of debates. And we are also hosting an epic debate session on the 18th of January for 4 p.m. UTC, where we will discuss the topic, will Socrates lead the Web3 industry towards mass adoption? We will also post a debate topic on the Socrates platform and offer a 100K USDT bonus package. To claim the bonus package, you must also be a Socrates user and cast your vote for the questions. So please check the pinned tweet. I have to check actually if the tweet is ready. Just a sec. So I'll pin the tweet later. I'll check if they have. I'm just contacting the team to check where should I pin. But anyway, stay tuned at the pin tweet session. So I'll pin later, so you can check out the details and register with Socrates. If you have any questions, join our Telegram group, and their customer support team will be assisting you. So today, the topic that I'll be discussing is demystifying complex DeFi topics, impermanent loss, and flash loan risk explained. So for me, this is an incredibly complex subject to discuss, but I'm very glad that they gave me this subject because I'm always happy to learn. And today we have an amazing guest, Malfoy. I love your profile name, Crypto Malfoy. So would you like to introduce yourself to the audience and maybe share a little bit of your background, and also like what do you do in the space, and maybe your experience in the space as well? The stage is yours, Malfoy. I'm just going to check if Malfoy is still okay. Hi, Malfoy. I'm not sure if I can hear you. Can everybody else hear Malfoy? I'm not hearing Malfoy.
Yeah,
Maybe
I also cannot hear him
Yeah, Malfoy. Maybe you could try to rejoin.
Perfect.
Oh, nice.
Okay,
Hi.
yeah, now we can hear you. Hi, Malfoy. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, obviously. So first of all, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the compliments on the name. Um, First of all, so hi everyone. My name is Crypto Malfoy, and I'm very pleased to be speaking today with everyone here. Today we're going to talk about some DeFi terms such as impermanent loss and flash loan risks. Do you want me to give a brief summary about my profile and what I do first?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be great.
So I've been in the crypto space for about, I can't say exactly, but more than 3 years. I've seen at least 2 cycles or 2 bear markets. Let's just say that. And I can see a lot of repeating patterns when it comes to social media and how everyone reacts emotionally and how it reacts in the price of Bitcoin and all the altcoins. So I think we are in a very interesting era of of crypto and DeFi, and that's where I come in. I like to post educational threads. If you go on my profile, I have a pinned tweet with most of my threads that I went over various topics. And if you want, there might be a link, or you can click on my profile and go see. Sometimes I tweet about very important topics um, that are occurring in the world, like breaking news and cool statistics and everything. But most important, I like to see what good projects are building, and if I can get um, usually some exposure to those projects early on. Today, we're going to talk about, as I said, impermanent loss, which is a very good topic and a very misunderstood topic when it comes to projects and liquidity pools.
Yeah. Thank you, Malfoy. May I ask, like, before we dive into impermanent loss and
Yes.
flash loan risk, what is your experience with DeFi? Like, what kind of DeFi have you been like participating in?
Yes, so I've been an investor. I've been a manager per se, as I organize the marketing behind a project. I've talked
Mhm.
with developers and how I don't know 100% how the projects build because I'm not a developer, but I've got a very good understanding from my view. From my view, I know what it takes to build a successful project, as I've seen so many. Um,
Mhm.
but I like or I specialize in the marketing area.
Mhm. Mhm. Sounds great.
Yeah.
So, I guess um like because we in case we have a very diverse group of audience, so we really want to break down the idea of the question. So first we might want to define what is impermanent loss,
Yes.
and I think the term itself, it really suggests like a temporary condition.
Yeah.
So the loss becomes permanent upon withdrawal under certain market conditions. So what is like the frequency at which asset prices recover to levels that negate impermanent loss? Like, are there any statistic or studies maybe or something that could quantify like the likelihood of such reversals? What is impermanent loss to you? Like, could you break it down for
Yeah.
us? Yeah.
So so let's start with what's in this impermanent loss when providing liquidity.
Mm-hmm.
Impermanent loss is an intricate facet of liquidity provision. Let's just say, imagine you as a liquidity provider, you deposit assets into a automated market maker or an AMM pool. When market prices fluctuate, the value of your assets within the pool adjusts dynamically. If the price of one asset in the pool increases or decreases relative to the other, an imbalance occurs. In this imbalance, this leads to a temporary reduction in the overall value of your deposited assets. This is called the impermanent loss, the variation between the two asset states.
Thank you. So you mentioned the AMM pricing algorithm. I think it really plays a pivotal role in determining asset prices within a liquidity pool. So, would you be able to elaborate on the methodologies of these algorithm and employing to adjust prices in response to market movement? Because it's really complex for the audience, I think, in terms of the concept.
Yes, I can give you a brief outlook of what an AMM is.
Mm-hmm.
It stands for, again, automated market maker. It's like it's a type of a DEX, a decentralized exchange protocol that operates without the traditional order books. I don't know if you ever went to a centralized exchange such as Binance. When you're trading it, you have like an order book which is always changing the red and the green. That's the traditional order book.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having that, we rely on buyers and sellers to create limit orders. So the AMM use smart contracts and liquidity pools to facilitate the trading. So no need to have those traditional order books. This concept was firstly popularized by Ethereum blockchain. It was like the first automated market makers to create those liquidity pools.
So while the arbitrage traders help to maintain the balance of assets values in liquidity pools, their
Exactly.
action potentially could result in a diminished return for liquidity providers, correct?
Yes, they usually try to take a piece of those said imbalances, and in that way they balance the imbalance. If I make sense, those arbitrages, they will balance the price while there is an imbalance, which is it's an opportunity for the ones that know how to operate in that manner. Can be very tricky though and very risky.
I can imagine. That's why we want to have this discussion. I can imagine it could be very risky. So could you maybe elaborate more on how like significant this impact might be like over time if this continues to happen or continues to
Yeah.
to it is something for them to really maintain? Like what kind of risk are we bearing?
Should we go over like an example? Maybe it's easier to
Yeah, that would be
understand.
great. That would be great.
Yeah. So when maybe okay, if you want to have like a more visual representation of this example, you can go over my profile, and there's the thread over impermanent loss. There's an example there. I'll be going over that example in particular if you want to have a visual representation in numbers.
Awesome.
But in permanent loss, you have to stake two tokens, two currencies, or two cryptocurrencies.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a volatile currency such as ETH, and another volatile or non-volatile currency. So let's just say, for example, you can have ETH in one cryptocurrency, and you can have USDT. So you'll have a pool of ETH USDT. Let's consider this example. You deposit 10 ETH, and then you have to deposit 10,000 USDT into this AMM pool, considering an initial price of 1 ETH per 1,000 USDT. So you have 10 ETH to 10,000. Over time, as ETH prices rises to 1 ETH equals to 2,000 USDT, your deposited ETH is now worth double, so 20,000. But due to the automated rebalancing, the pool adjusts, causing causing a temporary loss. What does this mean? Instead of you having 10 ETH and 10,000 USDT, you have the 10 ETH. They will rebalance the ETH to only be worth 20,000 overall. How can I make this example? How can I make this clearer? So when you deposit the 10 ETH and the 10,000 USDT, your overall pool or staked was 20,000, correct? But with the rise in price, you should, if you only held the ETH in your wallet and the USDT, you should have at least 30,000 because ETH rose.
Yeah.
But
I get it.
But
you're staking it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're staking it, providing liquidity, so you only get 20,000 USDT worth of your pool. So you'll have maybe 5 ETH plus 10,000 USDT or something in that manner when you're trying to unstake it. That's the impermanent loss. That's when there's an imbalance. There's an imbalance in price. So ETH rose, so you are incurring an imaginary loss. So it's not a loss per se. You still have your 20,000, but if you only had held the ETH in your wallet, you might have had more. That's your loss. It's like a cost opportunity loss.
I see. I think that's a very clear explanation. I find it really helpful. So is there like any strategies to really mitigate impermanent loss? For example, for yourself, what sort of personal strategy are you adopting to and that you find effective?
Yeah, so a way to mitigate impermanent loss could be, for example, if you provided liquidity, or if you provided liquidity to two cryptocurrencies that move in the same manner, such as USDT to USDC. They're both equal. They're $1. If you staked that liquidity, you wouldn't incur impermanent loss, only if one of them depegged, but that's a whole different story and a whole different risk. But a very good case to mitigate impermanent loss would be to stake USDT, USDC. Obviously, the percentage, the yield will be very compared to the other liquidity pools will be smaller.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if like, because I'm sure like other pairs would make more like profit.
Yes, yes. Then there's the example of you staking two different cryptocurrencies that are volatile. We could go over an example with Ethereum and Arbitrum, for example. I have written in my thread, I think.
That's a great example.
Yeah, so this example, it's when you have two volatile pairs. Let's just say, for example, you deposit 5 ETH, and the counterpart to this 5 ETH equally, it's 10,000 Arbitrum into this pool. Let's just say 1 ETH equals to 2,000 Arbitrum, so 5 equals to 10,000. And later on, the price of each Ethereum drops to 1,500 Arbitrum, so less. The value of the ETH you deposited, instead of being 10,000 Arbitrum, now it's only worth 7,500 Arbitrum due to the rebalancing. This is another scenario of a riskier impermanent loss, a riskier stake, and causes impermanent loss. And this one is very common, but a question you might be asking would be, why would someone stake their Ethereum and Arbitrum if they know they're going to have impermanent loss? In these kind of pools, the yield is significantly higher.
Yeah.
So it covers any impermanent loss or some.
I see. So it's more like well, there's a cost for a higher yield, which is
Yes.
the risk of a more, because you're staking a more volatile coin.
Oh yeah, two volatile coins. Yeah.
Yeah. So personally, what kind of strategy would you take in terms of staking? Like, would you still do like pairs like Ethereum, Arbitrum, or would you stick with USDT, USDC?
Yeah. So what I do the most, first we have to think about what are we providing. We're providing a liquidity to some project or for someone to exchange between. If someone has ETH, they can exchange for USDT. Someone has to be in the middle to provide liquidity. In the centralized world, there are banks, there are other institutions that provide this liquidity. In DeFi, it's us, the common investor that provide liquidity. So we have to think about where this yield is coming from and why is it a big yield for some cases and a very small yield in other cases. This is very important.
Yes, I love. Sorry, I want to interrupt, but I love how you're bringing this up, because that is something when I went into like staking and earning yields from staking, people have been like telling me, if you don't understand where this source of money is from, you're probably the liquidity.
Liquidity, yeah.
You're probably the liquidity. But I mean, yes, I please continue, because I do want to learn, like, for different kind of staking and different kind of pools, where is the money from? And could you break it down for the audience, please? That would be very helpful for us.
Yes. So as my understanding goes, the liquidity pool can be a very small liquidity when very few people provide liquidity, and that can bring some problems to traders slash investors that are trading between currencies, they can pay very high fees due to being low liquidity. When there is a pool with a lot of liquidity, it's good for the trader slash investor because they're going to pay less in fees. But if the pool is bigger, that means a yield has to be paid for everyone. Then the yield will be less, if I make sense. So if there can be a pool of, let's just say, 200,000, which is considered, depending on the project, is considered a very small liquidity. And then there can be $100 million liquidity pool, which is very favorable for the trader. On the 100 million liquidity pool, you can't expect to earn 100% because it's very, very hard to generate 100 million in fees to pay everyone that is providing liquidity. But it's very doable on the pool that is providing only 200,000. Why? Because every trader that is going to exchange currencies or cryptocurrencies inside that pool will pay significantly more. I can't say numbers right now, but let's just say, for example, he can pay 2% of, they say, slippage that goes inside the pool. Instead of, in the contrary, on the 100 million pool, the trader might pay 0.1% or 0.05% fee, which is a very small one. So that goes hand in hand. Obviously, the ones providing liquidity in the 200K pool, it's very volatile, as the liquidity can be drained very quickly, and you'll be holding cryptocurrencies that you can't exchange back, because when you stake in the liquidity pool, let's just say ETH USDT, you don't really hold the ETH USDT. You hold a different currency. Usually it's ETH USDT all together with LP next to it. So you'll be holding an LP token.
Yeah.
When you want to unstake it, the liquidity pool will be balanced, and you will receive less ETH if it goes against you. You will receive less ETH and a bit less USDT. So people, when they're staking in liquidity pools, have to be very careful and actually understand what they're doing, because they will not be holding the cryptocurrency itself, like the ETH or the USDT or the Arbitrum. They'll be holding an LP token. And if the liquidity in that pool runs out, you can't exchange the LP tokens back to your main cryptocurrencies. There's a risk in that.
Yeah, I think that's a very good advice. So the issuance of LP tokens are based on the share of the liquidity pool rather than a fixed quantity of assets. Introduces a variable factor for liquidity providers, I think. So, but how do liquidity providers generally perceive this risk? Like, is there like a consensus on the level of concern this 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 could cause within the DeFi community?
I see your question, but we are in DeFi, and there will always be someone
Losing.
target. No, they're always running towards high yields, and some of these liquidity pools, when they are launched in the beginning, as you can see, the liquidity is very low, and the yield will be very high. So they're rewarding the first ones to come in, and they can go up to 1,000%. I've seen 10,000%, but they will be very short-lived. As more liquidity enters the pool, it will decrease exponentially. So in like a couple of hours, it can go from 10,000% to, let's just say, 50%, which 50% is still great. It depends of the pool.
I'm very glad that I would just want to say to the audience that I'm very glad that we have Malfoy on this stage, because I really, by now, I could really feel that he really knows his stuff, and that also he could explain really, really complex concepts to like relatively new guys like me, because I'm not very technical in terms of DeFi. And I feel like you've been doing a really good job in terms of explaining these concepts to the audience. So I'm really glad that you're here. And thank you for explaining what impermanent loss is. So moving on, we'll be talking about flash loans. And I think we also want you to explain, maybe define what flash loans are to the audience. And yeah, please go on.
Okay, so what exactly is this flash loan in DeFi? A flash loan is a type of uncollateralized loan that enables users to borrow a significant amount of assets within a transaction cycle, with the condition that the borrowed funds are repaid by the end of the same transaction cycle. What makes the flash loan distinctive in the absence of collateral? This flash loan is very tricky because it's a loan, but it's in a flash. So you borrow and pay in a single transaction cycle.
Borrow and pay the single transaction cycle. Could you elaborate that?
So when you send an order in crypto, you pay the fee, and that's a transaction. That's a cycle, a transaction cycle.
Yeah.
So you can borrow, but when you're borrowing those funds, you have a condition that in this transaction cycle, you'll have to pay the borrowed amount. So this makes a flash loan, and you don't have to provide collateral, which is the big elephant in the room.
Right. Yeah.
So
and that must be really risky.
Yeah.
Because
so
you don't have to provide. Yeah.
Yeah. So how flash loans work is users can borrow assets without providing collateral, executing a series of transactions within the single block. The borrowed assets must be repaid along with any fees within the same block. If not, the entire transaction is reversed. So this goes hand in hand with the previous topic, with the impermanent loss. So you must be asking, like, what are the use cases of these flash loans? Because it just sounds so complex. And if you're borrowing and you're paying in the same time, what's the catch here? And you have to pay, and you have to pay fees as well.
And also,
so you must,
like, I feel like I also have an additional question, which is like, if you're not providing any collateral, who is providing that liquidity to lending that money to somebody? Because obviously there's a risk for the person who's...
So yeah, I understand your question. So you have to pay within the same block, so it will be very fast. The temporary collateral will be, or the risk collateral, it equals the risk, will be from the project itself, because you're borrowing assets from the project. Let's just say there's a project called, I'm not shilling any project, but let's just say project called water. I'm not sure. and they have a token called water, and you want to flash loan, have a flash loan for this project, you will borrow the native token water, and you'll have to pay it back in the same block. So if you don't pay it back, the entire transaction will be reversed. But there are
Right.
exploits that can be made. But we can start with the use cases of these flash
Yeah.
loans. So as I was saying, this goes hand in hand with the impermanent loss. There are one use case of the flash loan is arbitrage opportunities. So you can exploit the price difference across various decentralized exchanges.
Mhm.
So you can borrow assets in one exchange and sell it in another in a very quick manner. So there are arbitrage opportunities. There are programs that make or facilitate these flash loans.
Mm.
Another use case is liquidity provision, so temporarily increasing liquidity in a specific pool to take advantage of trading opportunities.
Mm.
And the last one of the main use cases is yield farming optimization. So maximizing returns by strategically deploying funds across different pools.
Mhm.
So when I was explaining the liquidity pool in the impermanent loss, in the beginning, there is very high yield, and there are different yield farms, not specifically liquidity providing. But when you are yield farming, you can borrow very quickly, stake it, and gain the yield and pay it back. And there are programs that do this. It's very
Within
complex.
the same block.
Yes, a block can take several transactions. So you might have a window of opportunity to maximize the returns.
But surely you have to pay interest as well, even with
Yes,
the flash.
Yes, you pay fees. You pay fees. Yes.
I see.
So you have to pay the borrowed assets along with any fees within the same block.
Mm-hmm. So how? Um,
You must be
so
thinking, how can you pay within the same block? Some
yeah,
cryptocurrencies take longer to fill up a block. Have you ever sent Bitcoin to another address and it took you 20 minutes?
I've done
That
it. Yeah, it takes forever.
yeah, that's because it's filling up the block and it's sending it. But if you send XRP or Solana, it's very, or Litecoin as well, it's very fast because the blocks are smaller, and with Bitcoin the blocks are bigger to send the transaction over.
Mm-hmm. So there must be people who are exploiting this, right?
Yes, yeah. So
And yeah,
I can go over the risks with this flash loan.
yes, please.
So yeah, so the risks with this flash loan comes one of the biggest risks are market manipulations. So flash loans can be used to manipulate token prices. If you borrow 1 billion cryptocurrency of a certain project, it will fluctuate the price immensely. Like there will be way more supply in the market, and the price might drop or um, might go up depending of how do you manipulate the price. Another risk associated with this, it's a protocol vulnerability. So this is when there are smart contract exploits that can lead to significant losses. I'll go over some examples.
I know
think
the pancake bunny incidents. Could you
yeah,
maybe?
yeah.
Yeah.
Pancake bunny. Yeah, I've heard of that risk, of that exploit.
Mm-hmm. But I
I
don't
might
know
go.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah. Pick any example you have in mind.
y-
Feel free.
yeah, yeah. Before going to that, there's one more risk associated with flash loan. It's
Mm-hmm.
collateral risk for the lenders. If the borrower fails to repay,
Mm-hmm.
lenders may face losses, even if
Yeah. Yeah.
even if
Yeah.
the transaction is rejected.
Mm-hmm.
Some lenders can face massive losses.
I know.
So
I feel like it's very risky for the lender as well because
yeah,
there's no collateral, and hackers may easily exploit. I mean, I'm not technical enough to say how could
yeah,
they exploit this, but surely they'll find a way. In
they
like,
always do.
yes.
Yeah, that's true. But the project itself can set limitations of how much can be borrowed, how much can be used, and set limitations for these flash loans. If a project is careless, doesn't have an audit, and on its contract, smart contracts, obviously it can be exploited. But nowadays, I think we have a couple of years of uh, DeFi with good audits. Flash loans are becoming less and less common. Obviously, uh, there are situations where millions are drained due to these exploits, and we can go over to one of those examples. So
Mm-hmm.
one of those examples was, um, if I remember correctly, it was a liquidity draining. So a flash loan can be utilized to drain liquidity from a decentralized exchange by borrowing a large amount of tokens, causing price to drop significantly. This can disrupt trading activity and negatively impact other participants. So this is how one type of, or one example of how a flash loan can be utilized to exploit um,
Right.
this DEX, decentralized exchanges. I think
Mm-hmm.
in 2020 there was a protocol called BZX. It was a decentralized lending platform. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so they were a lending platform, and it fell victim to a flash loan attack. The attacker borrowed a large sum of ETH and manipulated the price of the token, causing losses for the platform and the users inside the DEX.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. So how much did
Yeah,
they lose? Is it BCX? I want to look it up. BC.
BZ. It was in the millions. It was very, very tragic.
Put a T. How do you wait? Is it BCX? Are they all like
BZX protocol.
Z as in Z or
Yes,
maybe
Z.
oh, let me see. Hmm. Attack. I just want to see if I could pull some numbers. Oh, I think I remember.
Okay.
I think I remember this. So I'm seeing this in news. The headlines is DeFi lender BZX reclaims 8 million stolen in Sunday's attack. So they have been recovered about 8 million. So I'm not sure if that's like the whole number
No,
or only
no.
the
The whole
yeah.
number was 55 million.
Damn, that
Yeah,
is a lot.
it's very profitable for those, but it's illegal.
So they found a bug.
Yes.
So the hacker found a bug, a coding bug, over the
Can I
weekend.
can I send links here, or How does this work? I'm very new to this.
I think you can tweet it and I can pin it.
Okay.
If you tweet it, I can pin it. But if not, you can comment below in the. You can comment in the in this session below. So I'll
I commented.
I'll see if I could pin your comment.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the CoinDesk?
Yes.
I'll see if I could pin it. I guess I can't really pin the comment, but I think it works for any audience. If you're interested in learning about this incident that Malfoy just shared, actually I'm looking at the same thing. So this is a news that talks about how a DeFi lender called BCX suffers a hack for reported 55 million. And if you're here to learn more about what a flash loan is and the risk behind, then this is a news that you should be paying attention to, because this is pretty big. It happened in 2021. I believe, 2020. Actually, I
believe it's
earlier.
2020, but the news was published in 2021.
The news is published in 2021, but it actually happened in 2020. But it's pretty big, and it's happened over a coding bug. So this is something very particular to the contract of BCX, I believe. So it's not something that could be hacked universally across all kind of protocols, like all kind of projects, right?
No, this was a lending protocol. So
Mhm.
the hacker or the exploiter borrowed a substantial amount of ETH that manipulated the price of a said token of the protocol, that caused
Mhm.
losses for the platform because they couldn't pay the yield or the in their native currency. So it was very, very tragic. It was very it was very big at the time. I remember reading in the news, and
Mhm.
I personally wasn't in this protocol,
Mhm.
but I spoke with some people that were, and they were devastated. It was fairly quickly, and they couldn't even do anything about it.
That is so painful just to hear it. So since it's so big, and also it's from 2020, so I'm sure like the trading volume and the market like volume is not as huge as now. I mean, it's already pretty active, I believe, but then 55 million is a huge number. What kind of impact? I mean, if you remember like reading it from the news, do you remember like what kind of impact it had to the overall crypto market? Maybe like did Bitcoin crash like to just because of this incident? Like, is there any visible sort of implication that you could see from the market?
From what I remember, it didn't shift price. Didn't shift significantly. It was more about the protocol, because 55 million, it's a big number, but when you talk about Bitcoin and it's not that much. Like a single centralized exchange can make that in trading volume in a day. So I wouldn't say it's significant for those markets, but for the protocol itself, it died, obviously.
You also mentioned that some arbitrage trader would utilize flash loan to help with their trading. Do you do that as well personally?
Personally, I don't, but I've seen some people. I've talked with some people that do. It's very complex. Even for me, I decided not to delve into that particular type of trading, but maybe in the future. But I just think it's very risky, because you'll have to make significant returns. You have to borrow a lot of um, tokens or cryptocurrency, and you
Yeah.
have to pay it back and pay fees on top of that. And if something goes wrong, then you have a huge debt to
Loss.
pay,
Yeah.
or a huge loss, which is not good.
So when you said it's very complex, do you mean like the procedure of using flash loan to do arbitrage trading itself? Like what
Yes.
kind of process do you have to go through?
I've only seen, but it's in programs that do it fairly automatically.
Okay,
I'm not really an expert into it.
I see. I mean, I guess even if you could walk me through that part, I wouldn't understand. But I was just wondering, like, so it's like it's a set of programming you have to do, and then
if you want to do it successfully, yes,
Mhm.
you can do it manually, but the time that will take you, you'll incur losses for sure. If you want to do it efficiently, you have to have some kind of program that helps you with borrow, stake, unstake, pay back in a single click, if I make
Wow,
sense.
it sounds very, very like it sounds too much of a hassle for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, thanks for sharing the dark like the thanks for telling us what a flash loan is and how do you use it. I
Yeah.
mean, I personally I don't think I would use a flash loan. That's why I had so many questions.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
like it sounds very risky. So is there like any measures that been implemented to safeguard protocols
mhm.
against the exploitation? Like how they're safeguarding this at the moment?
So from what I can suggest, or from I can advise for people to mitigate this flash loan risk, it's to limit exposure to a single protocol, or avoid overexposure. Even in a single transaction or a project, they can always suffer. More importantly, if they are a lending protocol or a lending project, you have to limit your exposure, because this kind of stuff can happen very quickly, and you can't do anything to prevent it. Another thing you can do is um,
Mm.
you can audit, or wait for projects to get audited by a well-known auditor. So
Mm-hmm.
they audit your smart contracts. There's security audits there. See if there isn't any exploits to be made.
Oh, okay.
That's a very big part of DeFi. It's the audits. If you go blindly without, if you go invest in a protocol or project without the audit, it's a very sure way to lose your money, and you
Mm-hmm.
can't do anything about it. Usually, there's always a backdoor in scam projects, and those audits can sniff it out and close
Mm.
those doors.
So
Um,
how do I find out how do I ensure like if a project is actually been audited by an untrustable, I don't know, audit firm in this area.
So when you click on the project, there's like the main page, then you have the documents. The documents usually in DeFi space they like to go over the white paper. But within the white
But
paper,
if for scam projects, they could easily make this up.
yeah, but they can't make the audit up because it's certified. It's like in the real world, a company can't fake an audit. It has to be certified by the Big Four, for example. In DeFi, there are very well known auditors that you'll have to pay. Some auditors are more expensive than others. If you go with the big one, you can tell that the project invested greatly or is very invested in the project because they paid a good amount for the audit. Some of those audits don't come cheap because they go over all lines of code within the smart contracts, and they go over some security audits and some exploit potentials.
This is the first time for me to learn about that there's auditing firm in I don't know, like smart contracts.
Oh yeah.
What are the big fours in the space? Who are the big fours?
As of now, I can't tell you the big four. Let me just search if I can remember some.
Sure. I think that would be very helpful for us in like doing DeFi tradings. Because this is the first time for me to hear about auditing firm, to be honest. And so you mentioned that we could check out the white paper and to see if they've been certified. But I've always thought you could just write anything in the white paper. So how does that verify the project?
So the white paper you can write anything, but
sure.
the auditor will go over it and go over any exploits you might have on your website, on your smart contracts, on everything you do on the project, and you have to change it before they give you the certificate and whatever they give as a stamp, as a okay to go. A very big auditor, I just remembered. I'm not endorsing them, but it's Certic with a K in the end.
I've seen them.
Yeah, you might have seen them. So they're a very big auditor in the DeFi space. They have loads of projects asking them for them to audit because it's a very for people to invest in the protocol and have have a lot of trust in them. You'll have to give an audit stamp first. Your project might not take off because you don't have an audit. I've seen numerous cases of developers that didn't want their project audited. That's very sketchy in the first place because you can rug pull, honeypot, anything to the project. Giving a certified auditor stamp, it's a sure way to gain trust in the traders and investors.
So I could see that there's in their security spotlight there are big names like Apple, Line, and Group. And Group is from Alibaba, and Samsung, Sui, Say, Ton, Ripple. There are many big names that they have featured on their website. So seems like they are really big. One of the big fours in Web3. Interesting.
No doubt.
Interesting.
I could go over some other ways to mitigate flash loan risks.
Yes, please. Feel free.
Yeah, so Um, from I have in my notes. Oh yeah, it's basically to limit your interactions with unverified or suspicious contracts. So non audited contracts, don't interact with those, because those ones can implant something in your wallet when you interact with them, and months later they can drain your wallet. It's a very, very big risk if you deal with unverified contracts. I'm not
Like
sure if
like
you.
if you sign a contract like
Yes,
earlier on and did
yeah,
not revoke the authorization, they could still drain
exactly,
your wallet.
exactly.
So yeah,
Have you connected your MetaMask to a project, and they ask you to sign something?
yeah. I know. I've been
Yeah,
reminded by my friends as well that always revoke
yeah,
like the signage and the authorization for all the
yeah,
sites after you have completed something like a transaction. Yeah, I've been
exactly.
reminded by friends as well. So I
And
think
some
there's a
and some
tool as well. Do you want to recommend any tools we could use for revoking these kind of authorization?
there are in the settings of, if you use MetaMask, you
Mm-hmm.
can there's a setting in MetaMask where you can delete any exposure to some protocol that you have connected your wallet.
Mm,
Um, be careful on those projects that uh, you have to give permission to unlimited amount of tokens in X wallet. It's very complex,
mm,
but I've seen those. You have to give permission for the project to use, let's just say, 100,000 tokens inside your wallet at any given time. And usually people just press OK because there's a shiny blue button there, and they want to get over with the transaction, and
yeah.
they've
I'm so
I've
scared.
just, yeah, it's very scary for people that are unaware.
Yeah, I think I've used the um revoke Chrome extension. Let me see what it's called.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that, but
Yeah,
I don't use it.
revoke.cash. And I also use Pocket Universe to like double check. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I turn it off because I have to mint something
Yeah,
without with a first come first serve whitelist. So I really have to turn it off so I could get my mint. But I have Pocket Universe and I also use revoke.cash. Do you use any of those?
no, I don't.
No. Are they safe or do you have any better recommendations?
That's why I don't use it. I haven't done my research. Before I
Uh,
use any project or any tool, I do my research, and I just don't use anything that is recommended. I like to do my own research.
yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Actually, I'm just being lazy because I mean, when my friend my friends recommended me these apps, and I'd be like, well, maybe it helps. And then I installed. So that's a bad example. So guys, maybe you should follow like Malfoy and to really look into the back end of any apps that you use and don't just do what your friends do. Sometimes that is even more riskier than doing your own research because yeah, because your friends probably don't know what they're using. So also maybe we could contextualize flash loan as well in the next topic, and within the broader context of DeFi, do
Mhm.
you have any mechanism like what are the known mechanism of flash loan that we could compare to maybe actually maybe we could just compare like flash loan to traditional finance practices, like
it's very hard because the
very
traditional
hard.
finance works very slowly, and you can't borrow. There aren't blocks per se. You can't borrow and pay within the same block in the traditional finance. What
Yeah,
you
I don't
can
think
do, it's
we have anything similar as such, right?
yeah. In the
Yeah.
what you can do, it's in the financial markets. There was a very good example of a flash loan crash that exploited the U.S. market equities, but the guy was arrested. He made millions in his house, but it was a flash. It was called the flash crash.
And it is a Web2. It is a Web2 loan.
Yes.
It's a traditional finance loan. Wow.
Mm-hmm. It's a crazy story. If you want to read more about it, I can post it in the comments.
I'm sure we'd like to. I mean, we have 50 more minutes to discuss on this topic, so we could really dive deeper into this subject.
Yeah.
Well, there's Malfoy just shared a link in the comment. It says 50 million ride of the flash crash trader. Wow.
It's a crazy story.
It sounds like a really crazy story. And how many years ago was this? It's May 2010.
And yeah.
And it happens in London. And this single incident caused a panic in the US markets.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a crazy story.
Let me search for, because this is a
sorry, I think your mic cut off. I can't hear you. I think your mic cut off.
Hello? Am I still on?
Yes.
Am I still on?
Yes.
So where
yes,
I was just trying to I found a Wikipedia summary, and it's pretty legendary, I think. So let me read this out. This on the 6th of May. I'm pretty sure, was I cut off before I finished the summary? So I don't want to repeat myself because I already said that when my mic was off.
Yeah, you're cut off.
Okay, I'll do it
from the beginning. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it again. So on the 6th of May 2010, flash crash, also known as a crash of 2:45. So I think it's referring to the time, and I'll get there. Or simply the flash crash was a United States $1 trillion flash crash, which started at 2:32 p.m. EDT and lasted for approximately 36 minutes. I think the summary itself is pretty legendary. It's a flash crash that lasted for 36 minutes and it caused $1 trillion loss. Let me see if there's more. So at the time of the flash crash in May 2010, high-frequency traders were taking advantage of unintended consequences of the consolidation of the U.S. financial regulations into Regulation NMS, designed to modernize and strengthen the United States national market system for equity securities. Ooh. So they really found. So what do you know? Like, what kind of bug did they find in? Like, what kind? How are they taking advantage of this? I'm not quite sure because it doesn't say here. They're saying activities such as spoofing, layering, front running were banned by 2015. I think because of this incident, and just to give investors the best possible price when dealing in stocks. But that sounds really cool. I mean, by now we have evolved into, like, in blockchain, you could hack million of dollars if you find a bug in a smart contract within a matter of a block
Yeah.
transaction. We have evolved.
So yeah, a lot. So from the flash crash that it caused, there are many types of flash crash. I think this particular one, from my understanding, was something called, you said, a spoofing strategy. So this is kind of, what the order book is, right? We went over it in the beginning. On Binance, there's like,
it is in the centralized exchange. Then when
there are like numbers. Yeah, there are numbers moving. There's the red and the green. That's like the order book. So what this particular trader did was he did a spoofing strategy, which is placing and quickly selling large sell orders. This was on the S&P 500 futures contract. So he was placing and quickly selling. He overflooded the market instability with the flash crash. So in 30 minutes, he manipulated the market in a way that there wasn't really regulation at the time, as you said on the Wikipedia. So we tried to spoof it. So we tried to create a lot of orders, move the price up, and then it crashed instantly when they figure out it was all fake orders.
Fake orders, yeah.
Yeah,
I see.
something like
So
that.
basically, he is a holder of a stock, and he created a lot of fake orders, and because it wasn't that long time ago, but the market couldn't react timely.
Yeah, because of the high frequency algorithmic trading.
Oh, I see.
This HFT, or high frequency algorithmic trading, they made millions of trades in a couple of seconds. It overflooded the market book.
It sounds to me that flash loans and all that, it sounds a little shady to me. I'm not sure. Like, do you think it's contributing positively to DeFi, or because I mean people are using it for arbitrage trading, and I'm not sure what are the other use cases, and like, is this something that is really helpful for the DeFi for the DeFi sector? Does it help providing liquidity that we really need in this space? And or does it facilitate something like, I don't know, something bigger that I can't really see?
So first of all, we have to say that flash loans themselves are legal. In the sense of how they operate in the framework of smart contracts on blockchain networks and everything else. But flash loans have been known as exploits and market manipulation, and not much good has come from flash loans.
Yes, it
As
sounds very
you,
much like a tool for that.
yeah, usually they say flash loans are used for arbitrage opportunities, but they are mostly used for exploits attacks on decentralized exchanges. They try to see the platform's weaknesses and try to get any financial gain from it. But I think with the regulation in crypto, we we are seeing less and less of these flash loans lately.
I see.
Yeah,
So that
it's
is
very tricky. Yeah,
yeah, it's very tricky. It's very risky, and you could get hacked. So, but if I am someone who is new to, I mean, I am actually new to Flash Loan. If I want to start using Flash Loan, is there like a platform? Do you know? Is there like a known platform for me to start
I
getting on?
I can't recommend you any platform because the space is always evolving. I couldn't tell you one single one.
Okay.
And if you're new to it, it's
You
better
probably
not to,
don't want to
yeah,
touch it.
yeah.
I see.
I think YouTube might be
Great
your best
advice.
friend.
Yes, I
Yeah,
think I should stay away. I mean, I just want to stay away. I'm just trying to get more for the audience to see.
yeah,
I mean, in case they're interested in learning more about flash loans and maybe try to get on it. But I mean, I don't recommend it. Malfoy doesn't recommend it. He doesn't touch it as well. So maybe stay away from it.
yeah. I could go over some other topics if you want, not
Yeah,
related to,
kind of
yeah.
topics should we?
So I could go over, maybe we talked very briefly about smart contract risk, and we talked about audits as well. We could go over what are these smart contract risks and how can we mitigate these risks as well. If
Awesome.
you're
Sweet.
okay.
Let's do it.
Okay. So we could go over again, if you want to have a better example, or if you want to read it, there's on my profile, I wrote a thread about it. You can go over it in my pinned comment. So let's start. So what are smart contract risks? In the backbone of decentralized applications, there are always risks to these applications. So smart contracts are self-executing contracts with the terms of agreement written directly into the code. However, these risks can arise due to vulnerabilities or flaws in the code, leading to potential financial loss or securities breach. So this goes again with the audits. Not all coders are perfect, and when they're coding the smart contract, there's always some kind of gap. Not in usually, or I would say, hopefully, it's not intentional, but some are intentional. They leave a back door, but there's always a risk when you interact with a smart contract. Any smart contract you interact with, there's always a tiny risk depending on the project, or a big one if it's a very new project. So one type of risk is a re-entry attack or re-entry attack, which occurs when a malicious contract repeatedly cause. Sorry.
Did you say re-entry tech?
Attack.
Re-entry attack. Oh, re-entrancy attack. Okay.
Yeah. It occurs when a malicious contract repeatedly calls back into the vulnerable contract before the previous execution. What can this cause is when you make a transaction, you pay a gas fee, right? But attacker can make you go back and make you pay again and again and again and again and drain your wallet because you paid so many gas fees. That's one type of attack, and all those fees, some of them, some of those contracts have a fee associated to the project, and if you keep using the same transaction, those funds can go straight to the project. So that's very risky. It's not very common, but it can happen.
So it is a hack that can make me keep on paying gas fee until my whole wallet is completely drained.
Exactly. Or a project, or anyone that interacts with this type of smart contract, and has this attack, they can drain the whole wallet.
But
you can see
if I notice this like right away, would I be able to stop it, or does it happen in a span of like few seconds that I can even reverse it or stop it? Like, because I mean,
I don't think it's very likely that you'll stop it, because once you interact and you give all the permissions, you put the okay. It's very scary.
Okay. So
you can see one example of a big known project or cryptocurrency, Chainlink. It was attacked, re-entrancy attack. So the hacker could over and over and over exploit, and it drained $50 million worth of Ethereum. I'm not sure in a span of how many minutes, hours, or days, but it's very risky, or not risky. It's a very it's on the top of the risk parameters you have to check when you're auditing a smart contract. This is where the auditors come in.
But I thought so. Chainlink was Chainlink fell victim of a re-entrancy attack. Did you mean?
Yeah, so they had a DAO. You know what a DAO is? A decentralized autonomous.
They had a DAO. Okay, the DAO hack. Okay, now I could search it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the DAO had a wallet, and it was attacked in that manner.
Oh my gosh! Even Chainlink fell victim.
Yes.
And how long was this? This is
2016.
2016. I see. So is there any way you could really prevent a re-entrancy attack? Like,
maybe
into what kind of contract you sign, right?
Depending on the project, maybe have a good team of white hat hackers on your team, and always every day try to find any vulnerability or exploit, so you can offset it. I think that's the only way.
Right. I see. Do you have other examples you'd like to share?
Yes, I have another example. It's another type of exploit. It's called overflow and underflow. This is when a variable exceeds its maximum and minimum value. For example, when you when you confirm a contract, when you confirm a smart contract on your MetaMask on the top right, some exploiters can change the number, add zeros to the tokens they are sending. It's very intricate, but for instance, in 2018, the smart contract for the known, it was called Beauty Chain, suffered an integer overflow vulnerability. Exploiting this flaw, the attacker minted billions of BEC, which is called Beauty Chain, tokens, causing significant disruptions in the project's ecosystem. So they just minted billions and billions and billions of the said token. Yeah.
But how did they change that? Is that also like a bug in the contract?
It's a bug in the contract, yes.
Oh my gosh. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's very crazy, yeah. Usually it's a very tiny exploit in some line of code that you can exploit, and some newer developers or developers that are not aware of these exploits usually fall to this type of mistake.
So this is called overflow and underflow.
Yeah.
I wonder why they're called overflow and underflow.
Because it can overflow the supply of the project.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, right. So, like, are there other ways you could really like prevent these kind of hacks again?
So the first thing to mitigate these risks to smart contract, it's I always preach a good code audit. So an auditor that conducts a comprehensive, yeah.
I see. So before you interact with a protocol, could you go to maybe like Certic? Is there like a centralized platform where they would list all kind of projects and maybe like I'm just very new to auditing these kind of smart contracts. If I want to check if one contract's been audited by maybe a trustable body, like how do I verify this? Because I mean now I know Certic, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know other untrustable like auditing firm, and I am new to this protocol. I want to see if they have been audited properly. Like how do I begin like background checking all of this?
So when you're checking a project, you go on their documents and you check their white paper, you check their audit as well. On the audit, there'll be a logo or the team that audited. You grab that name, and first of all, you can search on X or Twitter and see if they have a good presence and a good substantial community that backs them. So, for example, you can follow Certic. They have almost 350,000 followers.
I think I missed that part when you answered this question, because I was like, you could put any logo on your white paper, but then I missed the part that where you said, well, if they mention this auditing firm, you could go to this auditing firm website and see if they actually vouch for this project and how established the auditing firm is. I see. I missed that part because I was like, well, they could say anything on their white paper. And I was like, well, is there any other way it's search, but I see where you're coming from.
A very important characteristic of this audit is most of these auditors, the big ones, they won't stamp your project if you don't KYC personally as the owner of the project. They won't dox you, they won't release your information, but they will KYC and keep on their database. So if any wrongdoing is done, they can report you to the authorities or they have your information and your address and whatever, but they won't release it. You have to sign some documents that they won't release it, obviously. Then you have let me just see, I think they have a Twitter account called Certic Alerts. If you go on the Certic bio, it's in real time. In real time, usually there are discrepancies as everything, and they alert it fairly quickly.
Wow, I should follow this.
Yeah, it's very, very important. Even if they don't audit themselves, usually they can alert quickly. For example, on 12th of January this year, they alerted a flash loan on the project called Wise Landing. And they can track
12th of January. Is it on their Twitter?
No, on the Certic Alert.
Certic Alert, 12th of January. Oh, I see it, but it's 13th of January for me because we're in different time zones. Yeah. Okay, so earlier today, Wise Lending was exploited via a malicious flash loan, leading to the loss of 464K. That's a tweet you're referring to, right?
Yes, I am.
So that's so was this being reported to them, or were they able to detect this pretty fast?
I'm not sure if Wise Landing was audited by Certic, but if they did, they might have the KYC of the owner or KYC. Here, it's not about it's not an exploit of the owner, but an hacker. But if they audited, they might be fairly quickly. They have a huge team that is always on every project, and they can check the flash loan and track the wallet.
I think they wasn't audited by Certic. I mean, surely if they were audited, then it wouldn't be that easy to exploit, right?
Exploited. Yeah. Agree.
That's cool. Actually, I think they're I mean, they put up this banner. It says "Securing the Web3 World." I feel like they're really like some sort of Marvel hero for our space.
Yeah, they're huge. Yeah.
I mean, surely they also do like background check for projects that didn't hire them, and to see if they're malicious.
They have teams looking to everything on chain. They're checking everything, and they can recommend their services to those projects. Then it's up to the projects if they want to listen to Certic or just So they help at bug bounties, at penetration testings, and KYC, smart contract audits. Certic does everything.
Yeah,
that's why they're like one of the biggest ones.
Do you have any recommendation on DeFi products that are maybe you personally use, or you think they are known for being both profitable, lucrative for users, and also secure. Because I just want to know, like, what sort of, maybe just randomly list out something that you like, tools or ways of making profits in DeFi that you think are both lucrative and safe.
I would say I'll give you one, because I don't want to endorse a lot of
You want
tools,
to?
but I'll give you one. You might know about this one.
Yeah.
Have you heard about those Telegram bots that can buy you? Yeah. So I use Maestro Sniper Bot. Have you heard of it?
No.
So it's a cool tool on Telegram that can help you buy tokens fairly quickly with only one
Oh,
click.
yeah, my friends use those kind of bots, but I never knew what the names were. Could you say that?
There are a lot, but there are lots of them. But the ones I use, it's Maestro Sniper Bot.
Maestro Sniper Bot. I'll check that out. And what does it do? Apart from buying tokens,
So you can connect your wallet. You can scout different projects with just the token address. It will give you the whole information, and you can buy it without going to any DEX or centralized exchange. With just a click of a button, you buy with Ethereum or whatever currency.
Oh, this is so cool. This is cool. So
yeah, it's worth exploring for
is
sure.
it free?
Yes, it's free.
And so far, you think it's pretty safe, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've used it for I would say almost a year.
Right. When you sort of like evaluate or assess like a tool to see if it's safe or secure enough for you to use, like what sort of criteria would you have to when you're considering these tools, or what sort of things go through your mind when you're choosing a tool, like in terms of from the safety and security perspective?
Yeah, so the first thing I do is go to their website and check who's the main developer, who's the CEO, and check their social media as well. If I can get any information of who they are, I can sense if they are respectable in the community, if they've done good, or they're here just to exploit or scam users. And I've heard a lot about Maestro Bot. I've had some of my friends here on Twitter use it as well. So I decided to go to their website, go over their social media. I think they have a link tree there where you can go over their website and all the links there. And then the last step I've done was going on YouTube and searching tutorials and reviews and see if it's a good fit for me or not. They have different types of bots, like a whale bot to check if a project has a very big allocation to one person, one whale, and can fluctuate the project. They have different types of bots. Wallet bot tracks the wallets inside the project to see if they're correlated in any way. It's a very good when you're investing in a project.
I think it comes in very handy as well, because it's only in your Telegram. But I mean, I have too many messages on Telegram. I mean, in all the apps. if I trade also with Telegram, I'll for sure I'll have too many messages. So, but anyway, I'll try it out. Yeah. So also, because since we already have like Certic in the space that really like safeguarding us, but then it's paid. It's not really like a governmental or official body that is trying to safeguard them. I mean, everyone in the space. Do you think we should have some regulations introduced into the space? Maybe not just with Certic. Maybe we want something more official, or maybe from the government of some countries, maybe in the U.S. or maybe from for the project origin country. Do you think that would be helpful?
First of all, I think it will be hard to regulate DeFi because it's not a single. It's all over the world, and to regulate DeFi, it's very even to regulate crypto, it's a task.
It's
but to
hard.
regulate DeFi, it's a whole different ball game. It's a tricky question because we always say we don't want the government on top of us, but when when you get exploited by a project, you are wishing that there were some regulations. And you want to go after the bad guy, but you can't because there aren't any regulations.
I know.
So it's a tricky question. It depends.
When you're making money, you don't want to pay the tax.
Exactly.
and when you and when you got scammed, you really want to go after the guy, right? You want the police, you want the FBI.
You want to be reimbursed by the government.
Yes.
Yeah. It's very tricky, but I would say regulations in crypto in general, it's good. In DeFi, it's a standby. We have to see.
There's too many scams and too many exploitation. I think it's not just in crypto; it's also in the internet. I mean, internet hackers been really hard to go after.
Yeah, there are, but if you actually research about it, a lot of those hackers are caught eventually because it depends who you target.
I see.
And you have to think about when you exploit a project, you have to send the funds somewhere to a wallet, and that wallet is being tracked by very big and intelligent and powerful hacker or white hackers or investigators. And how can you even utilize those cryptocurrencies? You have to exchange it for your native fiat. But once you try to exchange them, you're instantly caught because it's all tracked.
Right. So what are you saying is that when you're trying to withdraw, basically those governments are actually keeping
just
their eyes on
what
banks are using to get those cash out. I see.
You can just imagine if you, for example, you're a very good exploiter, you just exploited $50 million.
You can actually,
you exploited $50 million worth of Ethereum, and you have on your wallet. How would you go about it? How would you actually withdraw it without anyone suspecting anything? It's very hard if you think about it.
Yeah, even if you made trillions, you probably don't have a chance to really
Exactly.
spend a fraction of it.
Even if you withdraw $1, is trapped and you're instantly
Yeah.
bought. Everything gets frozen. You can't even use anything in the real world. It's very tricky.
Mm-hmm. So I think I can invite some audience from the space if they want to chip in. If
Yeah, for sure.
anyone want to join in the discussion, feel free to raise your hand and I'll put you on stage. If there isn't anyone, actually there is a price of $20, 20 USDT for each of the speaker if you apply to come join the discussion with us. I see. I feel like it's in the bull run now, so people be like, I don't really care about the $20.
Yeah, that's my gas fee. That's
I'm
what they say.
less than my gas fee, probably. But yeah, I mean, it's been really amazing to speak with you. And if you have any more to share, I mean, I think you did really well in this space, and you really helped me to understand these kind of subjects that I never thought. I mean, I tried to learn. I heard about reentrancy attack, but I never could remember what it is. And I feel like you really explained flash loan really, really well and impermanent loss. I mean, I always thought like these kind of stuff is something I kind of know what it is, but I never really could explain it to someone. I never could. I never knew it that well that I could explain to someone. So I feel like you did a really, really good job. And I mean, this recording is something I would really replay at some time to refresh my memory, because I mean it. It's something I feel like I feel this session's been really fruitful for me and the audience. So, could you tell me more about like your background? Because you just said you're a threader. I feel like you
Yeah.
really know like a lot about DeFi, and you're very experienced in this. Is this something to do with your full-time job or whatnot?
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for the kind words. Second of all, yeah, I'm a trader and I spend a lot of time researching about the projects and the DeFi space itself. My background it's in finance. I have a degree on it, and I think it helps a bit writing about certain topics, certain tokenomics and certain price movements. I can even go on a space, a 2 hour space itself about technical analysis, but I don't really try to make it about technical analysis on my page.
Yeah.
But if it's something that could be interesting, I could come back another time and we could debate more topics. Essentially, what you said, it's true. I could talk more about more topics for hours, but I love DeFi. I just love to be immersed in this space, love researching and finding new things, new innovation. I'm very bullish on the crypto market, bullish on the overall technology and AI as well. Yeah, it's
I think
been
we really should keep in touch. I mean, I feel like because I'm also working on protocol projects, and I feel like I feel like you have a lot of knowledge you could share to the audience. I mean also I could learn more from you offline.
yeah, for sure. Yes.
Yeah, sure. We have 5 more minutes left in the space, and thank you for sticking with us. To the audience as well, and also especially to Malfoy, because he's been sharing his knowledge nonstop for 2 hours straight. And I mean, I had a lot of questions, and he could answer all of them. And to be honest, towards the end of it, I've been trying to ask more questions because I don't even know what kind of questions I could ask. I don't know that much to ask the right questions. But I feel very grateful to have Malfoy. He's been really patient with me. Thank you for bearing with me.
Oh
And
no,
for
not
the
at all.
next session, we will have for the next session of this 4-day marathon of AMA, we will have Ice. I could see he or she is in the space already, and I'm trying to invite him to the stage. And to be honest with you, I mean, I'm just waiting to get some sleep because I haven't been sleeping for this. It's 8 a.m. in Hong Kong, and I hadn't slept.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's right. Where are you from?
I'm based in the UK.
You're based in the UK.
Yes.
Oh, nice. I used to live
So
in the
it's
UK for 7
yeah,
years. But I really miss it. I really want to go back. Maybe sometime this year.
for sure.
That's great. Ice, I'm happy to have you here. And maybe you could come up and warm up the stage. We have 3 more minutes until your session.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Cece. It is a he, not a she.
Oh, hi, Ice.
Oh, good. Nice to meet you. Yeah. So you know what? In this meantime, like we're trying to do the transition here. What we can do, maybe if we can switch roles in terms of like co-host spots, I can play some music for the next 3 minutes, and then we can get the topic rolling. Does that sound good?
Sounds great. Thank you. I'll get some sleep. Have a nice day, everyone, and or nice evening. It depends on your time zone. I'm getting off the stage. Thanks for sticking with us. And off to you. Thanks, Moonlight. You're still here.
Yeah, I've been listening all the way. Yeah, that was just awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna get some sleep. Good night, everybody. And
Good night.
Good night, Cece.
over to you, Ice.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yeah, we'll do the music thing. I'll get the co-host spot switched up, and I'll also change up the spaces topic while we have the music going in the background. Is that all right, Moonlight?
Of course, please do it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks.
Coming round again, we wanted us the best. Right now it's KD. I'm a goddess with a blaze. Shorty talk down, 미치 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad girl, yeah, yeah. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 level. 나와 되게 원하는 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? What's your touch? Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing it down, 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 down. Try it, but we gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. What you love, but you're not bringing us down.
Yo. Thank you, everybody, for pulling up early. We are just about 1 minute from getting this segment started. So if you can help us out in the bottom right corner by giving this space a like, comment, and retweet so more of us can hear what these lovely panelists have to say, that'll be extremely helpful. But yeah, T-minus 1 minute, guys. Thank you very much. Let's get it.
強くなれる理由を知った僕を連れて進め転がるけどその顔にはくわばる心震える手は掴みたいものがあるそれだけさ夜の匂いに空になんでも変わっていけるのは自分自身だけそれだけさ強くなれる理由を知った僕を連れて進めどうしたって消せない夢も止まれない夢も誰かのために強くなれるなら何度でも立ち上がれ世界に打ちのめされた負ける意味を知ったグレーの花咲き誇れ運命を照らして
Yo, what's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the Web3 Debate Space Marathon. My name is Ice, and this event is hosted by the Socrates platform, a Web3 social-fi program inspired by the spirit of Socratic questioning. Our 24-hour marathon will go on and feature 40-plus renowned industry influencers, culminating in an epic debate happening on January 18th at 4 p.m. UTC. And the topic for this debate is going to be as follows. Will Socrates lead the Web3 industry towards mass adoption? Let's find out. But will we also be posting the debate topic on the Socrates platform and along with an injection of over 100,000 USDT as a bonus package? And in order for you guys to claim the bonus package, you're going to want to go on the Socrates platform and register as a user and vote for the question that you guys want to talk about. And you can do so by checking out the pin tweet up top on the Jumbotron in order to register on Socrates today. So if you guys have any questions on how to do that, please join the Telegram group or message one of our staff members here at Socrates, and our customer support team will be happy to assist you guys. Now, the topic of discussion for this segment of the marathon is all about content creation. So you guys saw the pin tweet. You guys already saw the advertisement. You guys saw the Change Spaces title. And I know many of you guys here on stage and also those in the audience are content creators as well. So this topic will no doubt resonate deeply with many of you guys tuning in today. So I want to talk to you guys. What are your thoughts on content creation in Web3? I want to know the good, the bad, and the ugly. But even though I just said that in that order, I actually want to tackle today's discussion in the reverse order. So we're going to start off with the hardships of content creation, like the bad and the ugly, and gradually progress towards the good. So that way we don't end the segment in a completely depressing manner, all right? All right, cool, good. So the first question I want to discuss for tonight will actually be a quite straightforward one, and that is simply, what do you guys feel is the most difficult obstacle to conquer when it comes to content creation? And just like we did so yesterday, we're going to do it up right today again. I'm going to start things off with an intro of all of our panelists here. So if you guys have been tuning into my shows recently, then you guys will already know what is called an over-the-top introduction. But if you guys haven't heard this before, you guys are about to hear it right now for the first time, because she is the master of good vibes, queen of skateboards, footwear, with over 10 years in the wine industry. She's also my co-host for the Icebreaker Spaces. I call her sister, but you shall address her as Lil Auntie. What's good, homie? How are you doing tonight?
Yo, what's up, everyone? Thank you, Ice, for the over-the-top introduction all the time. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped. I love this topic. And like you said, we're gonna start with the ugly part, right? So, here's the thing. With content creation, are we just talking about Web3 and are we just talking about on X? Because that makes a huge difference, because different social platforms have different kind of algorithms. And it's funny that when me and Ice first got to meet meet each other was through DM on X, and he actually came to me and asking about algorithm questions. I think back then, me and Zero, we were kind of like writing content about how to get more exposure and get more engagement on X, because with Elon Musk situation, with the bought out of X and all the algorithms getting messed up and people getting blocked out of random situations, and it became kind of like irritating for a lot of content creators, because you can just get banned all of a sudden one day when you wake up and you can't really post anything or even DM your friends and tell them that you've been blocked. And that happened to me as well. So back to the topic, the ugly part of content creation is that when you are actually trying to create content on X, maybe less people will see it. And I don't know if you feel this way, but every time when I try to shit post, I get loads of likes and engagements. Like, it could be just like, who's active right now? Or GM and G9 and post a selfie. And then those posts get the most likes. And when I try to, really settle down and write a article about some research paper, let's say, I put a lot of time into writing these and try to use ChatGPT to polish it up. And then no one's even seeing my post. And then I get like super discouraged. I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, I spent an hour in writing an article and nobody's gonna see it. So I guess that's the ugly part. I wish to throw it in today's topic. Like, how can we, I don't really want to name myself as a content creator, because if you go to my posts, I should post all the time still, for engagement farming. I'm sorry, but that's how I'm doing it, because I feel like if I don't get engagement, if I don't get follower counts, then like, it doesn't really matter what I post, because people's not gonna see it. So yeah, there you go. Let's start the topic with algorithm dilemma we're having.
For sure, for sure. So just to make sure we're clear on it, yes, we are talking about content creation on X, because I mean, we're hosting this on the X platform, and yes, every single avenue, every single platform we're on, it has its ins and its outs. It's a little bit different, but for the most part, there are crossovers that I think we can all learn and kind of cross strip that knowledge to other platforms, right? But for all intents and purposes, today we are talking about X, and before I even kind of like rebuttal what you just said, Auntie, I just want to say, yeah, if you're active right now, yeah, that's 1000% shit posting. I'm sorry, but if you're GMing and good nighting other people, that is not shit posting, because first of all, I do that, and nothing that comes out of my account is a shit post.
Well, then I actually want to throw this question here. Do you consider GM post as content creation? Like, that's so serious question we got here.
Mm,
My timeline is full of GM every single morning, and I'm like, I mean, I love it, of course. Like, we get to know each other through GMs, but again, is it content creation? I don't know.
I think this is a very controversial topic, because in terms of content, like, what is content creation? If my mentor and my boy Chris D were up here, he's gonna tell me, hell no, that's not content creation. But here's the thing, right? When it comes to content creation, like, I think it's really important to discuss like what is considered content and what is the purpose of content. If content is meant to entertain, if content is meant to create like bridge these opportunities to get to know people, if under that lens, then yes, I think Good Morning Post can be under the veil of content, and because it allows us to connect with one another, right? Like, just the way that you and I met, Auntie, and as well as Joseph and AC and Isle, like, we all met through GMs one way or another. So can you really say that GM posts are not content in that vein? Like, no, you really can't. But on the flip side, like, I get it. It's very much on that edge, right? It's really, really on that edge of what shit posting is. So if we say, okay, shit posting ain't content, hence GMs are content, see, then that's where I kind of have a problem with it, because I've never been able to truly connect with someone through shit posting. I've never been able to connect with someone saying, hey, are you active right now? Hey, I'm active. Let's be friends. Hey, I'm making a list. Okay, great. That's great. I don't
You
care.
know what, King Ant? King Ant?
Of course.
I actually got to know him like really close through these. Who's active right now? I'm taking
Oh,
notes. I'm like, hey
what?
man, get my name onto that list. I don't see my name on there. And then he's like, okay, I'm your best friend right now. Okay, let's do this.
All right, then you know what, Auntie, I stand corrected. In that particular example, yes, to me that is content, because content to me, as long as it's able to bridge relationships and it's able to entertain someone, I think that's bringing value. And let's be real here. Value is also subjective to the content, like a content consumer, right? Like I might be like a 500,000 follower account, and I don't need your entertainment value. Fine, then to me that is shit posting, and that's not content. But to other people that have maybe 10 to 50 followers, it makes me feel loved if I shitpost and a large account interacts with me. So that feeling of like being interacted with, that feeling of being noticed is really real. So in that vein, I would argue, yes, that is content. And I already know there's going to be a ton of people that have other stuff to say about this or maybe disagreeing. But the last thing I'll say about that, Auntie, before I pass the mic over to Joseph there, is that I think the reason why we spend all these hours writing these research papers and threads, and these take a lot of thought, they take a lot of time, and they might only get 500 impressions and 10 likes and 0 retweets, right? And the reason for that, sadly, is because not only does content have to be compelling and educational, the space meta right now is that like dopamine rushes are taking over, right? That's why we went from Let's Plays to TikTok shorts. People don't want to spend like 1 hour on a video; they want to spend about 60 seconds, and that's it. So with the diminishing attention span, short form content has really taken that stage. So now content has to be really, really short, so it doesn't take up a lot of my time. It needs to be like made for idiots, aka easy to digest. And on Twitter, it take it even a step further and even worse. It needs to be easy to interact with. Like all those facets combined together, it honestly makes it a really, really difficult place to create content, you know? Because I can't just put out what I like. And I get this cliche saying all the time. People come on stage and they say, do what you love, do what you love. Okay, yes, that is one part of the puzzle, yes. Because if you don't do what you love, you're gonna burn out, right? But it goes way beyond just doing what you love. You have to craft and formulate your content and present it in such a way that is easy to digest, easy to interact with. And that is why GMs do so well. Because I don't really need to read anything. As long as I see GM at the top of your post, I can just throw down a GM and move on with my day, even if you have something attached to that, right? So, Auntie, like I completely get your struggle. I 1000% agree. The compelling content is not getting the love that it truly deserves, and then maybe there's something that we can do to change that, and maybe we can discover a little bit alluding to that in today's discussion. But thank you so much for that, Auntie. And I do want to throw the mic over to our next speaker on the panel here. In case you guys missed the introduction yesterday, we're going to do it all over again. Don't you worry. This guy woke up super early for me, so shout outs to you, Joseph. I just blurred your name out. Damn it. Wasn't supposed to do that. But this man is senior marketing BD with with over a decade of experience, right? In project management and market research. And more importantly, Joseph is our head moderator over at Icebreaker TV. So please, without further ado, I want to welcome my man, Joseph, to the stage. What's going on, my brother? How are you doing?
A GM, guys. My goodness. First of all, I do think GM posts is really, really good if you are trying to connect with other people. Like there are no other ways you can connect with other people. Like let's put it into a assumption, right? You make a research paper out of it. Even if I wrote you a very sort of like a compelling comment saying that your post is great and whatnot, we wouldn't get connect like that instant, because it requires you as the owner, you have to think truly about like what should I reply, right? Like should I just say a thank you or something like that? So I'll say attention is the new currency, right? Like the cost of communicating with you, if let's say it's really cheap, it gets easier for us to get connect. So GM post is definitely something that we should do. I mean, even for me, right, as a small account, I'm sort of like the reply guy on X. So yeah.
Yeah, bro, I get that completely, man. That laziness goes both ways, as the original poster and also as a reply person. If it takes me more than like 2 seconds for me to reply, or if it takes me worse than 2 seconds to say GM, I'm also sitting here thinking, damn, is this guy worth more than 2 seconds of my time? It's so stupid. That's how, but that is the way it works, If you GM me and I can GM you back, right? But if you say something like, hey guys, so good to see you. How was your weekend yesterday? What did you have for dinner? What are you doing today? How's your dog? How's the weather over there? Up in there in Canada. I'm just like, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that and move on to the next. Like
I mean, sometimes you felt reluctant to reply on personal stuff, like that. I mean, at least that is for my part. Like, if you are always asking how's my day, I'll be like, I'm having a shitty mood right now, but I still gotta inform you that I'm having a great day right now. Yeah, bro. Like, let's keep on with our life right now.
And bro,
It's
you
so
want to talk
frustrating
about it in a
sometimes.
DM, bro?
Yeah,
It's not
true,
feeling
man.
good. Shall we talk in the DM?
and then it never happens. Like, yeah, hey, let's.
And then say, okay, let's check it out. And then just you never really go check it.
Have you ever got messages? It's like, hey Joseph, hey Auntie, or hey Ice, let's connect. And then you're like, hey, let's connect, and you do the hand, the cliche shaking
And
emoji.
then you like the message, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly. And you know why? It goes back to the same thing that we were talking about, right? Because truly connecting with someone, it takes time. It's not just one GM and call it a day. No, it takes time to truly know someone and get a feel about what their personality and character are. So until I always say this, GMs are great, but and this is where the whole is it a content thing? It becomes kind of controversial because if we view it in the scope of GM is making that initial connection, then yes, then no, then GMs are not content. But here's the thing: it's really important that GMs establishes that initial connection. But what's more important is actually we can break past the GMs, whether that's through a Discord call, whether that's through talking in spaces like we're doing right now, or like Wansi said, taking it to DMs. If you can make it past just the surface on the GM part, then I think, yes, this should be considered content and it definitely has its value. But Joseph, we completely just ranted on past the point, and I wanted to get your take here before I threw the mic over to AC. And that is, personally for yourself, what do you think is the most difficult obstacle to conquer when it comes to content creation?
What is the most difficult one? I think I'm having a difficulty right now because I'm actually crafting a post on a certain NFT projects, and one of the things, I mean, if you're doing a research, right, all the information are easily obtained through their website and also other people's thread. But if you're trying to make it a little bit more original, right, like other than just put it into ChatGPT and ask it to help you refine the whole writings and whatnot. I mean, in terms of content creation, I do believe like having our own writing style and having our own that sort of like a branding behind it. It's something really difficult, and I'm trying to overcome it as well because I've been on X for like I don't know, like almost a year right now, and I'm learning every day. I've been sort of like hopping on classes. I even went for NFT God content creation classes as well. Why? The reason why behind it is because I'm not a English native speaker, right? Like in order for me to write English, I have to make sure my writings is sort of like concise and is sort of like well delivered, right? But if as a Chinese, if you are constantly translating Mandarin into English, right, that path of translation sometimes get lost in right in the middle because Mandarin and English are a little bit different, right? We when we try to translate certain stuff, it gets messy and whatnot. This is the hardest part for me right now. Like I'm trying to find my own writing style, but I'm a Chinese. I'm trying to translate my writings from Mandarin to English, and it takes time for me to make sure that it doesn't get messy at the end of the day. So to me, if you're asking about content creation, I think this is the toughest part for me right now. Like trying to make it, well delivered.
Yeah, bro, I feel you on that completely. Not in the exact sense that like in the exact same situation, but I know you know what I'm talking about. For me, I'm the opposite, right? For me, it's like when I have to say something in Chinese, I gotta think about it in English and be like, okay, what do I want to say? 我想要说什么? Like it takes time for someone to really go from one language to another. So like, and I can't even do the writing part in Chinese. So like massive kudos to you, man, for being able to write out these research papers in English. That's actually incredibly impressive. That's way more difficult than the stuff that I'm dealing with, bro. Like, I don't know if you realize that.
I mean, even for conversation, it's the same thing. Like when you are used to English, right, and you are trying to translate English to Mandarin, it takes time, right? Like the pause, the stutter, and everything. You know, you get what I'm trying to say here. For me, I think it's the same thing. Like attending spaces, right? We have to deliver this sort of speech to other people for them to understand, and it to me, I think you have to put in a lot of reps in terms of the training. Like you have to make sure that the things that you are thinking right now are the same when you sort of like deliver it out through speeches, right? It goes back to content creation as well.
Yep, it definitely does. And you know, I think like it's like writing to me is much more difficult because like I think in terms of because like everybody has their own style of learning, right? Like we got the tactile learners, we have the auditory learners, which is what I am. I'm an auditory learner. So for me to listen and be able to learn through audio, it's a lot quicker. So when you want me to actually like read and write something in Chinese, like damn, that is, to me, that's the most difficult thing. But the fact that you're able to so fluently like go between both language and both reading, writing, like and all that, man, it's incredibly impressive, Joseph. So much kudos to you. But yeah, I want to take this chance and then pass the mic over to our next speaker. About the same question, what do you feel is the most difficult obstacle to conquer when it comes to content creation? And our next speaker, she is one of the most talented voice actresses that I know. She's an incredible Spaces host, top of the line community manager, and she's also, of course, one of my co-hosts for the Icebreaker TV live stream show. Welcome to the stage, AC. How are you doing today, homie?
I am doing very good. This is kind of a new avenue for me as well as like the topic yesterday. So I'm looking forward to learning more from the people in the audience and the people on the panel. So I'm so glad to be here. I think one of the biggest challenges from my perspective of like just starting out is using your experience to create content that is actually going to feel organic to the way that you discourse, with people. And I think making that connect with your brand is also like that, taking that next step further and taking on that deeper challenge. Mostly because I don't really know what my voice is and haven't for a while, but I'm starting to get to know that. So I think it's really part of that journey. I think if you aren't naturally that type of a person that can just put out these posts with they're informative and engaging just by themselves, so that's a high communication skill. And if you have to work at it a lot more, you have to try to figure out your audience, your followers, and what they want to engage with, what they are looking for in information and entertainment. It's a journey. It's an entire process if that doesn't come very naturally to you. So I think looking at it from any perspective, though, I think each individual person has a lot to take those individual steps, on that journey. Because right now, I feel that there's a growing difficulty in continuing to be a content creator because people are expecting higher quality content, stuff that is not just entertaining, stuff that it has that element of information, or you have a lot more satire that is involved in the entertainment. There's a lot more knowledgeable people out there that are putting out content, and I love to see it. It creates that high bar for standard, and so I think, yeah, there's a lot that is challenging for me. If I look at every facet, there's difficulty in almost every avenue, and I love hearing from people like Joseph, because his story and how he's overcoming that difficulty and concentrating on what quality he's producing, that's inspiration. right there. And I love to see it because it can put my journey into perspective. So it's the other thing that I kind of want to ask is, in the biggest challenge, how has branding affected me, or anybody too that's on the panel, because that's been like my biggest thought process over the course of months.
Wow. So first of all, AC, I'm loving that background music. I don't know if that's just your studio or if that is like you're in a lounge right now, but whatever you got going on, that's a vibe. And I wish I was there right now. And secondly, yes, connecting to your brand. It's one of the most difficult things for us to actually do, because I'm like, anybody can be a content creator, right? We hear this all the time, but is that really true? I don't think it is, because like, to be a content creator, there's so many things that you have to consider. And this is something that we've spoken about on previous spaces, but let's say here again for our new audience members. And it's that when you're in the realm of content creation, there's 3 pillars that you guys really want to make sure you never forget. Okay. Number 1, you have to do something that you love. Because if you don't do something that you love, you pretend you're doing something for something else, eventually you're going to hate what you're doing, and eventually you will burn out, right? So number 1, do what you love. Number 2, do what you're good at. Because if you're doing something that you're not good at, eventually people will call out the bullshit. And if there's no value to be attained through your content, then people are going to go to the next expert. It's just that easy. And number 3, know your target market, or as AC just said, know your audience. So when you're able to combine these 3 pillars of doing what you love, doing what you're good at, and knowing your target audience, then you have a successful content stream, because there's a constant flow of people that are into your content, and you are also good at it, and most importantly, you're happy doing it. Because the last thing you want to do is your target audience, you're good at it, but damn, I really hate this. You're going to burn out, right? Or maybe you really love doing it and you know your target audience, but damn, you suck ass at it. Then you know what? Then it's not going to work out either. Or if you do what you love and you know what you're good at, but you're trying to hit the wrong audience, then if you miss just one pillar of any of these 3, like, things can go down south super, super quickly. And earlier you said something about the difficulty in content creation, which this is something that actually really, really resonates with me, because I don't know if you guys know the content creators, they're YouTubers. One guy named Tom Scott, and then another named Matt Pat, huge in the gaming scene. And they actually announced that after almost being in this scene for a decade, you guys, these guys are quitting. These guys are quitting March of this year. And like, especially like Matt Pat, he is one of my like content creation heroes. Honestly, I'm super, super inspired by Matt Pat. And over multiple millions of subscribers, over 3 different channels on YouTube. It's insane, right? Like, I know you guys are thinking like, wow, if I were in that position, I would never quit. But that's the thing. And it's like one of the reasons in this rationale of him and his wife and family doing this for over a decade is that he knows his target audience and he's extremely good at it, mind you, right? But somewhere along the lines of it, it went from something that he loved to something that he dreaded. And that thing that he spoke of was that, yes, he loves doing this, but he hates spending he hates staying up until 4 a.m. in the morning. He hates being away from his wife. He hates taking that time away from his kids, because those are time in his life that he will never get back. And that got me thinking, like, obviously none of us are, maybe not, I can't say that. Some of you guys are. I'm not at that level yet, but I'm just thinking, damn, if I were at that level, like, would I throw in the towel? Like, I don't know. It's hard to envision that, It's really hard to envision quitting a multi-million-dollar platform to like going back to like the normal life. But I suppose if you have that money in the bank, like, you can say that with a lot more stuff to lean back on. It's like, okay, yeah, I got a couple of $1 billion. I can step back and spend some time with my kids, I suppose. So I guess it all comes down to a matter of perspective. But AC, to your point, yes, then content creation, there definitely is a lot of difficulty, and there definitely is a lot of people thinking about quitting at any given time. And I know both you and I have been through those dark times as well. And I'm actually, during my darkest hours, I considered tapping out. And honestly, if it wasn't for people like you, AC, Auntie, Isle, and Joseph, I probably wouldn't be here. But hey, fast forward 6 months, and here we are doing this shit still. So, so maybe we're not doing it so bad. But AC, one last thing before I toss the mic to over to Al. In your personal journey thus far, in the past half a year that you've been creating content in the space, I know we talked about branding, and I know we talked about like wanting to tap out. But is there any one specific example that like rings the loudest in your head about being like the most difficult part during your content creation journey thus far?
Wow, that it might not be as big of a question to a lot of people, but that's actually a big question to me because of my personal mental health journey. I guess everything is a journey for me today. But I have dealt with anxiety, and this space does not interact well with people that carry things like that. And there's a lot of people that I have personally come in contact with, had many conversations with, that deal with this on a daily basis. It exacerbates a lot of that, those symptoms for people. And there have been times where it was a significant enough effect on my mental health that I would have walked away. Like I would have closed my computer and deleted all the apps on my phone and walked away from Web3 completely. And I think the biggest help for me at that point was having that IRL connection. In a way, and this might seem like weird to tie it back to IRL, but being doxxed to a few people actually has been that IRL connection for me, because I don't have a lot of IRL interaction with people. I don't have like a large family. I don't have a large group of friends here. So most of my human contact is in this anonymous space. But when you're looking at high output and you have any kind of anxiety, any kind of, if you're a perfectionist and you can't let things go, having somebody to make sure that your gauge is balanced, that you are not hitting that high stress level, that you are not gauging yourself by standards that you cannot meet 100% of the time. No one can be that high energy 100% of the time. It is not physically possible. And to demand anything else is doing yourself and your followers a very, very great disservice. So, just a quick message and saying, I'm really struggling today. Just need some perspective, and being able to get on a call with them, because it helped me to understand that I am literally just a human being on this app, and I'm doing something, but it's not that heavy a weight in my life. It's part of what I do. It's something that I can contribute to the overall system that we're involved with, the ecosystem. And I really am starting to grow to love that social interaction because of that reason, because I'm just a human being, and I might be able to pull somebody else out into that same level that I'm at, because I was at a different position. I was somebody else, months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago. And that really helps me to keep my eyes on where I want to be, and to kind of like watch my energy level, my output, and understand what I can demand from myself too. So sorry for the long answer on that, but it was kind of a lot more involved for me than maybe like a general answer.
Oh no, not at all. Never be sorry, AC. We introduced you as one of the best voice actresses in the space for a reason. I'm pretty sure all of us can just listen to you for hours. But also, I caught that in the background there. That's a Castle in the Sky from Studio Ghibli. Shout out to Studio Ghibli. Really like that. Anyway, but like, damn, you really, it's I know, because I know I was also there, right, with you during parts of the story that you told. So I obviously understood a little bit more about what you're saying, more than our audience members here. So, you know, all I can say is like our mental tenacity tank. It's not infinite. Not sugarcoating anything. There's only so much bullshit that we can put up with before we inevitably crash and burn. And it's just that having that, I guess this is something that you wanted to do, having that personal accountability group, having a network of friends, and whether you're doxxed or not, really, just having people around you on that same journey to uplift each other, to be like, hey, AC, like, hey, Auntie, Joseph, like, are you guys doing okay? Because you know what, I'm not doing okay. But if you don't have anybody like that in your group, sometimes we always relegate to suffering in silence. And this is a huge problem in the space because the whole Web3 culture kind of tells us to, like, hey, are you active right now? Like, that's not just a meme. That's actually insinuating that people should be active all the goddamn time. And that's not right because people need rest. And that's the other spectrum of the meme. Hey, like, go touch some grass, get that R&R, because we are always being told to nonstop grind. And while that sounds funny and maybe even motivational sometimes, if you do that every single day, you will not be able to keep that up because at the end of the day, just like you said, AC, we are all just human beings. And I guess except for me, whatever. I'm an anime boy with blue hair, whatever. And except for Isle, he's a freaking cat, right? but AC, thank you so much for that. That was a really deep and moving explanation and answer that you gave. Truly touched, and really thank you so much for sharing that vulnerable moment with us here on stage in public. Really, really do appreciate you, and you inspire the hell out of me, AC. But we referenced the cat joke, we referenced Al, so I guess this is no better opportunity to introduce our next panelist, and you guys probably know him as the local RWA god, but I know him as the tech genius. Like, straight up, this guy is one of the smartest people that I know in this space. He is the legendary Marauder tech support and my personal bodyguard, because I really need one right now. Al Marauder, welcome to the stage, baby. How you doing tonight?
Dude, like, how am I supposed to follow up with a take like AC's? That was incredible, AC. Seriously, like, I was listening the whole time, and you like put me in my feels, and I was like, damn. And I felt like I called it out. You know, you're on a castle in the sky kind of vibe, and I'm more of like a Tales from Earthsea kind of vibe right now. Just the worst Studio Ghibli movie ever. I don't know if any of you have seen it. It is awful. Do not watch that movie. I thought that all those studios films were amazing, and then I watched that and I said, "What is going on right now? Like, this is terrible." But I guess I'll try to follow up with that. But I mean, I just wanted to say thank you for having me up on here, guys, and it's always a pleasure. Seriously, I love talking to all of you. You guys are just so freaking awesome, man. But I guess what's the question so we can kind of like work it back. I don't want to just start rant up here, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I think one of the worst Studio Ghibli films is that Firefly one, tied up with like the delivery girl. I can't remember, but anyway, I digress. The topic is: what do you guys feel is the most difficult obstacle to conquer when it comes to content creation?
Okay. Yeah, that movie was pretty awful too, I guess. But go watch Tales from Earthsea. Seriously, that movie will set you back. Now that we're talking about Studio Ghibli flicks, I'm just saying, just go watch it on HBO Max, and you will be like, "Why? What's happening?" Anyways, like the most difficult obstacles, honestly, for any kind of content creation is, I feel like, in especially in just from my personal perspective, it is staying on top of everything, like, because you have to be connected like 24/7. You have to know like the trends going on. You have to know like current events happening constantly all the time in order to like remain relevant in the space, because like you could be working on a piece of content for like 4 weeks, and the thousands of other people that have been like creating many pieces of content within that time frame will be more relevant than you in the algorithm. And so like your content is going to be like washed to the wayside if it's not consistent and not quick enough. And that forces you to stay up to date and like stay connected 24/7, which is really tough for someone like me who I I came to this space coming from a background of like zero social media. Like I had Facebook, I had Instagram that I never used, and I just didn't really care for social media too much. Like, I checked Facebook for people's birthdays and to post about like important life events. That was it. That was it. And I just didn't really care for it. And then like here I am in Web3 coming to Twitter, and like now Twitter is like all I use. Or sorry, X. Jesus, like I can't get used to that. Like X is all I use now. And like yeah, I'm on like, you know, a newsletter, or I'm doing stuff on Instagram too sometimes, but it's very rare that I'm like off this app. So I find myself checking this app all the time now for like news updates and current events and what's happening. So I can like, you know, maybe make, you know, a quick piece of content on it, or like make something funny, or make a funny post about it, or make an educational post about it or something. So I feel like that is the largest obstacle in my mind, is that it just being connected, because honestly we're not meant to be like that. You know, as humans, we're not supposed to be wired to this stuff 24/7, receiving information all the time. Like you need to turn off sometimes. You need to just like disconnect and unwind, and it's really tough when you're a content creator.
Oh my god, I was on mute. What the heck was going on? Jesus.
Yeah, I was about to say, are you rugging? Oh no.
I was mute on the soundboard. I completely forgot. But no, what I was saying is that is actually a take that I've never heard before, even outside of this space. Like the struggle of staying connected. Like that's honestly, that's the first time I've ever heard that, man. And now that I think back, it's it really does it really does hit a heartstring, because now that I think about it, like, you know, like the whole meta of being like, okay, Twitter API, for example, right? If you don't post something for one day, like then like Twitter will punish you for it. And all of a sudden, 24 hours later, your post is all of a sudden not doing as well as it did like 2 days ago. And you're sitting there wondering, what the heck did I do wrong? It's not that your post sucks. It's just that when you are not consistent for every single day, 24 hour after 24 hour, Twitter will deboost your post just because you're not consistent. And tying back to what you just said, Isle, is that need to constantly stay connected, it became like a part of like hardwired into our system, because nobody wants to get deboosted, right? Nobody wants to lose that momentum. So like, to stay connected in the space every single day, like day after day, time after time, posting the same old boring shit, it's tough. And you know what's even tougher? Posting compelling new content every single day to stay connected. And honestly, bro, I think that's why a lot of us here have relegated to shit posting and doing GMs, because let's be real, it's tough as fuck to constantly have new compelling content day after day and be interesting all the time. Like it's tough, man. It is really, really tough.
It's are you still talking? I think you
No.
you're not. I was gonna say it's definitely one of the harder jobs, I feel like, because people like see content creators and they're like, oh, like, you know, that looks fairly simple, and like it's not. Honestly, it really isn't. It's a very demanding position to put yourself in.
100%, bro. And real quick, I want to just toss this question back to you before we reset the room and move on to the next topic of discussion here. And it's the same thing I asked AC, really. If you had to pick like just one specific example throughout your content creation journey that you found the most difficult, like what would that one moment be for you?
Honestly, just trying not to sound like a boomer. Like on my posts, like, because I have such an old soul, dude. I have such an old soul, and it's so hard to like not like be like not, I don't know, like I'm myself. I do exhume like my own like personality through my posts, but I have to like modify the wording in such a way to make me not sound like old, because I don't know what it is, but like throughout my time in social media, and also like just like including Facebook, including like, Instagram, like all of my posts, when I look back on them, like they just sound so like lame, and they sound like they came from like a freaking grandpa, and it's just like, oh god. So I think that was the hardest part, was like adjusting the style of words I use, and adjusting my writing style, that like to attract more attention, because in my writing style, I'm trying to convey educational content, and I'm trying to make it not sound boring, you know, because educational content can get pretty boring. And trying to make it somewhat entertaining has probably been the most difficult thing I'm still tackling with to this day.
Well, there's really nothing wrong with that, Isle. I love old souls. I think old people are my favorite.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Of course you do, Your Honor. Of course.
My favorite kind of people. Nobody is gonna get that joke. Like literally nobody. No, we like 10 people just like
because nobody see your content. They only GM
exactly.
you.
they don't DM me back. They don't watch it. They don't listen to my voice acting. If you guys have any idea what we're talking about right now, then yeah, that's a cue for you guys to not just GN us and actually click the damn video and listen to the dumb jokes that we're making. But we find it funny. Hopefully some of you guys find it funny as well. And if we can even bring one laughter to the people up in here in this space, then the content is worth producing in our eyes. But thank you so much for that take, Al. And I want to take this opportunity to quickly reset the room and reset the topic of discussion, because we talked about the bad and the ugly, right? So we want to kind of spin things towards a little bit more positive now. But before we get into any of that, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are enjoying the conversation that we're having on stage right now, please help us out and go to that bottom right and like, comment, and retweet the spaces so more people can hear what these amazing, amazing panelists have to say. But guys, the second question that I want to ask you guys tonight is, in terms of content creation, right? Why do you guys feel the content creation is such an attractive industry to be in? Because we always hear like, oh, we like to like complain about certain things, like content creation is hard, it's so difficult to make it, da 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 da, and a lot of people quit. Right? These are all very truthful things that we've spoken about. But at the end of the day, there's so many of us here on stage. There's so many of you guys listening down in the audience, and dare I say, probably more than half of us here are content creators to some degree. So, question again, why do you guys think content creation is such an attractive industry to be in? And we're going to throw it to Auntie and then Joseph. But yeah, Auntie, stage is yours.
Right. The good part. Okay. So, well, first up, I think content creation is about expressing ourselves, right? And, we get to share our unique ideas and passion here on X anytime, anywhere. And for me, like talking about marketing, Web3, footwear, like wine, alcohol. I'm trying to cut down alcohol, by the way. By the way, I haven't been drinking like since the first day of this year. I need a yeah. So that's some good stuff going on with my life. Thank you. All right. So like for me, talking about these and also talking about NFTs is sharing a part of who I am. And I feel like everybody here, people like to express themselves. And I think the most fascinating part is that we get to meet like-minded people and grow our network here on X, on anywhere, social media. And I feel like you can connect with people from different backgrounds, different locations, and also, like make an impact on other people's life. And it's not just about numbers, the metrics we're looking at, on the post and stuff. It's really about making meaningful connections and meaningful impact. And I think that's a really cool part, really cool part of content creation. And then I do want to mention about like another big wing of content creation is that the freedom, right? Because people who work as a content creator, they can actually, like set their own schedule. They don't have to, hop on the bus and then wake up 6 a.m. and go to the office. So we can work from anywhere, anytime we like, and choose the topics we like to talk about and choose the area of interest that we are actually, good at. So I feel like that could be the dreams of a lot of people, right? So I guess that's the two main part that I feel content creation has the charm for.
So again, that's establishing meaningful connections and having that flexibility in your schedule, the freedom. Is that correct?
Definitely freedom, flexibility, accessibility, and also another part is the connection, the real connection we're building here, and also expressing ourselves. Because a lot of times, like for me, like I really want my voice to be heard, and I know that like a lot of small accounts on this platform, um, you know me, I'm all about helping small voices and small accounts. I'm a reply girl for sure. So I just want, like people to know that they are valuable and their voice matter. And I think that's another like huge part of us being on X is to encourage each other and to support each other no matter what the post is about. Even if it's just a GM and who's active, I'm always active. I'm always gonna reply your shit post. So there we go.
Okay, so note to self: start shit posting and tag Auntie Paka. Okay, that's great. Thank you. But damn, like I really do get both of those things. Like it comes down to like the meaningful connection part. Yeah, and so it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because like at the same time we just discussed it. If you want to stay in the content creation game long term, you got to do something that you love, right? So in saying that, it kind of weeds out it weeds out a certain amount of audience because not everybody is going to love the stuff that you do, right? It's true. But on the flip side, if you create the content that you enjoy creating over a longer period of time, eventually you will capture the attention from those people that actually love your style of content. And when people like that start connecting with you, just like the five of us have connected right here, it becomes a lot more different because we're no longer just making connections out of very speculative or very surface level things. No, we're actually making meaningful connections because over time, we figured out that we all have this common interest. And honestly, that's a really, really hard thing to find. Like, even though we're all here talking about Web3, crypto space, whatever, it's beyond money making. It's really tough to create that meaningful connection, you know? And when you spoke of freedom, it sent me down this rabbit hole. And I'll throw this back to you real fast before going to Joseph. Is that because when we think freedom, what are we really talking about? We're talking about time, right? And because and because time is our most precious commodity, and like what you do with your time is so important because it's not just like our mental tenacious capacity. Time is also not infinite. So, Mike, the question I want to bounce back to you, Auntie, is that now that we are in this content creator scene, and you mentioned that it has given you a lot more freedom with more time, what new quality of life changes have you experienced since you became a content creator?
All right. This is kind of like a flip side of what I was just saying. You know, the freedom part, because you mentioned like you have to be consistent, right? Before I answer your question, let me just clarify. You know, freedom. What I mean by freedom is that you get to work whenever you feel like, which is like almost 24/7 for content creators. Because like you get this freedom, but the thing is that once you wake up, once you open up your eyes, you actually getting onto your phone and getting onto the laptop and start creating. That's what I'm talking about. So I guess it could be, I mean, it's motivating, right? Like it boosts your dopamine and stuff, but again, you get easily burnt out if you don't plan it ahead and if you don't write the things that you're actually interested and passionate about. So right, so back to your question. What are the good qualities, did you say? What are the good qualities or good change that happened to me after I started content creating? All right. So I damn, I don't know. I just feel like I've made so many good friends and connections, and that definitely make me more happy. Because, all right, let's put it this way. So I was kind of isolated before I know you guys. I was kind of isolated because of the pandemic and all the social cutoff that I experienced um back in 2021. Yeah, so then I discovered the gem of NFTs and these JPEGs that costing a fortune. And I was thinking about who would be dumb enough to to buy these JPEGs. And it turns out like I'm one of them. And it turns out there are so many dumbass online that I can connect to. So it feels like, oh my God, I finally found my tribe. And that's the feeling you were talking about, Ice. You know, like we find our own niche. It doesn't really matter like how popular you are, if your post is going viral, are people liking my post? No, that's not the most important part. The most important part is you can actually be yourself and you can actually attract the people who are like-minded and people who are actually vibing with you. And I think that's definitely the best part I've experienced since I started this content creation journey.
Yeah. We're all JPEG loving dumbasses, but you know what? We couldn't be happier. Uh, but really, it's these dumb JPEGs have truly allowed us to find our tribe, like you said, right? And maybe this quality of change, this life buff, maybe it's not applicable for everyone, and I know it isn't. But for a lot of us here in the space, we are introverts, so we're not the best at public situations. We're not the best at public speaking. We're not the best at going out there and mingling and making friends. Like that's just not our cup of tea. So having this, like having the freedom to do that behind a computer screen, like that is so it's so empowering, you guys. Like you don't understand. Like some people actually have spent years and years like struggling to fit in, right? Struggling to make friends like during your secondary school, university, post-secondary, whatever. And even sometimes in workplaces, sometimes we are that guy or girl that struggles making friends with coworkers. But now all of a sudden, because that's not our playing field, right? But now all of a sudden, in a realm of Web3 behind a computer screen. And this sounds cliche, but it's 100% true. And it's that on the internet, you can be whoever you want to be. So what doesn't it just make more sense if we're online and we're mingling to be the most confident version of ourselves, to be the best version of ourselves and on Web3? So then maybe one day while we meet IRL, we can take that confidence and translate that to meeting these people in real life in Web2. Because honestly, like I've witnessed people manifesting this in the, like, not even just in the space, but specifically within Icebreaker TV. You know, I've seen people go from like really not even having that courage to say anything to now coming on stage, hosting shows, carrying conversations, like seeing this stuff happen right before my eyes. It's absolutely mind blowing. But honestly, like I'm so happy to hear that answer from you, and I'm so happy to know that we're all dumbasses in this pot. But you know, at least we found our people.
No, it's like I can never spit out dumbass in real life during an office meeting. So I can so like here I can say whatever I want. So that's the charm of Web3. I'm sorry, but you're dumbass JPEG lovers.
Yeah. Being I
Okay,
guess
don't cancel me. Okay, that was a joke. That was a joke.
we'll add that to the list. Thank you, Auntie. Very good, very good. All right, you're dismissed. Thank you. Just kidding, just kidding. But no, I really do love that. And I will remember that forever, Auntie. That's a fantastic saying. You should absolutely use that as a post one day. We're all dumbasses, and we couldn't be happier. Let's fucking go. Oof! Wow, this that joke of a question got deep real fast. But damn, it's gonna be a tough one to follow up on, Joseph. I don't know how ready you are, but I wanted to ask you the same thing, bro. What do you think content creation is such an attractive industry for you to be in right now?
First of all, I don't see myself as an introvert in real life. I'm actually extrovert, to be honest. Like I can get along with a lot of different people, especially because I was doing all this property stuff back in the day. So I tend to have this sort of like magic to get along with a lot of different people, especially when they are from different sectors, right? I've met different people from different sectors throughout my 10 years journey, right? But whenever I come to Web3, I find myself being a little bit introvert. I can't really speak to other people. I'm not used to sort of like using an earphone and communicate with other people. And right now I have a mic, I have a webcam just to communicate with other people. This is not something that I'm really used to back in the days, right? And in terms of content creation itself, this is something that I recently just found out, like about a year ago. I see that we as humans are all content creators. It's just that we don't know how to really express ourselves. Like I thought of about the days when I closed Ferrari, you know, at the age of like 25. If I'm able to put this out as a content back then, it would be really helpful towards my career, right? But I'm not sort of like how should I put it? I'm not involved in all the scene. Like I have a Facebook, I have an Instagram, just like Al, but I never really utilize all these apps to let other people know that what I do in real life, right? And only about like a year ago, I'm 30 this year. Like I just found out like if I'm able to express myself on the internet, I'm able to let other people know that what I wanted in my life, maybe I can make something different, right? But as I delve into this quote unquote content creation and Web3, I find that even though we call ourselves as a content creator, we tend to sell ourselves short as well. Like we have this anxiety of letting other people know that what we are good at, of or things that we wanted to achieve in life. Like I've been communicating with a lot of different creators throughout the months, right? one of the common things that I find is that, yes, we really wanted to express ourselves. We really wanted to let the world know what we are all about, right? But we are afraid of letting other people know too much about us. Like what is our most highest goal? What is our most, wanted dreams or something like that? We are afraid of letting other people know. So when we are talking about content creation, I think it is really a double-edged sword. Like, yes, we can freely express ourselves, but we are also afraid of letting other people know what is our most utmost dreams or something like that. So I think like we have to learn how to express ourselves first before talking about like content creation. Yeah, we can call other people dumb as JPEG lovers or something like that. But if, let's say, we have to put it into a much more serious tone, I think we as human, we should really need to learn how to communicate with ourselves first before becoming a content creator.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I think you hit it on the dot. I think the one part that you really spoke to me about is it's actually, it can be summed up by imposter syndrome, right? Like, I think being vulnerable and having the guts to share something or to kind of face those fears is one thing, but really being scared because that feeling that, like, damn, we want to create this content, but at the same time we think that somebody else is already doing it better. So why even bother? Like, that's such a negative way to think, and it affects so many of us. And I just, based on the reaction, just seeing right now, like, I know a lot of you guys also feel the same way. But and I'm not saying like I've conquered this fear or anything. I feel this imposter syndrome knocking at the front door every single day as well. But like, well, one thing I do tell myself, and maybe this could be helpful to you guys as well, is that, like, yes, imposter syndrome will happen to everyone. Yes, there is always going to be someone out there doing whatever you're doing 10 times, 100 times better than you. But the thing is that maybe, just maybe, the people that those guys like, or the people that follow them, they're not your same social circle. They're not your same algo cluster. So just because we're doing the same thing, it doesn't mean that we share the same audience. It doesn't mean that we're all in the same, immersified in the same world. It's just like one retail store that sells like different things. There's multiple retail stores all over the world, right? Why are there different retail stores if they're all selling the same thing? It's a matter of location. It's a matter of the people that they're being exposed to. So just because we're creating the same style of content, we shouldn't be discouraged because someone else is already doing it better. Because there will be people that may vibe with that content, but really, really hate that content creator. And then they really, really love you. So we still stick by the same mantra, like, do something that you're good at and make sure it's something that you love. But it doesn't really matter because we don't share the exact same target market as everyone else. So even if it discourages us, just keep on trucking away because our networks are not the same. And that's kind of like my little spiel on how I view and try to like combat imposter syndrome, if that makes any sense. But actually, during your whole explanation, Joseph, I'm not really sure if we actually got to the question exactly, which is like, why do you like being a content creator?
Yeah, I think I have to explain myself again. Like, why do I love being a content creator in this point of time, right? Is because that I think that I learned how to express myself, and I wish that I can do more, right? Like, in terms of like letting other people know what are the obstacles that I'm currently facing. I mean, one of the obstacles that I faced throughout last year was to be able to speak on spaces, right? And you guys are sort of like the witness of my journey here. Like, I managed to conquer the obstacles already, and also I managed to put this out as a content for other people to see, right? And it resulted to having people sending DMs and asking how I managed to conquer this public speaking thing. And I have met a lot of different people who are not English native speakers as well, and they were asking me like, how am I able to learn English so quickly in a short period of time? Then I can explain myself, like, this is what I do. I have a sort of like a method in learning and whatnot. And all this comes into like how should I put it, like things that excite me day in day out, right? Like, okay, so this is what it meant to be a content creator, and I can influence other people to not be afraid and come on stage and speak. So yeah, this is the good part of being a content creator.
The good part of being a content creator. Let's fucking go, Joseph. Honestly, man, your transformation in this journey has been absolutely amazing. Like, just seeing you go from 1 to 2, from 2 to 5, and now from 5 to 50. Like, damn, man, I can't wait to see like what will happen to you over the course of the next year. So big ups to you, Joseph. Thank you so much for sharing that. And real quick, before I toss the mic to AC, I do want to say we do have some new friends joining us on on stage. We got Big Boy and we got Simulations. These two guys are some of my favorite people. Simulations, thank you for always joining our events. And Big Boy, I'm never going to forget that class space that we had together. That was one of the most hilarious, funny moments that I've ever had in the space, in Twitter spaces, mind you. But before we get to the hands, I do want to toss the mic to AC and then to Isle, and then we'll get to Simulations and to Big in that order. All right. But please, AC, why do you feel that content creation is such an attractive industry to be in right now, despite everything that's been said in the space already?
Well, that's like, stopping a lot of momentum here, going off of the philosophical aspects of what we just were on. But I feel like in a weird way, the reasons that the content creation kind of avenue is enticing to some is also its most challenging parts. So sometimes it's that attention you really want to get attention. It makes you feel like you are validated. It makes you feel like you're producing something that is of value. There's also, the monetization opportunity. It's actually a growing industry where it's being taken quite seriously by very good name brand, high profile companies, and it's a way of interacting with their targeted customer base in a way that they haven't done before. It's very personal in that way. So if you bring it down to just like for me, oh goodness, I'm not too entirely certain why do I find it very good attractive. Probably because of the human interaction. Getting that completely organic connection with people has been the biggest reason why I pursued content creation. And secondary to that would be to test my creativity. How far could I push myself? How far can I envision myself going with this type of business, because it is a facet of what I want to work in. And that's an entirely different prospect than just doing it for entertainment value or just to interact with people. So I think as a professional working in Web3, having a bit of experience in it, even if I don't continue on with it, I think you need to have a good understanding of the flow of it to continue on in this space, especially at a core team member position. You understand the give and take of where your targeted market is, along with being able to continue to keep that very much more personal connection with your community. So I just think personally it's of value, and professionally it's of value to me.
Well, every time you open your mouth, geez, it just goes from deep to deeper. Just like, wow, super inspirational always. I think the human to human connection part, I feel like that's where it starts. Like, because to be like, especially us, like people like you and I, AC, we don't have that that crazy network IRL. Like we don't have that human to human connection that's readily available and accessible for people like us. So having the opportunity to get that in this content creation industry, it's definitely a bonus. And honestly, for us, it might even be the most important thing. But to your point, if we can get these additional elements stacked on top, if we can combine the human to human connection and add in that ever so desirable attention and add in that monetization opportunity, then we've captured the best of both worlds. Not only are we doing what we love, we're happy with the people that we're with, and we get to make money online. Like, come on. Like, I think that, like, I'm going to work from home. I'm going to do that thing that Auntie said. I'm going to wake up and I'm going to GM. Oh, shit. I already do that. Shit. That's not good. Okay, I need to get better at this. But, but the point of all this is that if we can take this industry of content creation and really combine it with our pre-existing life and how we can make this to be so perfect for us and to make life in the future even better. I think that's really where the gold lies. And I think that's something that honestly, I'm still working on it. I definitely haven't figured out my voice. I haven't really understood like where I want to go, but honestly, for the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm closer than ever. So, and it's all thanks to people like you guys, like really empowering that, really like sharing that sentiment with me. So thank you so much for sharing that with us, AC. And I'm going to go ahead and throw the mic over to my guy, Isle. Isle, man, why do you think content creation is such an attractive industry to be in, bro?
Well, I mean, a lot of people here, like, AC, Auntie, and Joseph, they've spitting some awesome facts here, like super deep convo. I just want to say, excellent takes, all of you. And I just feel like people find it attractive because of what it looks like, right? Because look at YouTubers. Like they look like they're all having fun. Like you see them, they're all having a great time. They're all going to, Europe and doing crazy video shoots, and you're watching these people just like basically have fun for a living. It's the same thing with like streaming, and that's what makes it look like super enticing. It's like, oh, I can just play video games for a living. Cool. When in fact, there's a lot that goes into it in the background that people don't see. And they don't see how much these people like bust their ass. Like Mr. Beast, like, I mean, yeah, granted, he's a very successful guy. Mr. Beast spends so much time on content creation. Like, most of his day is just dedicated to like planning out content creation and like, producing stuff. And it's just like, it's a lot on the back end. When on the front end, all you see is like the initial, like, you see like the 3-minute video. And like, so your brain just thinks, oh, like this took 3 minutes to make, or this took, an hour to make. And I could do that. No, that looks so easy. I could do that. And like they just think this, like, I mean, when I started streaming, that's what I thought. Like when I started streaming on Twitch to play video games back when COVID happened, I was like, oh, that looks super simple. I'll do that. And then when I didn't get picked up and like when people didn't like, care to watch my content, I would get frustrated and wonder why. And you're just like, wait a minute, it's because I'm not putting as much time in as these other people. I'm not researching. I'm not studying. I'm not trying different things. I'm not adjusting like what I'm doing, like by an inch or by a yard or something. And I still have friends to this day on that topic. I still have friends to this day on Twitch that still stream and haven't changed anything about their stream, and they haven't gotten any more successful, and they wonder why. And I'm like, and I keep telling them like, oh, have you thought about adjusting? Like, have you gone back? Have you looked at the data? Like, have you looked at people in the same stream hemisphere as you? Have you seen what they're doing? Like, what's the difference? And they chalk it up to, oh, I'm not good enough, or oh, it's just the algorithm. It's all rigged. Which, granted, the algorithm in that sense is working against you to a point, but it's not, it's like you have to run uphill a little bit, like you have to put in the extra work to get caught up into it and like get people to really, notice you. And also you have to make content that people care about. You can't just sit there making, shitty TikTok posts and expect to, really make it. Like one might go viral, sure, but then like what's going to make people come back and watch the rest, So I just feel like people find it so attractive because it looks so simple and it looks so fun, which granted it is. Like when you're meeting people like AC's talking about, when you're like building your network out, when you're meeting people in the space, it is fun. It's so much fun. Like I love going to IRL events. I love meeting people, and that's just the benefit of the content creating grind. But also in the back end, it is a lot of work. It's probably one of the hardest jobs you'll ever do, aside from like, working on a oil rig. It's just, I don't know. That's my take pretty much on why people find it so attractive.
Yeah, I guess working at an oil rig is pretty tough too. But no, you're right, Isle. I think the initial charm that brings people into content creation is like, oh, hey, that's an easy life. Oh, I want to play video games and have people comment and be funny on the internet, and then I just get rich instantly. But yeah, in the background, people don't see the struggle. People don't see the amount of tech, the planning, the editing. Holy crap, the editing. And also like just the being an entertaining person. It's not as easy as it seems. It's not just you sitting there and playing a video game and calling a day. No, especially like especially when you see other people do it, you figure like, what's so hard about that? I can do it. I can get a sick clip and do a cool action, and then people will get like 1 million views on my TikTok shorts. Like, no, no, it's not. No, whatever you're thinking, it's so easy. No, it's not. Every step along the way requires planning. All the pieces that have to come together to create that opportunity for you to get that sick clip matters. And it's definitely not just, oh, I'm going to go online, stream, and automatically I'm going to make money. Hell no. That is definitely not the way it goes. But yeah, man, I guess the initial charm of getting people into content creation is definitely like that allure that we see from the outside. But personally, for yourself, bro, I know that you're going to say like, yes, maybe we're not too deep in the content creation realm just yet. But like, what is your personal favorite part of being a content creator?
I would say my personal favorite part, I have two. I have two favorite parts of it. One, I love educating people. I love giving people like information that they didn't have otherwise before. Like I just love that sensation of like, oh, like I helped this person. Like I like helping people. I really enjoy helping people. And if I can give them very complex information in like a simple format, and they're like, oh my God, I understand that. Like I find so much joy in that because if I can give other people a leg up in society or a leg up in life, like I just feel like I did some good in the world, and I can like rest easy knowing like, oh, I helped at least one person, and that just makes me feel really good. And then the second part of it is building out the network, like building out my network of people I know, and just making new friends, like making friends with you guys, like you, Auntie, AC, Joseph, like being friends with you guys is just genuinely fun. And like I find a lot of joy in that. And I find joy in people. And especially like going to IRL events, like going to Art Basel, that never would have happened if I didn't like start creating content on X. That never would have happened. I never would have gone to Art Basel. I never would have met everyone I did. I never would have had a blast there while I was doing it, and just all the fun times I had and like all the relationships I'm building with these people and you people. And like it's just I
Female
don't know.
XL shirt.
Yes, and that too, and also getting women's XL shirts gifted to me. That never would have happened if I didn't, go meet the Shrapnel boys at the. Oh, you didn't know about that?
No, I did. Please continue your story.
Oh yeah, no, like so I yeah, so that wouldn't have happened to me. That wouldn't have happened to me if if I didn't start creating content and I was like, oh my God, this is hilarious. I should create content about this, and I did, and it was freaking hilarious, dude. Everyone loved it. So I just feel like that joy. I love that sensation of just like meeting people again. Networking, spreading love, and just spreading a good time. Just it's freaking awesome, man. As like cliche as that sounds, I just love it.
You know what, bro? That is cliche, and just kidding. But no, like creating joy, making people happy. 100%, man. Being happy ourselves sometimes not enough, but if we can spread that happiness to other people, then we've done something right for the world. And just for the record, you've helped me. You've helped me in way more than just one avenue. You helped me on the tech side. You've helped me understand certain things with Solana. You've taught me many things about Twitch, streaming, and all that stuff. And of course, the running gag. You've saved my life and protected my life from potential assassins and all that stuff. So thank you, Isle, for helping me and for helping others in this space. I really do appreciate you, man. But oh my goodness, we got so many new speakers joining us on stage right now. I want to give some big shout outs to my guys, Simulation, Big, Smokey, RH, and of course we got Cece up there. I can't actually tell if Cece's asleep right now, but she's up here as a speaker. At least on my end, she is. So if she's not really here, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to call you out. I hope you're sleeping well. But anyway, gotta introduce my guy, the incredibly talented developer, Simulations, man. How are you doing tonight, brother?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me up here, Ice. It's my first time up here, and I'm really loving the perspectives and the opinions and the facts that are getting dropped. It's a really grounded space, like really stellar wisdom here. But man, there's so much stuff here. Like I gotta like riff off of what so many people said here. And for me, like I gotta just start by saying for me, content creation goes really into the analog. Like my challenge is going from analog to digital. And I say that because I have a degree in theater, and you said I was a developer. I do a side gig during holidays and at markets where I shill miniature puppet shows. They're 3-minute puppet shows. Sometimes people put on headphones and they zone in on these little tiny puppet shows. So I relate to the content creation like that. And so it's a completely different medium. People are walking by, I make eye contact with them. I have to take that opportunity to say, hey, would you like to see a puppet show? Before they look away, I have to pull this out of the air fryer, and and then I kind of just reel them in. I do the rest of the actions to just make them comfortable with the fact that it's a puppet show, right? Because it's a whole process of consent to bring people in, and yeah, it is hard, right? But the fun thing is trying to make it look fun and easy and attractive. And it goes into what some of the people were saying before. I think it was 22 or a little anti about just you like the joys of content creation is you get to learn about yourself through like seeing yourself, like you get to share something joyful with other people. You get to share yourself. And for me, like my name is Simulations because you get to because of how art represents reality, how our stories represent reality, how we filter like these truths about reality through our stories and narratives. And and so for me, like content creation and art, there's this relationship here, and they truly like kind of touch on these things that are universal, whether it's education, whether it's how we relate to each other through comedy or through tragedy and things like that. Um, so for me, like just going a little bit farther back to what we were talking about, there's the imposter syndrome, right? And the number of times I've felt imposter syndrome just doing these in real life puppet shows in the marketplace, and then also the imposter syndrome on Web3. For me, they also feel like stage fright, right? Like the idea of like before you go on stage and you are about to have to be present in front of an audience for a certain amount of time or share yourself, there is something scary about that. But I think that's a good kind of stress to have. It's not like it's not, a detrimental, traumatic kind of stress. It's really kind of stress that pushes you out there. You learn about yourself, you learn about the audience, and you learn about the people around you. And so for me, the whole content creation, it truly is a joyful process, right? Like just thinking about the eye to eye, face to face of these little miniature puppet shows that I do in the suitcase. The challenge I'm having, I would say, these interactions are extremely joyful. You get to see people zone in on these worlds, and you see their little facial reactions to see how they are interacting with it. But then it is kind of like a challenge similar to like what 22 was talking about before. How do I translate that to the digital? This face-to-face interaction is no longer there, and there is like you have to kind of do all your face reading from the crowd and the audience, and then it gets even harder if you're not getting feedback. So that was a whole world there, but I got dinner cooking, so I had to just go through it all there. But yeah, I think I hit it all. Why is content? Yeah, pretty good. Stop talking.
Well, so first of all, yes, you were cooking, but what are you cooking in that air fryer, bro? What's going on there?
Oh, they're pork chops, just some pork chops. Yeah, with a little.
That's how we do
Montreal. Yeah, pork chops. Yeah, I got the daughter over here, so making dinner for both of us.
Love it, bro. Love it, man. I love how you said like yeah, how we relate to each other. It's all about. It's kind of what AC said earlier too. It's all about that connection between one another, right? And I do want to throw the mic over to as many people as possible before we move on to the next topic here. But like what you said earlier about stage fright and then how it's not necessarily a bad thing, I really do agree. And before you guys flame me down in the comments, like just hear me out here. I know like some people will think like, damn it, I wish I didn't have stage fright. I wish I can go on the stage and not shake and deliver my bit confidently. And what simulations just said right now, it might kind of trigger some people. But here's the thing, right? Stage fright, it's a conquerable stress. Okay, not everything in life is conquerable, and not everything in life is reversible. But in this particular instance, stage fright as something that you fear is something that you can actually conquer. And the bonus part about stage fright, which is what I love so much, is that in conquering this specific example that is stage fright, it actually empowers us on multiple different avenues in life. So by conquering stage fright, what does it do? It's not just about content creation, but it makes us better stage performers. It makes us better public speakers. It's probably going to give us more confidence. It's going to change the way you walk in public. All of this translates into a healthier and a happier lifestyle. So just because it's one thing that we're having troubles addressing right now, just think about if you have the confidence to actually step up and to take down stage fright. Like we don't really see it as just like, oh, we're just getting better at being a better performing on a stage. But no, like this actually has cross transferable skills in different ways in life. So I think like examples like this are honestly reasons why we should run face first towards things that we're actually scared of. These things that we found daunting in the past, if we can conquer it, we're actually doing much more than just conquering that one fear. But simulations, I know you're doing your thing. I really thank you for bringing this to our attention. Never thought about this until really glad to hear that from you, man.
Thank you for bringing me up. Yeah, I'm just gonna take off for dinner. I'm just gonna leave with like some words that an old theater professor of mine said a long time ago, and he just, well, it was more of an image of when you're walking on stage, it's kind of like walking up to a diving board, and then the whole the whole performance is the space that you are, in anti-gravity. Like the moment you jump from the moment you are like you hit the wall, right? So you're in the air, you're weightless, you're flying, you're in the present, and you're in the grip of that. And that's the image that he left us with. But yes, I must go to dinner. I will step down to speaker. I might be hearing still, but I majorly appreciate you providing the space for me to share this voice, and everybody's voice is here. So thank you, Ice. Cheers.
Cheers, Simulations. Thank you for taking the time to share that story with us, man. Massively inspirational. Appreciate you, brother. I want to toss this mic over to my another great classroom rep of mine. Big boy, how are you doing tonight, brother?
Yo, what's going on, Ice? I'm chilling, man. It's the yeah, baby. It's the evening right now, so my wife just got home. I'm putting away some dishes. I'm just relaxing, man. And I saw you guys were up here. I thought I'd come out and see what's up, and talk a little bit about content, because that's definitely one of the I don't know. It's one of my favorite things ever, creating it, taking it in. It's content's all over. So yeah, I thought I'd just come up and say what's up to you guys, man.
Hell yeah. For those who don't know, Big Boy, in addition to hosting his spaces, he's also a kick-ass video content creator. So definitely give this guy a follow, check out his video content. But bro, so on the topic that we're actually cycling through right now, I wanted to ask you, what do you think that content creation is such an attractive industry to be in right now?
Look, I really have to agree with. I feel like everybody brought up such great points, and I resonate with everybody. I always was bringing up like as a younger, as younger Big Boy, as I would look at content, I take it in, and I'm like, man, those guys are living such a great life. These guys are getting paid to, either play video games or create videos on, going to the grocery store and buying groceries. And I was like, dude, that is the life to live. And I remember I had some friends, we're in high school. We're like, let's do some videos, like let's do some crazy stuff. And it was fun, right? It was cool, but you tend to you start to see it's not just about that, right? It's not just about recording yourself and putting it on the internet and hoping you get lucky, right? And that's kind of what I've been seeing myself out here, right? In the X universe out here. I myself was like, you know what? When I first got into the space, I was in the corner. I always tell people, I'm like, I'm here to try to make some money. I'm gonna be in the corner. I'll view all of you guys, right? I'll see what's going on with the content creators and spaces. And one day I just got up on a space. I was like, you know what? Let's try this out. I myself actually have some stage fright, and I used to present, with work to like big meetings, big groups, and people would tell me you should do this as a living. You should do something like this, and yeah, I was like, you know what? Maybe we'll see what happens. So I was like, you know what? Let me get on one of these Twitter spaces with some of the homies out here that I've been vibing with already on the timeline. It's RH. I see he's now up here, and his space was one of the first spaces that I got on, and AC was out there. Cersei, a lot of the close homies, and I was like, man, I really vibe with the people out here. And I just started getting on spaces, doing my own spaces, and doing the video content. I was just like, you know what? I want to put myself out there, and I want to like in some way educate somebody, entertain somebody, and if like at least a couple people get some value out of it, that's a win for me. And that's kind of what we've been doing out here. Just trying to do some entertainment and show people different projects and having fun at the same time. I think once you lose the fun aspect out of content creation, it's like, what are you doing at this point? Now it's like one of those go back to a 9-to-5 job, right? It's like where you're trying to get paid, you're working at it. And I have those days, right, where it's like, I can't make this video. I'm not having fun with it. And I do. I've even had people come to me like, hey, can you make a video on this? And I'm like, I just don't vibe with it. Like, I can't right now. And the creativity is not working. So it's got to be something you're having fun with. And I always say it's got to be some value in some sense. It could be funny, or it could be entertaining, or just content is got to be valuable in some sense. That's how I see it, and that's what I'm trying to do out here. You've seen me out here, Ice. I look up to a lot of the content creators out here that are killing it, whether it's spaces, videos, and things of that sort. So a lot of legends up here on the space already. So a lot of content creators, and big shout out to all you guys. You guys are some of the ones that us smaller accounts are watching for sure.
Thank you for that, big boy. The panel was legendary, but now that you're here, it's even more legendary. But damn, man, having fun, probably one of the most important things as a content creator, to be honest, because like we've said this many times before tonight already, but if you're not doing what you love, honestly, you will eventually end up stuck creating things that you hate. And like, honestly, once you go down that route, especially if once you actually gone down this route long enough and you have created a revenue stream, oh boy, if you end up hating it at that phase, like then you're really stuck, because now you have overhead, right? Yeah, you got other bills to pay. There's things that are requiring for you to stay in this life now. You cannot pull back. So like if you hate it now, like honestly, like get it done, like try as many different things as possible. Figure out everything that you hate and figure that shit out ASAP, because if you end up doing this shit forever and then you end up making money and then realize you hate it, goddamn, then it becomes an absolute nightmare of a career. And I think that's why a lot of content creators are calling it quits. But like it's just an obstacle that we have to take. An obstacle that we have to triumph at one point or another as content creators, no matter what level you are, no matter how big or small your account is. But really appreciate you coming up on stage and sharing that with us, Big. It's always like so much fun speaking with you. And you brought some electric energy to the table, man. So thank you so much for doing that. Oh, wait, I'm hearing. Wait, what am I hearing? Sorry, I don't know. Maybe I'm going insane. Anyway, I want to just take this chance to pass the mic over to our next guy over there, Smokey, joining us on stage. How are you doing, brother? You got your hand up. What you got for us, man?
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I saw Big Boy in this space, so I figured I'd come check it out. It's about Web3 content, which I actually took a break for like a few months just because I had to kind of like get acclimated at this new job. But yeah, I think there's some things that I've heard, right, like where if you're not into it, you're not into it, right? And I think that that's like something really to watch out for, you know, because as you kind of like come up, you'll get presented with a lot of opportunities. And I think like if you can't really get behind it, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I've just seen a lot of people that have kind of gone down the path where they just kind of like took too many things on. It just hasn't worked out well for them, right? Because it's not really like true to them and who they are as like a person in the space. And then the people that follow you just are like, you know what? It's like they don't really think of you as like a person of integrity, right? So I think it's really important to kind of like watch out for that. But yeah, I mean, I started hosting spaces just like I think it was like, you know, like 4 people in my first space, right? And it was with like the Utes community, and then that space like blew up. It got really big. I started hosting a lot of other spaces. And like for me, you know, I think I was like hosting 4 or 5 spaces a week at one point, and I was just doing it all for free, you know. And I just like really loved the space. I really enjoyed being here, and I had some like kind of group facilitation experience that transferred over into being able to host spaces, right? So it just kind of worked, right? And at the time, you know what it was? It's like I was going into spaces and it was just like I wasn't getting what I wanted, right? Like kind of a little bit more professional, serious spaces talking about like real topics that are going on, not just like, you know, smoking weed and you know, whatever. I don't even know, like just off the wall spaces, which like are cool sometimes, but you know, not like 90% of them, which is kind of what it was at the time. And and for me it's like, you know, I don't know, you know, what everybody's goal is, but for me, like I happen to be right place right time, like showing up, and I got picked up by Polygon Labs, right? And now I host spaces like with like the main account and like all the, you know, I get to like come up with programming and like do all this different stuff. And like I think like the important thing for stuff like that, like for full-time Web3 like that, is like you really have to be showing up to be able to be available for opportunities like that. Be showing up to be able to be available for opportunities like that.
What is going on right now?
I thought I was stuck in like a time loop for a second. I was getting very concerned.
Okay, I think that's what I heard earlier. I was like, I swear to God, like no one's mic is off. Why am I hearing this? But real quick, Moonlight, I know I think you got to go. But it was a pleasure having you on stage with us. Thank you so much for co-hosting this with me. I believe I'm going to be bringing up Minnie for the next co-host, if I'm not mistaken, right? Either Moonlight or the staff from the Socrates team. Please let me know what's happening because I'm not really sure. Oh, okay, no, never mind. Ignore all of that. Lanny is here up on stage. All right, take care, Moonlight. Thank you so much. You are relieved. Please go get some rest. Thank you so much. But damn, Smokey, it's actually incredibly inspirational to hear that story from you, man. I had no idea that like you went through like all those things. But I think this is it's a sad truth, but it's also a trials and tribulations that most of us spaces hosts have to deal with. And when we first start off, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Like you open up a space, you see like, oh, I got 15, 20 reminders. And then 4 people show up and 2 of them are your alts. And you're like, fuck, what the hell do I do now? It's like, but you know what? That is part of the content creator journey. That is part of the streamer journey, dare I say, because a part of being a streamer, a spaces host, and a content creator is being able to give it your all, no matter how many people are in the audience, right? Just because we have 2 listeners, or just because we have 2 likes, or just because we have like no likes, it doesn't mean that we should be pumping out half-ass content. We should be giving it our all, no matter what. And it doesn't matter who's watching, because if you give it your half-ass, like in something that you're producing, and then somebody, a prospect, a follower, comes along and sees that energy, sees that lack of enthusiasm, then you just missed that opportunity to capture that lead, you know? And I say lead, now I'm turning this into a business, but you guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's really important to be on your A game at all times, no matter what, no matter who's watching. And that honestly is the best way to grow. So I don't know how, if you're small account, large account, it doesn't matter. Give it your all and never stop trying, because it really, and I know how cliche that sounds, but you guys don't want to be caught missing out when people do have eyes on you. You just want to make sure that you are giving it your all when that time comes. All right. But Smokey, man, love to hear from you, bro. I shot you a follow. Definitely, we got to connect on some spaces sometime. And I do want to take this chance to introduce, or not introduce, but throw the mic over to my guy, RH, who has come on stage very patiently. He doesn't have his hand up, but I'm gonna have to bug him anyway, because you're not gonna come on stage here and get away with engagement farming, my boy. But yeah, man, RH, what you got going for us, my brother?
Engagement farming. No, just kidding. Good morning, guys.
Okay.
Hey, listen.
We literally just went through this. All right, we're not doing this right now. So you better have a bomb ass. We have the bomb ass take going up right now. Otherwise you're gonna get sent out of here. I'm just kidding. Please, RH, go ahead. Damn it! Now you ain't talking. We scared him off. Oh shit! It's happened. Finally. We
No, you muted everyone. I'm sorry, you muted everyone. Just for information. But no, but I'm actually on the way to the office right now, so I'm trying to keep it sane. But if in regards to the the Web3, like the creators and everything, right? I think what's important right now is, I think it's not just like creating content, but like creating content that's true to yourself, because there's actually a lot of content out there that's just, you see it and you know it's not true to the actual person, and you just ignore it. I don't know if you noticed, but I noticed quite a bit like lately. A lot of videos, a lot of takes on the timeline, a lot of different forms of creation, but it's just not who they are as you know of them as a person. So I think it's kind of weird at the same time, but it is a Web3 after all. But that's kind of like what I think. You just got to be true to yourself, man. I mean, like I remember back in last year, I think, me and Cersei went through 4 to 5 months of Monday to Friday everyday spaces. We did that every single day on our spaces. We had projects come up, talk every single day, and show their projects and everything. It was, I think I think what's important is I always talk about it's just mental health, and basically being healthy, because it took quite a big strain on my health. Like I felt really tired all the time, and it just wasn't healthy every day. So I think like health is quite important, especially for content creators and everything. So it's important to just do the best you can, but not overdo it, because once you overdo it, you get sick of what you're doing. And once you get sick of what you're doing, you're not gonna continue. And I think that's like the main goal. Is you got to be persistent, but at the same time love your job at the same time. It's Web3 has been a wild ride, and I hope everyone is doing well, in terms of health, and also in terms of just having fun. I mean, Web3 is all about having fun, and I think that people are not having fun, and they're just all about the money sometimes. But I gotta have fun. That's kind of like my take on it. Once you have fun, the money comes. But if you don't have fun while you're doing it, you're just not gonna love it. And even if you do make money, you're not gonna be happy.
Damn, spoken like a true wizard. Thank you for that, RH. Like, gotta be consistent, but gotta be consistent, but it's gotta be sustainable, right? Because if the mental health is not there, then it doesn't matter how consistent or how far we go, because we're gonna crash and we're gonna burn. And on the topic of producing content that isn't true to yourself, I think you and I both know many examples of creators in the space that are going down that route. And it's like I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I don't blame them, because when we see other content creators producing content, maybe it's true to themselves, maybe it's phony, maybe it's not, whatever. But when we see these numbers on the engagement, on the impressions, we can't help but think, damn, that shit looks easy. I bet if I did the exact same thing, I'm gonna get those hits as well. And this really goes back to what Isle and Smokey and Simulations and Big Boy were saying too, right? If we're just doing something, we play games online, like sure, that seems so easy, but god damn it, the surface of the iceberg is really pretty. But honestly, when you look at the roots of this, it's never the same. So I think, and I think this really goes down to like the whole phony idea. It's like when we look at a relationship, right? When we're first dating someone, we try to become somebody else that we're really not. And it might work in the very beginning, but over time, you're going to get sick and tired of pretending to be somebody else. And even worse, over time, your partner is going to realize that this isn't who you truly are. So like, I know we're supposed to end the space on a good tone, but like, just Jesus, man, RH, like the stuff that you said just now, it brought out like a really deep like thought in me. So I just felt like I had to get that out. But anyway, thank you for sharing that with us, brother. Really do appreciate you hopping on us on stage and bringing this topic back. But on that note, I do want to go to Daito, who had his hand up for a long time. But yeah, Daito, thank you for joining us on stage, man. How are you doing tonight?
Hey, doing good, fam. Just playing some games and listening to the conversation, which I absolutely love. I don't know if it's been brought up yet on this topic, but I want to give a shout out to the casual content creators, which I consider myself to be a part of. You don't have to do full time and grind your ass off to the point where it's not fun anymore, right? If you've got a full-time job like me, the beauty of this space is it just brings out your creativity. So, back in the day before I joined Web3 a couple of years ago, I always knew that I enjoyed writing, but I really didn't know how much I enjoyed it until, all of these great founders and projects were cropping up and I wanted to write about them, right? But then I got bored of it, and it's okay to change things up. Like eventually it got to the point in the bear market where it was like, well, God, just fucking shit ass, free mint garbage projects are coming out. I don't want to write about this shit. And then if you're a casual creator, you don't have to feel obligated to produce that type of content anymore in order to pay the bills. So it's kind of nice. So I stopped writing. And then I knew that I've always been a gamer my entire life. So what did I do? I spun up a YouTube channel and started creating content using my avatar. And so, that's what's really cool about this space, and what other people have said in terms of just putting out quality content. You notice it in the gaming space too. So I'll go a month without posting a gaming video. And then, once I actually get inspired or I've theory crafted and come out with like a new build for Diablo that nobody else has thought of yet, I'll put out the video and the views just come right back fucking in. And then you look at the content that other gamers are creating, where they're just putting out 5, 6, 7 videos a week, and you look at the comments and they're like, dude, you changed like 2 skills on your skill tree, like you redistributed 2 points, and then you're telling us this is the new like alpha, like meta build, like this is garbage, and they get called out for it, and it's fucking hilarious. So yeah, quality is the way to go over quantity always, and just have fun and be a casual creator if you want to.
So you're telling me that the alpha is to create a whirlwind barb that has speed stacks with a high damage reduction and AoE damage. Is that right?
That's about it. I mean, it's kind of nice too, because I happen to pick the game that the fucking founder and or CEO of this fucking app likes to play and stream too. So
I love it, man. First time connecting with you, but damn, I love your energy, bro. Real quick, what game are you playing right now prior to jumping into the space?
I'm playing the best game that I think is out there for degens, and it's Parallel. So the beauty of a trading card game is that you can still chat and listen to spaces and tweet, but as opposed to a first-person shooter where it demands 100% of your attention. So I'm a huge fan of TCGs for fucking degens.
Hell yeah, I love to hear that, man. My boy Al right there, huge fan of Gods Unchained, and myself, hugely into Hearthstone back in the day. So yeah, TGC is right up our alley. Damn, we got to connect after this. You mentioned you did streaming as well. I'm sure we can find common ground somewhere. But ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching near the end of this segment for the space. But I do have one more question that I do want to throw around. So we're gonna do something. I'm gonna take this off Gigi, my girl, and she calls this the question speed round to wrap up the spaces. So everyone's gonna have roughly around 1 minute to 90 seconds to hit this question. And we'll start off with Auntie, and then we'll just trickle down. And if I surprise you, then too damn bad. But the question, it could be a really deep one or it could be a very simple one. And the question is, if you guys could have one resource, any resource to help you on your content creation journey, what would it be? So yeah, Auntie, let's go to you. Speed round starting now.
All right, yeah, I'll be really quick. I'll have a time machine, and so I can travel back in time and buy Bitcoins. No, I'm joking. All right, I'm gonna make it quick. So, all right. So I think for me, a tight community to share real experience and to support each other could be really helpful for me. Because that for content creators, it can be sometimes with coming up with creation ideas can be filled with ups and downs. And I used to reach out to Ice as well in DM and asking, like I feel like I'm burning out. I have all these anxieties happening. But I just feel like, if we could have a close community that we can actually open up and help to provide encouragement and motivation, and also could help us to stay focused and inspired, especially during the challenging times. I think that be something really great, and that be some great resource I wish I could get access to. On top of the Bitcoin time machine thing.
Yeah, that's the big one. That's the more important one. But but coming in a close second, yes, having a community there to back you up on those decisions, those choices, and also
Yeah, and be open and be honest, because we
yeah,
don't really want to always hear about the glory part. We want to be, real.
for sure, for sure. And especially in times where it's not about the glory, having that community, having that accountability group to really talk things through, to make sure you're not always like sinking in silence, or as we said before, suffering in silence. That is honestly super underrated and honestly so important. And I really do think like all the best content creators out there, they have some sort of content creation accountability group, because we think that these guys are stars and they're streaming, they're doing whatever. Yeah, they are, but they're not doing it alone, So thank you for that, Auntie. And we're going to move right over to Joseph. Joseph, man, if you could have any resource to help you on this content creation journey, what would it be?
Aside from accountability group, I think
And
self accountability
the time machine,
is
yes.
also it's also really, really important. But my answer to all this is to be with the best. If let's say this is the resources, right? You just gotta find out who is the best content creator in your niche, right? Make friends with them, and you can pick their brains, and throughout the conversation, you know what to do next, right? Like how did they get to this point? Like how they grow their followers, and how they make their contents, right? If you can just copy them in a good way, I mean, like be with them, be with the best, and eventually you be in the content creation journey as well.
Gotcha. So be with the best. Whew. Damn, Joseph. So basically you're saying that you want to be the very best like no one ever was?
I'll say that I want to be the best version of myself, and in order for me to do that, I gotta find people who aligns with my goal as well, right? Like they want to be the best version of themselves, and we can be friends. And through the conversation, throughout the conversation, I should know what I like and what I dislike, right?
I got you. And I'm a little bit sad that no one caught that joke. Well, you know what? We're moving on. AC, if you could have one resource to help you on this content creation journey, what would it be?
Well, a lot of what I would say has already been said, so I think that I should share something a little different. My experiences in IRL, both working and in personal community level, I would be nothing in this space without my experience. To be able to utilize that and adapt what is needed from my knowledge base is probably the biggest resource that I pull from, regardless of any other factors. And being able to utilize tools with that experience.
Gotcha. Being able to utilize the tools regardless. Every single time you unmute your mic, I'm just going, well, now she's playing DJ Okawari back there, and now that's the only thing I can freaking focus on. Why is it that I know everything from your playlist? Like, this is we got to talk about this. That's that is anyway.
Maybe I just share my music with you too much.
No, but you have never shared DJ Okawari's music with me.
No,
but,
I haven't. I've
Yeah.
shared other things, but I guess that our tastes are way too similar, and we should probably see somebody about that.
Yeah, that we do. You know what? Maybe this next guy can help us. So maybe we should go see Isle about this, because I know he's got a shit ton of to say about this. But yeah, Isle, man, if you could have one resource to help you on this content creation journey, what would that be, bro?
Honestly, dude, it's gonna sound kind of cheesy, but an unbreakable will. That's what I would love to have. Like the ability to not let things phase you as much, because there are some days where it is tough to go on, as you all know. there are some days where it's just like, oh my god, like, should I even do this anymore? And I just wish I had the ability to like knock those thoughts out. But I guess I'm thankful for maybe not even having that resource, because like fighting through that feeling is just as rewarding. I don't know, as like just posting good content. I feel like just like fighting yourself on that feeling. Like I guess I don't know, but yeah, having an unbreakable will would be pretty dope.
Having an unbreakable will, bro. Like I'm pretty sure that is a League of Legends passive that you just Googled. Like is this? Can you confess to that? Is this true?
Not everything's League of Legends, Ice. Come on, dude. We know you have a problem. It's okay.
Most things. Wait. Hold up. Most things do eventually make their way to League of Legends. So by that logic, everything, yes, is actually League of Legends.
Maybe to the other good players, yeah, but to you, I don't really think that applies.
Oh shit, the burn. I think I pride myself as a pretty decent AD carry, but we'll let this one slide because you're a good friend and you have a gun, and I don't want to piss off my bodyguard, so you always have
Bro,
that.
stop saying that. What are you doing? Stop saying that. That's not something you say on a space, bro.
No. Well, how else are you gonna protect my life from all these like crazy Asian assassins? Like
my crazy hand-to-hand combat skills I learned from Metal Gear Solid 3, bro.
Come on. Geez, your CQC sucks.
CQC, come on, dude. CQC. Big Boss taught me himself.
No. If you're gonna protect my life with CQC, then I might as well go hire someone else at this point. Like this, I'm not okay with this. I do not feel safe on the streets of New York with your CQC. We need the ninja stars, we need the shotguns, we need the katanas and all that jazz. But before we get canceled, Big, what a segue. Big man, if you can have one resource to help you out on your content creation journey, what would it be, bro?
Look, man, everybody came up with some great, some great ideas. The will to keep going, that is a solid one, and I wish I came up with some better ones. But a personal assistant, bro, how great would it be to have somebody to help you out all the time? Because sometimes, like, trying to organize everything, and you're like, if you're like a one-man show, or like it's just you working on your content, working on scheduling, working on different spaces. I don't know. Is a personal assistant a resource? I think it would be, and I'm like, yo, I could definitely use one of those. I gotta give. Everybody was talking about communities and stuff. Really, when you're building a community and stuff, that's very hard. So when you do have a community, I can see how that comes into play, and that helps out a lot. So shout out to you guys on that. Having like same like creators and stuff with the same mind, like a little circle. I've started to have that, and it does help out a lot. But when you're running things on your own, it tends to get a little hectic. So, Ice, where do I find a personal assistant, brother? No, but yeah, man, we'll see how it goes. Big love to everybody out here. This space was fun. I know I joined a little bit late, but I'm gonna have to keep an eye out here, man. It was really fun while I'm doing some things around the house. So I appreciate you guys having me out here.
Yo, appreciate you, Big. Damn, personal assistant, that's just about the realest shit we've heard all night. Realistic, not out of the blue. Not too cliche, but damn, is that not one of the most helpful things we can all use on our content creation journey? But yeah, thank you so much for that, Big. Really do appreciate for you pulling up. Yo, RH, man, if you can have one resource to help us on this content creation journey, what would it be? And it cannot be somebody that speaks Chinese for us, because we both know our Chinese sucks balls. But yeah, man, what's yours?
Excuse me, my Cantonese is perfect. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mandarin.
I'm talking about Cantonese. My Cantonese is fucking perfect. I don't know what you're talking about. But in terms of like, the resource, I think a lot of people are lacking is support. True support from people that enjoy what you do and believe in your vision, but also support from family and friends. Because let's be real. Not all our families are like, oh, you're doing this content shit, Web3, yeah, you're gonna do good, whatever, right? No, fuck you. They're gonna be like, no, you're not gonna make money. You're gonna be down poors with all the people in Web3, and you're just not gonna make it. Like a lot of people are gonna have that thought. So just I think support is quite important, especially me with a wife that's always on my ass and telling me like, oh, you gotta sleep earlier, you can't do these spaces, at fucking like 12 a.m. at night, and you gotta fucking sleep. But like, that shit, you gotta be like, have true supporters, and I think that's important. So I think support is quite important, especially in this space. If you don't have support in what you're doing, it's gonna take a drag on you. And I think and yeah, so just my 2 or a couple cents.
Thanks, man. I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her that's what you think she sounds like. But bro, you're absolutely right, man. For us content creators or just even NFT people in this space right now, we don't reveal that to our families. And the thing is that we don't reveal it to our families mostly until we've made it. And maybe some of you guys have revealed it to your families. And if you have, like, I honestly envy the hell out of you, because for a lot of us, we don't talk about it, whether it's shame or whether it's because we haven't truly made it yet. There's something holding us back, But on the topic of just like community and support, bro, damn RH, like you got my support, and I hope through this space you got a lot more support from the audience members as well. So thank you for pulling up RH. Thank you so much, man. And we're gonna go to the final take for the night. Daito, my friend, if you could have one resource to help you on this content creation journey, what would it be?
I'm pretty simple, and I'd imagine something like this already exists, but I just need every fucking platform to have like a banger button. So what used to happen is like I'd be, on a Zoom call with a founder, like interviewing them for an article, and we'd talk for 45 minutes or an hour, and then afterwards I'd have to go through the whole fucking transcript to find all the bangers. But I wish like I could just hit the button, and then, after the fact, it would just automatically clip like what I needed for the article and whatnot, like whether it's the spaces. I don't know how long this one's been going, like need a banger button. I don't really stream the games that I play. Like I just kind of play them and then record like, certain dungeons or events and then clip them after the fact. But I wish that like, as I was playing, I could just hit the banger button and like, it would know that I was about to do some dope ass shit. And then so I could just pluck it for content later. But I just need that in every fucking platform, and I'd appreciate it.
Bro, I would appreciate the hell out of that too. If we had an AI program to find like clip highlights, man, that would streamline our work so much better. But I guess one piece of alpha, maybe you already know this, but in case you don't, so I recently invested in something called a Stream Deck, and one of the functions that it allows me to do, which is my favorite function, is actually it creates timestamps throughout my stream. So maybe you're too busy laughing your ass off or having a good time, or maybe you're playing like an FPS game and we don't have time to bring out the clipboard and write the timestamp. We can just hit a button and then we can refer back to that button, or even just send that entire script down to our editors after the fact, in order to get the editor to streamline their work so they don't have to spend more time sifting through their content for that sick clip. But anyway, I digress because none of us here are streamers. But holy crap, this 2 hours absolutely flew by. And one more time, I just want to remind everybody that's on stage right now that we will be hosting an epic debate session on January 18th at 4 p.m. UTC. So if you guys are interested in attending the debate, please connect with us, either myself, Lanny, Minnie, or any of the staff members from Socrates, and we'll get you guys and gals all suited up. But ladies and gentlemen, this will mark the end of my segment for the Socrates Marathon Spaces. I really want to thank each and every single one of the panelists that joined me here up on stage to speak today, as well as all the audience members that tuned in. And special thanks to you guys for liking, commenting, and retweeting the spaces. If you guys enjoy the spaces, make sure you stick around because we got a lot more coming your way. And if you guys really, really enjoy the spaces, I will be back here tomorrow, same time, 12 a.m. UTC for another discussion. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and hand off the mic to my lovely co-host joining us on stage. You guys already know what's up. She is one of the most talented AMA hosts up in X, and she's also a veteran content creator. So it's a shame that she didn't join us for this discussion because I know Minnie would have a lot to say about this. But please, welcome to the stage, Minnie. The stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Hello, GM. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ice. Thank you so much for the energetic morning. And I'm Minnie here. And thank you so much, Socrates, for inviting me to be one of their co-hosts on this space marathon. So before we start, let me just briefly introduce myself a little bit. My name is Minnie. I'm currently working full-time in Web3 as a BD, CM, mod, and also a space host. So right now, before we deep dive into today's topic, I just would like to introduce Socrates a little bit, because it is a Vote to Earn Web3 Q&A application that combines SocialFi and GameFi. And they are currently launching the airdrop campaign with a total of 4 million SOC to be given away to all the participants. So the campaign will be ending on the 21st January. So don't miss out the chance, guys. Go sign up your account and start voting, because you might receive some surprising amount of airdrop from Socrates, right? So right now, I would like to invite my speaker for today. Let me just take a second and check whether he's up. Right, he's here. Hey. Hello.
Hello, Minnie. Good morning.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Minnie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
So today we are going to discuss a little bit on the topic socialify. So yeah, you can just briefly introduce yourself a little bit to the audience.
Okay. My name is Outlawed, and I'm a content creator and influencer on the space here. So I'll be your speaker for today. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's talk more about socialify today. So are you bullish on socialify?
Yeah, I am actually. You see, over time on the space, there have been a lot of new new paradigm for us to follow, new wave in the market, and socialify is one of them. It's one of the recent developments, one of the recent evolvements that is taking this crypto space today. So I'm really bullish, and I believe that the more utilities it brings and the more participation that it gets will definitely make the entire concept of social fi skyrocket in the next few years. So yes, I am really looking forward to what comes next.
Thank you so much for sharing. Because in my opinion, I do feel that socialify RWA is one of my pick for this year to look into those narratives. But let's start with understanding how the blockchain technology would evolve social media in your view. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please come again, sir.
Yeah. Because just would like to ask your opinion. How do you see, like, blockchain technology would evolve social media in your view?
If I got that right, you're asking how social media would this year how social media will help technology or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, definitely. You see, both of them are like twin brothers. You cannot have social media without technology. Neither can you have technology without social media. So I believe that the whole concept of social media marrying with technology, it's a perfect one because over time, technology is going to evolve and social media is also going to evolve. And a lot of things will come up on social media that we'll never think would come up. Just like the past 2 years or 3 years ago, who would have thought we would be holding a space on Twitter like this? But you see how the entire social media and technology concept came in, and we are able to hold a space on Twitter like this. This is social media and this is technology involvement. So I believe that over time, we are even yet to see bulk of what technology will do to social media or how social media will be able to help technology come into limelight. So let us see how it goes in the next couple of years. So in my opinion, I think they are twin brothers and one cannot do without the other.
Yeah, I do agree with you on your point of view because but for me, I think blockchain brings the transparency and decentralization to the social platforms. So this shift means more control for users over their data and content. So opening up new avenues for monetization and also the community governance, right? So how do you define SocialFi to someone new to this concept, in your opinion? Yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think SocialFi, as it's from the word itself, it's actually social finance. You understand? So it's a new concept in the crypto space that has to do with you know actually getting finance from socializing, or actually getting um, you know um, benefits from socializing, which could mean getting responses to questions, or getting your questions being answered. Just actually socializing on the space and then getting finances from it. And being a new concept is something that over time it's going to actually evolve. So, meaning that as more social activities are coming up, you are going to be benefiting from these social activities. So, that is my own understanding of what social file is all about.
Yeah, I do agree with you because we transit from the traditional social media apps to those current social five projects in the space. Yeah, it is a transition, like a traditional social media with the decentralized and the blockchain technology is all about giving back the power to the users in terms of like content, data, monetization, right? So right now that we already have a introduction to SocialFi, and how does SocialFi empowers user differently from the traditional platform? What's your take?
Sorry, you said how SocialFi empowers
Users
users.
differently from the traditional platforms.
Well, I think SocialFi actually um, gives more room for more users actually, because from the traditional platforms there can be a limit to users participation and all of that. But for SocialFi, it is basically open to anyone who is willing to come into the entire concept, the entire phenomenon, to participate. So, in my opinion, it gives more room for more participation.
Yeah, right. Actually, users are not just like passive consumers; they are also active participants. So they can actually earn through like various activities like exercise, engagement, even like watching content. It's all about like connecting people with their daily lives, and you mean in a more rewarding ways, in my point of view. But can you share like what sparks your interest in SocialFi?
Yeah, one of the things that actually got my interest in SocialFi is the fact that it's a new concept. Actually, it is not like the Octodus traditional concepts that we had over the years. You know, I'm always stimulated by new development on the space, new concepts and new development, because from my experience over the years, I've noticed that um, new trends actually have new trends with good utilities, new trends with good impacts in the market actually have the potential to skyrocket and become one of the frontiers of the space. So, SocialFi being a new concept on its own, with its open-handed utilities that a lot of people are going to benefit from, it's actually one of the best things that has happened to the markets in recent times. So I believe that with time, with a lot of new users, a lot of new believers, so to put it, come to appreciate the entire concept of SocialFi. SocialFi is going to skyrocket and make a whole lot of changes into the market, changes that we are even yet to envisage at the current moment. So that is what actually sparked my interest in SocialFi. Just for instance, I will see GameFi when GameFi came into the crypto space a few years back. A lot of people didn't really pay attention to GameFi because how can you tell that people are going to like make a difference in the space by playing games and participating in other online fun activities, just to marry it with crypto, marry it with the whole crypto space as it's were. But right now, you see how GameFi has been able to bring in new users into the crypto space. In fact, I have some friends who actually became crypto enthusiasts just because of GameFi. So I believe that same thing will happen with SocialFi. In fact, even greater, because the more people realize that they can actually become decentralized users just for social interaction and all of that, then and possibly even earn money and do all other stuff that they ordinarily would do with the crypto market from socializing, then of course it's going to pave a new way for um, more and more users coming into this space. So social file itself, I believe that it's going to is the next big thing in the market. That is why I have my interest in it.
Yeah, definitely. Because there are so many social apps, in our phone. So I believe you also use a lot of social app, like engage with your friends or even like people from the Web3. So one thing that I have been involved in the Web3 community ever since 2021. So I have became very fascinated with the social fi token models. So that's where it interests me to delve more into like for example, you say you have you are interested in like GameFi, and actually me myself, I'm more interested like in social fi projects because I feel like it is more connected to my daily lives, because I do like use like chatting apps and all, what I prefer, like watch to earn, because sometimes I watch movies and all. So I feel like if they say like projects like this, they involve like the tokenomics model, that help people to earn like passive income. That's where it interests me, right? So yeah, that's a very great sharing from you. But before we dive deeper, I would like to um, ask you about this question. What do you familiar with Socrates, this project? Do you understand, the work to earn model of Socrates?
Not really. Not necessarily for now.
All right. So actually, like from the beginning, the question that I mentioned earlier, it is a work to earn platform. So, and just would like to expand a little bit and explain a little bit about Socrates, because it combines a socialify and gamify elements in the app. So, and how you see is like, what do you think about how exactly does Socrates capture the elements of social Wi-Fi with this model? What do you think? If let's say like, it is a work to earn combining socialify and gamify.
Okay.
How do you see this?
Okay. I think, well, that means in that case, there will be no so much difference because GameFi itself, it's more like work to earn, but it's just that you are doing the kind of work that is fun or in a more relaxed situation, so to put it. I mean, if you are gaming, you are actually putting in work and you are earning in return. So, why Socrates is more of like you are actually doing something that it may not be all that fun, but I mean, you are getting return from what you actually put in. So, um, I think there's no too much difference there. It's just you putting in something and then getting something in return for both of them. One is in a more is in a game 5, for instance, game to end, so to put it. It's in a more um it's in more like the orthodox way of earning from the market. Why work to earn is actually a more new, relatively concept. So yeah.
All right, thank you for sharing. So great insight. But how do you see the primary benefits of Socialfy over traditional social media platform? Hello. Hello. Are you Rob?
Hello. Yeah.
So
So yeah.
what do you see as the primary benefits of Socialfy over traditional social media platforms?
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, very well. So I think the potential benefit of Socialfy include increase in user control over personal data, and I think Socialfy also aim to enhance privacy and then ability to monetize context or, like I said earlier, interactions. So in its sense, it's going to promote decentralized governance models, which definitely will allow more users to be active in decision making on the platform. So Socialfy for me, it's going to be a huge success. But like I've always said earlier, or like I said earlier, it totally depends on some factors like user adoption, security, and all of that. So the more users or the more crypto enthusiasts come to appreciate Socialfy and actually in interact with the whole Socialfy community, then of course Socialfy has a lot of potential benefits over the orthodox concepts in the crypto space.
Yeah, agree with that. Community is one thing, and another thing would be the true ownership, because user, they will be having the control over their data and also their content. So I think this control translate to more freedom, less censorship, and also the equitable distribution of the revenue. So it actually is a shift from the centralized nature of a traditional social media, in my point of view. Right, actually just
Yeah.
being curious, since you also using a lot of social apps, I think I do believe that we all tried like different social apps, like dating apps. So
Yeah.
what do you think about online Web3 dating?
Oh, Web3 dating. Okay. I think yeah, I think that's the major topic for the next few minutes, right? And then for me, Web3 online Web3 dating is actually one of the topics that should be addressed because over the years you've seen people actually take on interest with a lot of people that they interact with every day. I mean, on the space here, for instance, Web3 is basically where most of us actually spend our time during the day. So it is not unlikely that we'll come across someone who may be taking interest in us or someone who we will be taking interest in. So, but one thing is certain, online Web3 dating is just like every other social media dating. There is no so much difference. What do I mean by this? On social media, you may meet someone who you think you love or someone whom you think you have affections for. But one thing is sure, or one thing is certain, is that you have to be very, very careful with whomever it is you are having dealings with online, and especially when it comes to Web3, because a lot of people pose to be what they are not. A lot of people pose, even some people even catfish. They put on the picture of one very fine lady as their PFP, and then you think this person is a very beautiful lady. or they put on the picture of one handsome, muscular guy, and then you think, oh, this person is a very, very handsome guy. So online Web3 dating is something that if you want to engage in it, you have to be very, very, very careful because honestly speaking, in my opinion, I think the whole concept of online dating, especially in Web3, is not just it at all. Because I may sound a little bit awkward or a little bit old-fashioned. But I think getting into something as serious as dating with somebody has to be something that you can do offline or something that you should do offline, not trying to like hit on someone online just like that. But if you must do that, you must be very, very careful because of identity issues, privacy concerns, and a lot of potential risk involved. Because, like I said earlier, a lot of people, their intentions may not be so pure. We've had recent cases where people get to like hit on social media influencers, especially in Web3. They hit on them, they pose to like them just so that they can get what they want actually. For instance, when the NFT trend was still on sometime last year and 2 years ago, you see a lot of people taking a liking into a particular influencer. They come to the comment section, they say a lot of things. They even go as far as getting into their DMs to say a lot of things, just so that maybe they can get an edge in getting a particular whitelist or getting particular information about a particular project that they want to actually participate in. Now, in that kind of situation, you would be really, really, really careful. You have to be very, very careful because you do not know whose intention is actually genuine towards you. So the whole concept of Web3 dating for me is not just it at all. It is something that one has to be very, very careful with, especially, like I said, when it comes to identity issues, privacy concerns, and also the need for cautious behavior. So that is my own take on that.
Yeah, I believe what you have mentioned, some concerns that you need to be careful when you engage on online, dating apps and or even in Web3 world. But those are some of the challenges. But let's talk a little bit on the sweet side. Have you tried, dating anyone from online Web3 dating before?
Actually, I haven't, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and then I doubt that I will intend to. Let me put it that way. Maybe, maybe in future, I doubt I will, but I haven't tried it. But from the experiences of a couple of friends I have around, and I've actually tried it, so to put it, it's never ended well for them. So I don't know. Maybe some persons may have seen the sweet side of it, or possibly even tasted the sweet side of it. But for me, and from the experience that I have had with it, and from other people's experiences shared, I have not seen the sweet side of it, so to put it.
Okay,
Yeah.
no worries. Just out of curiosity, because we are in internet world, so we might have the chance to meet someone from online. So those are the things that we might need to be concerned of. Okay, so
Yeah.
thank you for your sharing. So, and back to the topic, how do you see monetization to be an important part in the world of SocialFi?
Okay. Monetization. Yeah. In the world of SocialFi, monetization would be very, very important because sorry, I'm just a minute. Now, in the world of SocialFi, monetization will be really, really important because a lot of persons will not just interact with um, the whole social fi concepts without expecting to get anything in return. Just like GameFi, for instance, the reason why a lot of people participate in it is because of rewards, or it's because of what they intend to get in return. So for me, monetization is a really, really important concept in the social fi. Now, it can come in different ways or different forms. It could be by way of token rewards, where users can earn native token for participating in social activities. It could also come from rewards like NFTs or social stakings, where users can stake tokens and gain access to, exclusive content and all of that. So the whole success of social fi, for me, I actually think would not be possible if monetization is not in place. So monetization has to come in, and then the whole social fi monetization models will depend, and the overall adoption of decentralized financial mechanisms within the social platforms.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Monetization in SocialFi is the revolutionary, but actually, it's not just about the sometimes ads revenue or sponsors content. But here, we have like social tokens or creator tokens. So actually, empowering the users to monetize their influence, content, and community interactions in novel ways. So it's actually turning every user into a potential entrepreneur, I would say,
Yeah.
because you're using like different apps, to showcase your talent, showcase, whatever you are expert in. So have you ever tried on, using your, strengths to present yourself on any social five or any social media apps,
Platform.
app? Yeah,
Yeah,
platforms.
yeah. I have actually tried with little success, and that was basically because of my inconsistencies. If I wanted to like make huge success from the platform, I would have been more consistent with my content, and that was TikTok. So yeah, I actually put up a lot of content. I think that was 2 years ago. Yeah, and then my interactions with people.
Hello.
Well, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So there were rewards actually from my content that I actually put out there, but I didn't really gain huge success, and that was, like I said earlier, partly because of my inconsistencies. I wasn't really consistent. I was having issues with getting enough time to actually put out more content. So yeah, but then there are persons that I have seen that have actually made huge successes from interacting on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, for instance, and even Twitter. Yeah, even Twitter. So it all depends on your input and your content and how well you can interact on social media platforms.
Yeah, yes, correct. I do agree with you because as a content creator myself, I do post a lot of like threads information on my socials, but I don't really manage my own IG or or
Oh,
TikTok. I don't even have a TikTok account. I just like scroll through, sometimes scroll on videos to watch like funny videos during my free time. But
yeah.
it is interesting, to see like different contents from different content creators, because actually it inspired me to think of what kind of topics that I would like to initiate for my content, either in Twitter or in IG. Yeah, because IG, yeah, most of the time people post like photos. Yeah, so do you only manage like your TikTok last time?
Yeah,
And do you like start to writing like some content on your X?
Yeah, my TikTok the last time was solely managed by myself. So I, very unlike most users or most content creators, I did not really like engage the services of someone else to do it. So yeah, it was really managed by myself. But yeah, same thing here on Twitter. Most of my content, and I've become so consistent with putting out interesting content over time here on Twitter. And that is basically because I have been so much involved in Web3. And most of my contents are personally centered on myself. Yeah, most times I get help from creating images, um gifs, and videos and all of that. But when it comes to write-ups, threads, I actually spend my time and resources putting those things out. So yeah.
Yeah. Because I think you do need a lot of time to, think of content that you need to write on your own social media, social platforms. But do you have a community that follows your content?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Oh, okay.
A very small community actually. Very
Do
small
you,
community, but they are very
mm,
consistent.
you mean they follow your alphas on your calls on airdrops or
Yeah,
any
yeah,
content? So
yeah.
what kind of alpha can you share with us? Just curious.
Okay. Okay. Currently in the market, the alphas that I have currently, I wouldn't say they are alphas because um they are more of like DJ plays for now. That is basically what I am mostly involved in for now. DJ plays. I don't know if you understand what I mean. DJ plays are like
Yep,
uh,
I understand.
exactly. Now they are like based on conviction. You buy into the project based on conviction, and then most times, if your conviction, your analysis is right, you would make something out of your investment. But if your analysis or your conviction um is wrong, you definitely suffer the losses. So yeah. Now, currently, there's a project that my community and I we've been looking into. Um, it's not really. It's on Solana actually. I think early 3 hours ago, we started researching on this project. It's called um, Ye. That's YE. That is the name of the project. It's on Solana, and then it has launched currently, and it's on 810 market cap the last time I checked. So, but it's just like I said earlier. For now, we are just on the gem plays and all of that. So that is something we are looking into. We actually expect it to um, get to its former all-time high of 1.6 million market cap, which if it does, from our analysis, we are going to make 2x from. So yeah, you can still look into that if you feel like.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Because seems like a lot of alpha from you. Yeah, I think social fi projects do tie together with a tokens like airdrops. How do you see in this like airdrop alpha?
Okay, airdrop alpha. I think the last airdrop alpha that I recently looked into was the Manta airdrop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Manta airdrop. It was over the space for um some time actually, but I didn't get to qualify for the airdrop because I mean I don't really know how the whole selection process went, but I did bulk of what were required to qualify for it. But unfortunately, I'm sure I didn't actually complete the entire qualification process. So that was Manta airdrop, and I think it's going to be really huge. They are yet to um, give out the airdrop, but I think the entire selection process is already done. So I wouldn't say it's still an alpha for now because Like I said, the entire selection process is done, but then it is still a very, very, very good project. It's on layer 2 on Ethereum, and I think they have a lot of utilities coming in. So it's still a very, very good project that if it launch or when it does, I am going to buy into it. Yeah.
Okay, because I think they launched their project on the Binance Launch Pool. I think you just need to stick for like 2 days to get the airdrop tokens. I think
Yeah.
maybe could be like a good small passive income. If they say you are not urgent to use any money, then you maybe can just stick a little bit. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
But do you know that Socrates is now doing the campaign? They are giving out a total of 4 million of SOC token to all the participants on their platform. And the
Yeah.
campaign will be ending on the 21st January. Yeah, just
Okay.
some small
So
alpha from you.
so everyone should get in on that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you can. You
Definitely.
can.
Definitely.
Hi, I saw someone request. Oh, sorry, I mute my mic. I'm so
Oh,
sorry. I thought because I was talking, but then I didn't notice that I mute my mic. So sorry.
no problems.
Yeah.
I was about calling
Right?
your attention to that.
Yeah. Thank you. But okay, so this question I have here. So what are the alphas that you are looking into in terms of airdrops? Because like SocialFi, they're tapped so closely to tokens because it actually get people involved into their projects because they will be giving out a lot of surprises, airdrop surprises to them, right? So what are the alphas that you're looking into now?
Oh yeah, the question for me.
Yep.
Okay. Like I said earlier, apart from Manta currently, I don't have any other airdrop alpha that I am currently looking into because I know there are a lot of airdrop projects out there or airdrop opportunities out there, but there is none I'm currently so much interested in right now. That is from my own personal intake. So I said there's something else that maybe someone else is really bullish on, but the only airdrop alpha that I'm currently bullish on right now is Manta airdrop.
Okay, it's fine. But I think it's a big win for users. But how would it impact on content creators? What do you think?
Well, for content creators, like I said, the more you put in, the more you get. So for content creators, if they actually put in more work and then get into the whole matter airdrop thing, they should not just be carried away by the whole content creators activities and all that. They should participate in the whole qualification process and all that, and then do not undermine the fact that the project has a lot of utilities coming in. So if they are able to undertake the mantle to do all of that, then very sure or very certain that they will get huge benefits from the whole Manta process. Oh, sorry, the whole Manta airdrop thing. So yeah.
No. I mean, like, what do you see? In terms of like tokens, like how would it impact the content creators? For example, if they say you are a content creator on X, so how would this impact you? Because I think they have the revenue model for content creators. Because I do see some of the content creators receiving some rewards from X. How do you see this?
Okay, you mean for Manta?
No, I mean for like traditional social media platform, like content creators. Yeah, content creators create their
yeah.
contents, right? Yeah.
Okay, okay, that's what I I thought you were referring to Manta. Okay, yes. For content creators, it's basically everything boils down to how well or how good your content is and how well people are able to interact with your content. So that's even back to the entire social file thing you get. So it's basically it depends. Like for X on X, for instance, if you have good content and people interact with you and you get lots of impressions, then you are certain that Elon Musk will visit your pockets in no time. And in the same way, for other social media platforms, content creators, if you are putting good content out there and a lot of people interact with your content and you get huge audience, then definitely you will be rewarded by the platform. But then, of course, you see why monetization is very important, because these content creators would like to get incentives for what they are doing. So if these social platforms do not embrace the whole concept of monetization or actually rewarding content creators, it's going to impact on the social platform itself, because when content creators are not getting rewards from the platform for the amount of time, the amount of energy, the amount of contents they put out there, then definitely interactions on the social platform will drop very, very quickly. So yeah, I think why these platforms are providing incentives for social content creators, they should also understand that they are also doing good to their own platform as well. So it's a win-win thing for both parties, for both the social content creators and for the social media platform.
All right. Thank you so much for your sharing. I think that's a very positive for the group of for creators and also the users. So, but do you think like NFTs fit into this social file landscape in your opinion?
Yeah, NFTs fit in perfectly well because you remember we were talking about monetization
Yeah.
in a couple of minutes ago, and I said that one of the ways that monetization could come into Socialfy is through token rewards and even NFT rewards, because content creators may be able to tokenize their work as NFTs, which will definitely allow them to retain ownership, sell unique data assets directly to their audience. So yeah, NFTs will definitely work.
But what are the challenges that you see when it comes to, you tapping NFT and the Socialfy projects together?
Okay, the only challenge that I think will definitely come up right now is the fact that NFTs are not really on the trend again. Like it's not really that common. It's not really that people are not really familiar with NFTs currently. If it were like a year or two ago, I think that would be a challenge at all, where NFTs were everywhere and all of that. But currently, the interest for NFTs has reduced. But hopefully, you know how the crypto market works. Something may just happen and then we just spike up the interest all of a sudden again. So hopefully, in the next couple of months or in the next few years, NFTs will come back on board again. So in that case, it wouldn't be a challenge. So currently, that is the only challenge that I am seeing when it comes to NFTs as rewards for, um, social file interaction and all that.
Yeah, I think thinking back about last time when I first started my my Web3 journey. I actually started off as a moderator in a lot of NFT communities. So actually, I do enjoy the fun of it, because I can engage with my community members every day, because I was having a great time, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I think networking is also the key, because with NFTs, you engage with the community, you attend like virtual meetups, and I think just don't be afraid to
To
attend those
interact.
to interact, engage, and also you go to those virtual meetups to meet the friends that you have been talking for so long on the space. So did you attend like any virtual events in your country?
Virtual event, yes.
Yeah.
There was one that we hosted here in Nigeria. It was a group of NFT guys that made that very possible. Sometime last year, um, we called it NFT NG, NFT Nigeria, and then it was really really fun. During that, um, it wasn't really all virtual. We also we had it virtually, but I think the major event was via physical. It was physical. So we had the physical event, and honestly speaking, from um, the virtual events to the physical event, it was all just so interesting because we were able to meet a lot of persons from different parts of the country who are really into NFTs at the time. And we were able to share hints and alphas and all of that. And a lot of newbies were onboarded into the space because imagine attending an event where you meet people you refer to as the OGs in the community, and you are meeting them face to face. And, all you just have to do is to um, meet with them, interact with them, and learn a lot from them. So a lot of newbies were onboarded into the space, and a lot of people became so actively interested in the whole NFT thing at the time. So yeah, during that period, the NFT NG events and the both the physical and the virtual events was all a blessing to the entire NFT community because, like I said earlier, it was a platform, it was an opportunity for all of us to interact and to make connections because on this space, connection is key. You cannot survive alone.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree with you. Networking is the key, connection is the key. And when I first joined the space, it wasn't easy. But that time, the NFT market was booming, and I started off as a whitelist grinder. And slowly, I applying jobs as a moderator in different projects, like organizing, different activities for the communities. So it was so fun, to chat around, grind together. And of course, I think NFTs actually open up like a new world for the digital artists, creators, and even like marketers. So they are not just about art, they're actually reshaping the content ownership. I think the like digital identity and even like gaming. Yeah, I think this field is actually full of with the opportunities for artists like digital curators. Yeah, so many things that we can think of. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so do you think what are the challenges that you foresee in SocialFi?
Okay. Well, one of the challenges that I see is when it comes to adoption. Um, when a new concept comes up on the space, the success of that particular concept, the success of that particular new methodology has to do with adoption. That's to do with the more users are willing to interact with that particular concept. So other than that, I don't see um, you know anything that will make this not be a huge success. So that is why we have to, those of us who believe in SocialFi, have to create more awareness about SocialFi. we have to tell people about SocialFi. We have to be able to educate people so that they know more about SocialFi and come to adopt it, come to accept it, and begin to interact with it. So if that can be done, then definitely I don't think there's anything that's going to hold SocialFi back. So that is the only challenge, or the only challenge that I'm seeing currently. It's adoption. So, and I believe that if you do not tell people about something, there's no way they are going to accept something that they have no knowledge about. So the more we host spaces like this, the more we bring out content concerning SocialFi and help people to see the benefits of SocialFi and what it sets to achieve in coming months and in coming years, then people will definitely have interest in SocialFi. This interest is only going to be fueled by our active education in the community. So other than that, SocialFi is going to be a blast.
But how do you like onboard Web2 users into SocialFi projects? I think it is closely connected to our daily lives because since we're using a lot of social media apps, right? So how do
Yeah,
you onboard those users to the
you know, a
Web3
lot of
world?
users, yeah, a lot of users do not really know so much about what they're actually using. For instance, a lot of people use Twitter and do not know that from their interactions they can make money off it.
Yeah.
People use other social media platforms and do not know that, oh, this platform is not just all about interaction. It could also be, a side thing for making a few bucks here and there. So for me, I believe if you want to onboard people into something that they are familiar with, you let them know um, other things about that particular thing that their eyes are not currently open to. So onboarding people into SocialFi, which already we are all using at the moment, it's going to be very, very easy because it's just to let these people know, just to create awareness of other benefits that comes from using these platforms, and in that way you will get more people to interact with the entire SocialFi. And yeah.
But what do you think about like onboarding? Because since just now we are talking about the traditional transiting users from the traditional platform to the Web3 world. But how do you onboard like newbies?
Okay, for me, I don't know about other places, but where I'm from, most of
Mm.
the time you actually hold classes. Like you hold classes, you sit people there and teach them about a particular thing. So it is not just enough to talk about it on the space on Twitter and then all of that, or tweet about it. You sit people there and teach them. So one way I think will be very, very useful in onboarding people, which I have done over time, when it comes to onboarding people into crypto, it's actually holding classes with them. Most of these classes are virtual. So you organize a class just as you organize a space, and then you lay out the whole entire session of the class and teach people, sit them down, teach them how the entire SocialFi thing works. But just like I said earlier, people use these platforms and do not even know that already they are into SocialFi. So you have to teach them. So onboarding for me, it's not just all about that, but it is more successful when you hold classes and you teach people about NFTs. Now, oh, sorry, of SocialFi. So these classes, like I said, I have done earlier. I've done it in cases of onboarding people into NFTs, onboarding people into airdrop hunting, and even like you said why you started the when you started the entire crypto thing, you were a moderator and grinding for on Discord for whitelist and
Yeah.
your yeah.
Yes.
I,
Yes.
I also did that at a point, and I onboarded people into that. And what I did then was holding virtual classes to onboard this one. So I don't think it will be any different if you want to onboard persons into SocialFi. I think one of the ways to do that is actually to like hold classes to teach people how to go about this thing.
Oh, so you do hold classes in your country?
Yes, yes, I do.
I see. So you are like a mentor for a lot of people.
Well, I do my best.
All right, that's very cool. But one thing I just curious. So when you taught them about like this Web3 topics or this kind of thing, so um I want to know about how's the response from onboarding. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I get your question. Like,
Yep,
how
yep,
responsive are they, right?
yep.
Yeah. So, well, in my country, a lot of people are really into accepting the new thing. That is, the the readiness and the zeal to evolve is just instilled in Nigerians generally.
Mm,
So when you bring a new concept, if you can actually um, point out what how that concept sets or stands to benefit them, or sets to create an improvement on a previous concept, then they are willing to accept it. Now, from my experience over time, the responsiveness of Nigerians to Web3 and its entire concept has been really, really, really impressive. Yeah, it's been really, really impressive because um, if you hold a class of 10 persons, for instance, you teach 10 students about a particular thing. I'm speaking from my experience anyway. You hold a class of 10 persons and then you teach them, let's say NFTs, for instance. Over time, at least 9 of them will start up from there. Like, that is how crazy the interest can be sometimes. Just I think last year or so, a lot of Nigerians were able to make mm, um, their name appear on Forbes list for um, one of the influencers, or one of the top influencers in the crypto community, and that is all because of their output. That is all because of how well they are willing to train people. And then Nigerians also are very, very, very crypto oriented. Yes, they are crypto oriented. I think last year when the social, what they call it, when you actually determine which country actually has more crypto communities, Nigeria was second on the list after United States. That's to tell you how they are so into crypto. So the responsiveness is very, very, very high here. So it all depends on how good you are able to um, teach them about your project, and of course, like I said, how your project is ready to like develop on the previous concept or the previous ideology they have already, and how they can benefit from it. If you can point that out, then of course they will be very, very responsive.
all right. I think it's a very great advice, for people from your country. If let's say they would like to join the Web3 space, they can actually, join like a small groups. I think smaller groups are good,
Yeah.
for people to get familiar on topics in Web3. So I think it means, since I think you're a very experienced users in Web3. So how do you manage like this group of a community, like smaller groups, when you open up the classes?
Okay. One of the things that has actually helped
Mm,
me to manage these people is actually creating time for them. If you have time for your students, they will really, really, really put in effort to learn whatever it is you are teaching them. And like I said, I'm a very, very busy person. Aside Web3, I also have my own you know job that I do, and I have my own business. So putting all of this together, if I want to succeed in actually giving out this Web3 education, it's all about scheduling my time and then arranging things and making, to-do list every day. So if I have, or when I was, okay, let me use my experience. When I was holding classes for NFTs, what I actually do is every week I marshal out the days that I'll be holding these classes. So it necessarily not be every day, maybe 3 times a week or 4 times a week, 1 hour each time we meet. So it's all about scheduling time and actually making out that time for them. So that is one of the things that has actually helped me to achieve success in my classes, making out time and actually making sure that you meet that time. If the students see you as someone who is really, really putting in effort to make out time for them, leaving other activities that we are supposed to be engaged in at the moment and actually giving that time to them, definitely they would appreciate it and will want to put in more effort to, learn whatever it is you are giving out to them.
Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. I think can feel your passion towards Web3. And I think one small tips from me, I think you can also share with them about those opportunities, like job opportunities that exist in the Web3 world. Because since it's like, we have like moderators, like job, like moderators, like space hosts, or even like a collab manager post. I think that's where, people, when they start familiar with the Web3 projects, they can start to work around with, those roles. Because in this industry, we do require a lot of service provider that they can, tap into different marketing agency. Yeah. So what's your take on this?
Thank you very much. My only take on this is a thank you, because that's a huge tip actually. Yes. Like you said, the entire space is so open and there are a lot of opportunities. So these job opportunities are there. Yes, are there. So I would include that in my subsequent discussions. Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. Because for me, because I started off like as a moderator for a lot of projects, so I do see that even though the trend now is like people start to work from home and all, so this is a very good start for those people that they need to stay at home all the time. Yeah. So
Yeah.
and that there's so many things that you can work on in Web3. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
that is true.
Yep. So, but with this, like, which role that you foresee that that will be a you can introduce to your community? What
Okay.
are the roles? Yeah.
Okay. I think starting off as moderators
Mm.
would be it. Um, you know, that is something that a lot of people can do from home. So, I can actually introduce them, teach them how to be a moderator. I may need not to do that alone, so I can actually invite someone who has experience in the whole moderating, um, moderating work, so to put it, to actually, share the me and coach these ones. So yes, starting off as moderators will be very, very good. And then I have also noticed that a lot of these young lads have um, um, so many skill in managing social media accounts. So I think these project, these crypto projects out there, also actually look out for people that can help them manage their social media accounts. So I think I could also onboard them into that as well, like teach them the rules and the do's and don'ts of managing social media accounts and help them to come into the space to be open to working for these projects.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think there's a high demand of required roles in the Web3 world. But what are the emerging trends do you see, both in the Web3 world employment?
I'm sorry, you said what trends? Sorry.
What emerging trends do you
Okay.
see? Yeah.
Okay, both in Web3 and the real world, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, for the real world, what's emerging trends?
What do you do
the
in real life, actually?
Okay, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, lawyer. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay, I can only speak for my own specialization. So the emerging trends is uh, well, these days a lot of people want to. Well, it's not really what they want to. It's what they must do. They want to digify everything, like make everything become digital. So I think yes, for the real world, the entire digital thing, making everything become digital is the emerging trend. You see, corporations, you see companies want to go digital in everything, down from their staff to their work. They want to make everything digital. They want to make everything virtual. And I think that is the same thing with Web3. As Web3 has always been digital, so to put it, or as it has always been virtual, but they are looking for more ways to utilize technology and actually make everything totally virtual. Like for instance, the entire social fight thing that we've been looking into, it's all about um virtual interaction, right? It's all about
Yep.
virtual interaction. So so far so good. The whole making utilizing technology to making everything virtual has been both um, the trends in the Web3 space and also in the real world as well.
Yeah, because I think you're right. Like, because I think since you're a lawyer, but I do see like, there's a search demand for security experts, like as well as tech developers. I think because in the Web3 world, they are using like a smart contract on the blockchain, so bypassing
Yeah.
those like traditional banks and brokers. So it is a very fast growing sector. So they actually created jobs like in areas like smart contract development, DeFi projects management, and even I think legal and regulatory experts like
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, true.
Yes, yes. So
Yeah.
I think it's one of the marketing is also one of the most important part. I think if they say you have people that from your community that they are interested to do like content creators, they
Mm.
can also start to you can onboard them to start writing like contents on their socials. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I would definitely do that. I'll definitely do that.
Yeah, because we can see like remotes and flexible work arrangement are becoming the norm. So I think it's a very good but very potential
Yeah,
industry.
it is actually.
Yes.
Everything going so virtual and remote now. It only makes sense that people embrace this, and so yeah, I'll definitely invite that in my classes when next I hold classes.
Is your classes free?
Yeah, free.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, you are really a great contributor to your community.
Well, that's what we basically do here. We help ourselves. I learned free, so yeah.
Yeah, you learn the knowledge and you giving back to the community. That's what we are doing every day, right? As a
Yeah,
Web3 builder. Yeah.
of course. The success of one is the success of all. So if one
Wow.
person succeeds, I am happy.
That's a very big word. Salute.
Thank you so much.
But with those challenges in mind, right? So what do you think about what does the future hold for SocialFi in your opinion?
Well, I can say that SocialFi is actually going to, it's more like revolutionize the entire crypto community. SocialFi is going to continue to emerge and continue to develop. So it is something that as technology is evolving, a lot of new platforms will come up. A lot of new social platforms will come up where users will be able to interact far better than what we are using currently. You know, like you see how Elon Musk is making Twitter more and more fun every day. So I believe that with time, new platforms will come up, new platforms for social interactions far better than what we are currently using. And with SocialFi already in place, those platforms are going to be utilized by all of us, and definitely it's going to make the whole crypto community far better and better, because it is something that no one can say I am totally ignorant of, because I mean, you are using it currently, you just don't know you are using it. So that is my own belief. I believe that the future of social fire is going to be really, really great, because technology, like I've always known, has no limits. So the more social platforms are coming up, better social platforms are coming up, and the more we are interacting with these social platforms, there will always be need for social fire.
Yes, definitely. Yep. 100% agree with you. I think the future is bright for SocialFi because we are looking at a more decentralized digital world where actually users aren't just like passive consumers, but active and rewarded participants. So I think when the technology matures and more people understand the potential, I believe SocialFi could redefine the online interactions. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. But for like traditional platforms like Twitter and all, and also like TikTok, a lot of projects nowadays they come up. They say that okay, I want to replace, for example, I want to replace TikTok, but I don't see the point of replacing a mature product whereby you can just tap onto APIs to migrate some of the users to your platform by rewarding them. So what's your take on this?
Well, I think if you are coming out as a new platform, instead of saying you want to replace this,
Yeah.
I think what you should actually focus on is how to improve on what is in place already. So if I have a project, for instance, that I'm working on, and then my project has the same vision with TikTok, for instance, I can actually work towards improving on what is already on ground on TikTok, instead of actually looking for how to replace TikTok. If you work towards how to improve on what people know already or what people have already, then definitely with time, people are going to, adopt your own project more, and then, interact with it more. Then with time, it's just automatic, so to put it. You would overthrow the previous platform that you are trying to overthrow, so to put it. So instead of working on replacing that platform, projects should actually look for solutions to a particular problem that is already on ground, that is not yet solved by the underlying platform. Then once they can do that, then definitely people are going to appreciate these solutions that they are bringing in, and then of course they will have whatever it is that they want, which may be to replace the platform, but definitely they will have more users and more interactions.
Yes, 100% agree with you. But it seems like we have another speaker who would like to express his thought. Hi,
Hey,
Tadano. Hey,
hey, how's it
hello.
going?
I'm
Good.
fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I hopped in earlier today and I had to leave, but it looks like you guys are still going, and I'm hearing this conversation. It's very productive about SocialFi, and
Yeah.
I kind of want to give my thoughts on that as well. Although I will admit I am a little new to the space.
Okay. So, what do you think? The future hold for SocialFi? What's your take? Because I believe you use a lot of social media apps on your daily life. So, how do you see this?
So one of the things I'm really excited about is like you were mentioning earlier, and the uh, the ATL Lord was mentioning, is this integration. The idea of integrating with different platforms APIs. for instance, like with one of the projects that I'm involved in, they have a Discord server, and they integrated their wallet or the Cardano wallet inside of the server. So like users who don't even have to have wallet, they can just join the Discord server and it'll automatically keep track of because in there they'll give away free tokens to the users who are active and participate in things. So it's like a way to incentivize people to come to your community without having too much overhead. Like they're not gonna like let's say you're brand new to Cardano, right? And you want to get involved in a project, but you're not, you don't want to sit up there and figure out how to download all the wallets and do all that research and stuff. But you're already on Discord. You just hop in and boom, you get the rewards of the project. And to see stuff like that happening, and like even Twitter, at one point there was an idea where you could hook up your NFT to your profile picture. Now I believe they just removed that. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure the reasoning behind that. But what if there was a way to where, like, as long as I'm on Twitter, I can just boom tip you. Let's say I've got some coins in my wallet and I like, the space or whatever. I can just hit a button and then tip you. So I think that's a huge benefit, and the social media platforms that implement this and the communities that implement it properly, I think they're going to do very well in the coming future as SocialFi develops. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
Okay, I believe the thing that you're mentioning about is the aggregators, right?
The aggregators, like, what do you mean by that?
It's like you're tapping the API to those traditional social media apps, so that you are onboarding traditional, like Web2 users to Web3. You're like creating a dApp. Yeah, like the one that you mentioned just now. Yeah, those that you mentioned just now.
Right. So now, in particularly, yeah, exactly. They're using the API of essentially there's like a Discord bot that you can set up, and essentially like it'll allow you to create different wallets inside of Discord. So the user themselves doesn't necessarily have to create the wallet. The bot will make it as long as you join that community. But yeah, it's essentially involving, they tap into the Discord API. You have to have API access. And you can set that all up.
Yeah, I got it. I got you. Thank you so much for sharing. And so I heard that you mentioned just now you are the newcomers to the Web3. You just joined the Web3.
So I joined this particular space, this Web3 debate
space. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much for sharing. I think we have a future to look forward to. But in your opinion, so what should newcomers or potential investors know before they diving into SocialFi? What do you think?
I mean, the standard stuff is, I think they should always do their own research. If they are coming into a new project and it's their first time and they're like, oh, I'm going to put all my money in and make all this money, I would caution against that. I would tell people, start with a small amount, something that you can afford to lose. Like test it out, make sure it's something you're comfortable with. And just like, always be safe, even in regular social media sites, you have to be safe. You have to use common sense. But other than that, look for some communities that are actually building, look for communities that have a track record, and, people who are spreading positivity, people who are building, those are usually good signs of communities to get involved in.
Oh, do you have a specific communities that you usually join and follow their alphas?
Yeah. For me personally, the community I joined is the Katski Discord. That's me personally.
So you're more active on the Discord. But what about like your thoughts on the following some content creators on X?
On X, it's a variety of people on X. I follow. I don't know if you've heard of Gary Cardone. I just recently started following him. Um, it's just a variety of people. I just followed the Web3 debate. I just followed you guys today. So, but yeah, you ever follow a lot of people
Oh,
who essentially talk about like Web3 and stuff.
yeah. Thank you so much for following. But by the way, we are having the debate competition on the 18th of January. If any one of you are interested to join, you can just let us know, right? Just a small little announcement. And okay, for crypto alt lord, yeah, I just would like to ask a little bit about your opinion. What do you think like newcomers or potential investors should know before they dive into Web3 projects or SocialFi projects?
Yeah, honestly, just like what Cardano Review just pointed out, the whole entire Web3, it's based on do your own research. That is the standard. Just do your own research before getting into anything. Whatever an influencer tells you, whatever anybody tells you on the space, just do your own research. And then also, you must be security conscious of your wallet. You know, the whole essence of trying to utilize Web3 for money doesn't really bothers or boils on just making money. You have to also secure your wallet where you actually store this money. So for me, I would recommend using hardware wallets to actually secure your funds because it is safer. And then also, I would also advise people to start small. Start small in whatever it is you want to get into. Whether if you see a new project, for instance, and you are really so fascinated about the project, do not be allow your mind to be clouded by all that the project is going to do. This is life. This is Web3. Anything can happen. Most of the times, a lot of things here are just 50-50. Why you have your conviction, why you have your analysis in check, in place, but most of the times things don't just go as planned. So I would always advise that you start small, you invest small and go bigger, instead of putting everything that you have into one particular project. So risk management, starting small, securing your wallet and doing your own research. I think those are the few tips that you need while getting into SocialFi.
Well, seems like a very good piece of advice, right? And I think we have Nell here. I think he seems like want to speak with us. Probably he have some thoughts to share. Hi, Nell.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So, yeah, we are talking about topics about the SocialFi. Yeah, what's your thought? Are you bullish on SocialFi?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, of course, my bias would always be the GameFi projects. Although, as I witnessed, a lot of social fies already. There is that vibe inside the community, but of course, also in its application, like what Socrates is doing. I'm actually an OG. I have a Genesis pen, so I know my way around the app, and it's one of the projects that I'm actually looking forward to develop more. I've been checking the white paper, the updates in general for Socrates, and it's one of the social fi apps that I find interesting because there's constant development and progress, and what they call this, the balancing towards the compensation for for the app itself, and of course the NFTs in general. So it's I'm definitely bullish not only in social fi but specifically for Socrates.
Wow. That's very glad to hear that. But do you aware that Socrates is actually combining the socialify and GameFi elements?
Yes, but for now, of course, it's more predominantly on the social fi aspect. Although with the addition of the pop quiz and the other features that will be added soon, I think there will be balance on the social fi and game fi aspect on Socrates.
What do you think if, let's say, like both combining together? What do
Uh,
you think? What's your take?
of course, it would be able to cover a larger audience for Web3, especially those that are into social fi and those that are into GameFi. So there would be like a larger audience for Socrates in that aspect. So definitely bullish and a great addition and combination for that as well.
Okay, great to hear that. So actually, since the topic today is talking about social fi, I believe you do use a lot of like social apps. So just out of curiosity, have you ever, date someone online before using the traditional social media apps?
Are you talking about the dating apps?
Yes, dating
Uh,
apps.
yeah, I've tried, but of course, when it comes to the virtual world, I'm still more aware of what's happening. So I've only met a few people that I've known virtually. So although I've tried it, but I've only met a few people.
Oh, you mean you met them in real life?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, how was your experience? Like,
Well,
you
it was
date someone online and, you finally meeting them virtually. Sorry, well, you meeting them, face to face.
of course, there would be like some nerves going into it because you don't know what will really happen. But uh, fortunately, I was able to like meet people who are really great virtually and really great personally. So I got to bond with them, and even if so we didn't end up together, we were able to like create a bond of friendship, and we're still friends right now. So we get to hang out, and it's one of the things. It's one of the beauties of hanging out with people you met virtually.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I think, in my opinion, I think it's very sweet to, you met someone online, virtually, and finally meeting them up. And networking is also part of the key in Web3. Yeah. So do you actually, attend those those Web2 events?
Web 2 or Web 3 events, you mean?
That's like, side events, Web3 side events.
Okay. Well, I actually attend a lot of Web 3 events, but not usually with Web 2 events. So when I met people in Web 3, when I got the chance to meet them face to face in some of the projects that I've worked with, it was amazing because it's kind of a different feeling when you're meeting people from the Web 3 space. There's like an instant connection because you are all in the industry that you believe in. So there's a different connection in that. But in Web 3, of course, it would be your friends, it could be strangers that you don't have any mutual interests with. So it's different, but there's really the positives that you can take from it every time you meet people.
Yes, definitely. Because I attended the 2004 night event in Singapore. And I
Mhm.
think 1 month later, they have an event in Philippines. I think the event is about GameFi, right? If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
I've heard about it. Yeah. Well,
Did
in
you
the Philippines,
attend that event?
I did not. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to because I'm far from the venue. But most of the conferences and the Web3 meetings here in the Philippines are most likely all about it's either cryptocurrency or GameFi because we're known for being in GameFi projects more. So there's definitely those chances of success when you're targeting Philippine citizens when it comes to GameFi and cryptocurrency projects.
I think GameFi is quite active in the Philippine community, right?
Yes, yes, yes. We are we're definitely the gamers, I believe. We call the world calls us the gamers of Asia because Axie Infinity was actually very predominant in the Philippines alone. So there's that reputation.
So, what other games that you guys playing now in your community?
There's a lot of actually we've been trying out Axie Infinity again. And we've also done some what they call this. I forgot the name of the game because I don't usually play it. But we're really into what they call scholarships again. A
Mm.
lot of managers have been recruiting players to play GameFi projects again and be able to earn from them. So it's glad to see that GameFi is once again blooming in Web3.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think monetization is part of it. But how do you see monetization to be an important part in the world of SocialFi?
I don't. I think it's not a big deal for me personally. It's not a big deal. Social the first name that counts is the social media. So of course it should what they call it should serve the purpose of being a social media app more than monetization. So if you have that kind of ability to like onboard people and connect more people through the app, then I guess the finance or the monetization feature will just follow. So of course, people would have to look at the utility more than the capacity to earn, so that they would be able to enjoy the product more than expecting instant returns. So it's the kind of mindset that I want um to say to people that if you are going into Web3, do not expect instant returns. Rather enjoy the journey, and then if the monetization comes, if there are opportunities for you to earn and to have money, then it's a good thing. It's a combination of both, but you have to enjoy all the apps. You have to enjoy all the projects that you're gonna be with, and be with them in the journey, and then maybe the goal is will be reached into monetization. So hopefully that will be what will happen with most of the project in Web3 in the future.
Oh, okay. That's a very good advice. But how do you see onboarding the Web2 users from the traditional social media apps to those Web3 social fi projects?
uh,
How do you
uh,
onboard them? Yeah.
it's definitely a challenge because a lot of social fire right now are the registration is mainly through wallet registration. So of course, Web2 people being onboarded would not be as knowledgeable on that feature. So when I was tasked to debate in behalf of Socrates for the mass adoption of Web3, of course, one of the things that I highlighted would be the email registration and the email and password registration for any projects into Web3. It's the kind of registration that people in Web3 are used to. However, you are also introducing them into another way of registering through the wallet application. So there is the traditional registration for people from Web 2, but at the same time you are teaching them something that is very common in Web 3. So it's the kind of lead that we all need, so that not all so that all people from Web 2 would not be culture shocked when they get onboarded into Web 3. So it's one of the things that I commend for social fi apps such as Socrates to have the email and the password registration, which makes it easier for people in Web3 to transition, in from Web2 to transition into Web3.
Yeah, definitely there are certain challenges that we will be facing when onboarding new users to the Web3 world. I think like scalability is a one big thing because you need to ensure all these platform can handle large user base
Yeah, of
efficiently.
course, of course.
Yeah, and user adoption is another thing because you need to get people to transit from the traditional platform to these new platforms.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
It's of course a lot of people might find it overwhelming that they are getting fed with a lot of information that are new to them and things that they might not be able to understand at first. So you have to really acclimate them into transitioning from Web 2 into Web 3. And of course, the technical side would be the scalability. Of course, I believe Socrates is already supporting cross-chain compatibility, right? You are operating on Ethereum, on BNB, and on Polygon. So it's a good thing that you guys are also having those kinds of features for the project.
Oh, that's a very good advice and also observation about the project. But just would like to ask you, like, can you explain a little bit more, like how exactly does Socrates capture the elements of SocialFi with their model?
That's the one thing I was asked also when I was interviewed for like a survey, I think.
Yeah.
There is definitely the interaction wherein people can express themselves freely through the questions that they create, and then also be able to comment or give what do you call this, give statements right after each question, so that they would also be able to express their opinions or their side of what the topic is all about. And it's one of the things that it's one of the essential things for a social fi app, giving platform to people where they could voice out their opinions, but of course in a respectful way always, and be able to create that connection among people of different or even the same um, interests. So it's really there is really the essence of being a social media platform for Socrates. So it's a good thing, right? And I was hoping maybe in the future to have more features such as being able to send messages to the users even though they are still anonymous. I wish I could send people messages where to whom I find the questions interesting and be able to connect with them in a deeper level.
Whoa, that's a very good piece of advice. Because in the future you might be able to to message that person if they say you would like to interactively more with that person.
Yeah,
So
and
yeah.
maybe one day we could collaborate, or maybe Socrates could give us a feature wherein I could collaborate with someone to create a question, and then people would gather and then respond to that question, and then send their own opinions on that. So we never know, maybe that could be a thing in the future. And maybe my followers would follow him, and then his followers would be my followers as well. So connection made easier.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the advice. But how do you see like Socrates onboarding new users to their platform? What are the challenges that you see?
uh hmm. It's really hard when we are focusing on just onboarding. I've seen a lot of projects onboard people easier, but of course the explanation or the what they call it, the information that we use to make people understand, or to make Web 2 people understand what Web 3 is all about, would always be hard because if they cannot understand the industry that we're in, then no matter how hard we try, no matter how easier the onboarding processes could be, it would be like what they call this. It would still be difficult because they won't understand a thing or two about the industry. Although they could understand about a thing or two about the project, but of course, social fi would still revolve around Web3, and people would have to understand a lot of information before they could even get familiar with the projects and with Web3. So it's one of the most it's one of the most or it's one of the things that make it difficult for SocialFi to onboard Web3 users. It's really the understanding on the industry, and of course the integrity of the projects and the people behind it.
Yeah, definitely. It's not easy to onboard new users to, use current SocialFi projects and use their platform. But what do you see as the primary benefits of SocialFi over traditional social media platforms?
Honestly, there's very minimal difference right now with all of the social fi apps that I've participated in. It's really only the what they call this, the earning aspect that separates it from now. So hopefully there would be like more models for projects such as Socrates in order for them to separate themselves from the traditional social media apps. But right now, in my honest opinion, it's only just the what do you call this, the finance, the monetization that makes it different from the traditional social media apps.
Okay, that's honest opinion, I would say. I think onboarding users is not very easy, in my opinion as well. I think for people that for newbies that would like to join, the Web3 world, it's always like, that's a narrative for them to join. But in my opinion, I think that social fi is something that like related to our daily lives, because we are using like like phone apps, like different chatting apps, probably like dating apps. So there are some projects that are focusing on date to earn, chat to earn, engage to earn, watch to earn. There are so many interesting Web3 projects that focusing on the social fi narrative. Yeah. So like which like narrative that you think foresee that users is easier to onboard new users to the Web3 world? Hello?
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'm still bullish on the play to earn. If for social if not social fi, then it's always the play to earn for me, because like what I've said in my previous attendance on Twitter Spaces, in GameFi, there is the advantage of the instantaneous utilities. Of course, people would only buy NFTs from GameFis that have already the platform for the NFTs to be used. Like there is the game already, there is the product already. While in most NFT projects, they use the minting phase as like the funding phase. So they only build right after they mint. But in most GameFi projects, they build before they mint. So because it's a prerequisite, a lot of people would only mint for GameFis if there is the product already. But in most cases for NFT projects with PFPs, or I don't know what kind of collections they call themselves to be, but if a product is already there right before you mint, or uh right before you mint, then there's a higher chance of people getting into your ecosystem, because they know that once they mint that NFT, once they buy that NFT, they could use it instantly. So with most GameFi projects, that's the case. So I'm leaning towards GameFi. So it's play to earn for me.
So you're a pure gamer, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, just like with Socrates, right? Once you mint a pen and you buy points, and then you can just vote already. So it's easier that way, and you can always you can instantly use your NFT. So there is no waiting. You don't have to wait for a product because it's already there. When I minted my pen, I was able to use it
Yeah, I
immediately.
think that's the element of like a mature product versus a product that still building. Yeah, thank you so much for your sharing. And I saw Cardano would like to speak with us and express his thought. Hello.
Hey, yeah, I had a question. In terms of chat to earn or play to earn, what would be your favorite Web3 chat to earn and or play to earn platform?
Play platform. Okay, actually, I have been managing my own community in one of the app. Okay, so but I think it's not convenient for me to mention the other project's name. Okay, but I think in my opinion, like socialify, because when you need to engage with people, and that's the interaction that you build with with the community that you are building all this while. So it's actually tapped very closely to what we are doing every day. So if let's say imagine like WhatsApp, or other social apps like maybe Telegram, they implement the element of chat to earn. I think they will be onboarding a lot of new users to the market, right? So that's how SocialFi platform works, in my opinion. Yeah. So which narrative do you think is easiest to onboard new users, in your opinion, Cardano?
I would say, at least for me, since I'm a gamer, I would say the play to earn. For me particularly.
Oh!
So you are supporting the play to earn narrative.
Yes, I guess you could say that. I mean, I support all narratives, but for me personally, that's what I would prefer.
Okay, but
No
maybe I'm a
backup.
girl. Maybe I'm a girl, so I'm more leaning towards the SocialFi apps, because I need to use it every day. Imagine something that I need to use every day, which means it became a habit for me. So at least when I want to watch some movies, I can just jump into the app and watch. At the same time, I can earn some tokens for the airdrops and do some tasks. So I think it's a very good start for newbies to onboard into the Web3 world. Yeah. So what do you think, Outlot?
Well, for me, I think the well,
we are
you
debating,
already
between the gamers and the SocialFi users.
yeah, you already know my answer to that. And for me, it's the play to earn, the
Play
game
to
fight.
oh my
Let's
god!
go!
3 versus 1. Oh my god!
Yeah. So why the social fight is still very very good, and it's a new um it's a new platform to onboard users. But for me, I think the play to earn is still very very good, because like I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly. Neil said earlier, um, the utility is there already. You just do it and get benefits instantaneously. So, and for young lads who are really really into the gaming lifestyle, who really spend a lot of time playing games, I think they would like to know that they can actually get benefits from playing games and doing other things on gaming platforms. So yeah, for me, it's the play to earn.
Okay. It seems like Nell have something to tell us. Hi, Nell.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, the I think another just to build on my answer earlier, another thing that makes it difficult for social fi is separating itself, is making a distinction for itself compared to the traditional social media platforms, because unlike in games, you can build you can strategize, or you can design games that might be different or might be similar from traditional gaming, but there is the element of ownership already. Through the NFTs, there is already the element for earning through the GameFi. So for SocialFi, it's only the earning uh feature that separates it right now from the traditional social media platform. So um it's difficult to like distinguish yourself as a social fi from traditional social media apps right now than the GameFi project. So just right now, right at this moment, it's easier for me. It's easier for GameFi to actually onboard more people into Web3. But of course, if there could be innovations for social fi such as Socrates, then who knows? Maybe it could be the case for social fi in the future. Maybe social fi could have the upper hand in onboarding or in mass adoption of new people into Web3.
Okay, thank you so much for your advice. I think this has been an incredible, in-depth exploration all about SocialFi today. But unfortunately, we are nearing to the end of our marathon space session for my session. But before we wrap up, let's open up the floor to our audience. If anyone have any questions, you can drop your questions on the comments.
I just want to say hi to Puker Rainbow. Hello, Puke. Hello, hello.
Oh, let me invite him.
No, don't invite him. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay, he will be our next co-host. Don't worry if you want to speak more later.
Neil, what's up, Neil?
What's up, Puker?
From a scale 1 to 10, how much you miss me, bro?
I miss you, bro, like 100 over. I've seen your tweets, your pictures, and I just miss the voice. I just miss the voice of Puker Rainbow.
Oh man, Neil, I miss you too, man. But you know what? I'm not gonna hog too much. I'm gonna let Mini close it up, bro. Stay the next session if you miss me so much. Come on.
Okay, so thank you so much, the speaker today, Crip Outlawed, and also our other audience for being so engaging. So remember, I think Web3 technology and the space is growing at a very rapid speed. So always remember to do your own research before engaging to any projects. So do not hesitate to connect with us. You can drop us a follow. You can follow Neil, Pure Rainbow, Crypto Outlawed, Cardano. Okay, so engage with us more often on X and stay curious and keep exploring the vast opportunity in Web3. So goodbye, everyone. I will see you guys tomorrow again, same time, UTC 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. And now I will pass on the mic to the next co-host, Pure Rainbow.
All right. Thank you so much, Mini. Day two, how you feeling, Mini? Day two, are you all pumped up, ready for 2 more days?
Yeah. I'm okay. I'm ready. Always ready for spaces. Because since last year, I've been joining a lot of spaces and keep interacting with the people that I usually talk on Discord. So finally, I open up myself, and speak to a lot of people on the spaces. I'm so happy to be here and so happy and so glad that Socrates invited me to be the co-host in this space marathon. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, guys, I'm gonna play some tunes while we transition on to the next topic.
Yep. Let's go.
I'll be back. Bye-bye.
I can't explain. I got a feeling that I can't erase. Just a feeling that I won't leave behind because it's something that it's on my mind. I guess it goes like na 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 I got a feeling that I can't erase. Just a feeling that I won't leave behind because it's something that it's on my mind. I guess it goes like na 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 I can't explain. I got a feeling that I can't erase. Just a feeling that I won't leave behind because it's something that it's on my mind. I guess it goes like na 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 I got a feeling that I can't erase. Just a feeling that I won't leave behind because it's something that it's on my mind. I guess it goes like na 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 na
All right, we're gonna play one more tune before we go on to the space. Still waiting for some of the speakers. Let me ping them as well. Na 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 na. You can sing, man. You can sing.
Something like this.
I probably want to, but I'm also having a big lunch, so it's a bit. Na 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 na. Shaolin, come on up. Shaolin, come on up, bro.
삶에 지친 내 모습도 비춰지네. 사람들이 내게 행복하니 물어보네. 힘든 내 맘 들어줄 친구들 생각나네. 야 말할 수도 없고 아이고 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 아이고
all right. Let's get started, guys. So, if you guys don't know, this is Web3 Debate. Welcome to the Spaces Marathon. Right now, we are at day 2. If you ask me what's happening, I do not know. Some crazy person thought about it and say, why the hell not to do 4 days of Twitter Spaces, 24 hours non-stop, getting 2 hours every single time. I know it's crazy, but it's fun because I pop in here once in a while. And you know for a fact that every time at any moment when you're online and you feel like, you know what, fuck it, I want to listen to a Twitter Spaces, Web3 Debate is always live. So welcome. This event is hosted by Socrates Platform, a Web3 social file program inspired by the spirit of Socratic questioning. We aim to encourage deep discussion and dialectical thinking on various topics, including Web3, to break traditional thoughts boundaries and inspire innovative thinking. Since its launch in November 2023, Socrates is in collaboration with partner Web3 Debate has successfully organized over 8 debates in both Chinese and English. These debates have attracted more than 500 industry professionals and an audience of over 600,000. Each debate features prominent figures in the figure, including philosophical investors, innovators discussing topics ranging from blockchain to Web3, NFT to social fi. All right, Maeve, how are you feeling on day 2? Checking in with my co-host.
I'm great. Great. We did 3 spaces yesterday. We're back to being DGen spaces hostess, all the SSSSS. So now, good. We're about to have half of my lunch again, and no, I'm excited, man. Socrates, we here.
Yeah. So today, just gonna ask you: are you gonna play like the devil's advocate, or are you gonna play like the good guy? Where are you going to? Since it's Web3 Debate, I want to check in with you.
I feel like I don't know. Was I devil's advocate yesterday? I don't know. I was just like a Maeve advocate. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with that, and then wherever it kind of lies, so we're just gonna go with it. Does that make sense? No? Yes. You want me to be,
Yes, yes. It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. I buy that. All right, checking in with Sanjay, GM, bro.
GM, guys, thank you for having me. Appreciate it, and glad to be here. It's crazy that you guys are doing like a 24/7 type, space. I've never really seen that before. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yes. Yes. I know it sounds crazy. Even you can take it, bro. Your phone cannot take it. That's why the phone got heated up. Spaces link got rocked because it's not about you whether or not you can do it. It's more about the phone. All right, Shaoling, check in with you, GM, bro.
GM. The fun part is that I love, being part of the community that you've built. The other part is going on 11 o'clock at night and getting on spaces for at least 2 hours, right? So I'm here for it. Nothing but DGen fun.
For sure. I got a feeling low key that you're gonna play the devil's advocate into this conversation. I do not know why. But just got a feeling like you want to just ramp it all out nighttime before having a good night rest. All right, checking in with Benitus.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for having me here as well. Benito here from Team Atlas. We're based in Singapore, and yeah, super excited to listen to everyone's thoughts on gaming because that's what we do, and the bull run is near.
Yes. That's why I put next top NFT trend, but I don't want people to like pivot too far. That's why I was like low key hinting. I'm talking about gaming, guys. If you're just not aware of it. But yeah, we have bots as well. GM, welcome to the stage.
Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be here.
How you feeling, man?
Not too bad.
And what time is it? Is it like in the morning for you? Is it at night time?
It is just after dinner, about 8 p.m. over here.
Awesome. All right. So just to give you a quick update, basically it can be a debate or not a debate, up to you guys. But the whole idea of Socrates wanting to do this 24 hours marathon, and we are at actually I would say like the 15th segment of it so far, is to, you know, kind of like give a counter argument. And so feel free if you have guys have like hot takes, spicy takes, especially super spicy ones, do give it to us. But let's talk about the next top trend, top NFT trend, because I realized that these days, as long as the project is gaming, a lot of people are hopping onto it. You know, give me your hot take of like, you know, is this something that, you know, is just for now? Is it something that is gonna, you know, proceed for a far long time? Sanjay, give me your thoughts.
Well, if the question is if Web3 gaming is gonna, or you know, like the NFT trends and NFTs is digital assets, so is it just for now, or is it gonna stay here for a long time? I think we all are here because we believe that it's gonna stay for a long time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be working hard to build a brand or build our reputation or build products in this space if we didn't really believe in it long term. I'm sure there are some people who are only here for a short term and then will probably like jump to another trend or whatever. But I think believing like transparency, decentralization, digital assets, ownership, and the falling value of dollar, I think we have to believe in this technology to be here.
All right. So let me ask you this: like, right now, what do you think triggers the trend to be gaming? Is it like floor price or like actual product being launched in the market?
If we talk about like right now at this moment, I think there are not that many products to compare with each other. So you know there are some good games and there are some bad games, but the good games are not going to succeed just because they're good games. So it's still a very speculative market. You know, there's still a lot of people in the space are or gamers are here for the floor price, for the finance side of it. You know, like I guess this is a hot take if you want to take it, but you know we see some games have hundreds of thousands of gamers, but then are those gamers going to be there once there's no potential way to earn, or there's no potential to earn? So I think that's something which we are where we are at right now. If we want true gamers, I think we have to look at the likes of Big Time, where they have a huge Web2 community who don't know anything about the Web3 side of things and are just playing the game for itself. But then we also have the Web3 community who are making bank on Big Time right now. So I think Big Time is a good example of having a little bit of both. But majority the space is still very speculative and looking at the floor price rather than the game itself. But a lot of new games are coming out, a lot of good games are coming out, and the sentiment, you know how fast this space is, the sentiment can really change within a couple of months. So yeah, looking forward to some good games and some like game changing games coming out.
Bro, low key feel like you're calling me out when you talk about like, you know, people playing the game looking at floor price. I was like, oh shit. All right, all right, all right. Before I pass it on to other speakers, let me welcome Grim as well. GM, bro.
GM.
Day two.
Day two. Oh man, it's so much fun. But by the way, I love the conversation because I totally agree with Sanjay about people that are speculating most. But the good thing that we have seen compared to last year's bull market is the quality of the game has gone up exponentially. We've seen games that actually look, like they could interest a broader market instead of, those like transactional games that you have to like stake your ETH and make money by buying this like tokens on top of these like weird games. It's like that made no sense. But what we've seen today is actually free to play games that have blockchain technology integrated, and they look amazing. I mean, you could compare them to Fortnite and the best of them. So I'm super bullish about what's happening in the game market, especially that it's a new era for games that have been trying for a long time to integrate something that gives value back to people. And I think the best example was like 10 years ago or more when Diablo integrated an auction house where you could trade items for money. They killed it immediately because obviously they wanted to control the influx of money instead of like having people trade on it. But that potentially could have been the first inception of like blockchain technology into a gaming ecosystem. So I feel like today we are starting to see that come to fruition. and that's it. That's my take.
Okay. I'm gonna keep my thoughts. Pass it over to May first. May, go ahead.
I heard Maeve. Was it Maeve? Maeve?
Yes.
Maeve? Okay. Actually, I just thinking about this, right? Segue, not segue, but kind of hot take. I guess like when it comes to games, like even like yesterday we were talking about it during our spaces, right? Like, do games need to pick between having better gameplay or better incentives? Because I think what Sanjay said was very much true, right? I think Web3 or like DGens as a whole, we very much so are more focused on profits rather than gameplay. But I guess like for the panel at least, right? When it comes to game developers, which do they have to pick one or the other? Obviously, idealistically speaking, we definitely want everything in life. I mean, it's our nature. But yeah, I guess like which is more important? Which is more important? Do you guys think the game or the incentives?
You guys know me, right? Sanjay, no, I'm definitely gonna say incentive. So okay. I'll pass to Sanjay first, and then we go to Charlotte. Keep your thoughts because I know this guy's gonna bang it. All right, Sanjay, go ahead.
Okay, Sanjay decided to not share. All right.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought I was I'm unmuted. But yeah, no, great question. And I also want to say, don't feel some type of way if you're here for the profit, because in the end of the day, majority of the people here are adults, are over the age of 18, and you have responsibilities which you have to take care of. And if you're going to spend 24 plus hours on a space, you want to make sure you're making revenue somewhere so you can have food on your plate, right? So I think that is the difference, the key difference, in like answering your question, Maeve, is that there are few people who are here for, there. I think majority of the people are here for the profits and for the revenue, is because majority of us are adults. Majority of us have responsibilities who cannot just play a game for fun for 10 hours a day and not make any revenue. And then if we bring 12 years old, 13 years old, teenagers playing like kids playing the game, then their values might differ, right? Like people who are 12 years old, 13 years old, it's been so hard to get the younger generation to play Web3 games, is because they do not care about the revenue yet, right? They don't care about making money as much because they come back from school and they just want to play a fun game. So for mass adoption, we need those type of people who just can play a game for fun. And then we also need this like ownership of your assets, some revenue generation and stuff like that, for people uh, who are not just sitting and playing games 10 hours a day, right? I mean, like maybe like very minority like streamers or content creators can do that, but majority of the people cannot do that. So that's why we have two categories. And I think naturally we are picking one or the other, but to see both in one would be super ideal. And only a few games are doing that, I think, right now, which are fun and can also make some sort of revenue.
Okay, that is a good take. Charlene, over to you, bro.
Okay, I think you're right. I think I want to play devil's advocate, but I think I'm going to play in the same direction that you're coming from. So, as the community manager at D-Lab Games, I've actually had to fight FUD and fight all the things that we've been building, which has pretty much been the intersection of incentivization and fun gameplay. But, like I said, I'm going to be the devil's advocate. It's all about incentivized like GameFi, right? This is gamified DeFi. All of this is just about money. When you really ask people who want to have a holder's pass, who want to have a Genesis pass, all they really care about is when TGE, how are you going to give me land, airdrops, nodes, like the list of goes on and on and on. It's just what is every project going to do for me iteratively, you know, at different angles, at different levels, so that I can just make bags. And what I want to do, I want to get early as possible so that when I can leverage everyone else on their exit liquidity, I'll hold on to half of my bags, hold on to a few, but make sure that I get my airdrops, I flip the liquidity, I drain the liquidity pool, and I'm out. And I just move on to the next one because this is probably what I'm seeing the most in this space in terms of why everybody's incentivized to do it. It's money, whether it's like Axie Infinity on when people got into gameplay And then now you're looking at it, right? You're seeing a pivot to mobile. Why? Because third world countries, countries in Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, they have a lot of people who have a lot of time and all they want to do is grab money. Why? Because it can feed their family, it can feed their village. And the reality is that gamified DeFi, which is now Web3 gaming, is the most present and populous way to do it at every different level, right? Whether you get in at the beginning or whether you buy at the top and you hold for your TGE, there's only one way to do that. And that's how Web3 gaming is playing out so far. Now, when it comes to like me not playing devil's advocate, obviously it's an intersection. You got to be able to mix and match both. You have to be able to build an organic community who actually wants to be there and you incentivize them, right? By actually playing your game. If you're going to give a TGE, make sure it's after you've built an economy. Make sure it's after you've built actual fun gameplay. And I can go into more, and we will, because we have a lot to cover. But I think, in the end, at least from, again, facing all the FUD and facing what people are in demand for, it's absolutely 100% incentivization. Instead of being incentivized to game and gamified DeFi.
Oh, lovely said, man. Yeah, I think I do agree, right? In some ways. So the way I'm looking at it is like if you are not incentivizing people, then why Web3, right? People will be like, oh, I'm already playing the most hype game in Web2. But when it comes to Web3, you want to get incentives while playing the game that you like to play. For example, first person shooter or any sort of game. So that really comes into the Web3 element of it. All right, I want to hear more takes. Let me pass it over to Cardano first, and then I'll go to Bolts.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when it comes to Web3 gaming, I feel like as an adult, we want to figure out how we can actually get a return on our time. Like, I really do hope that the game I'm playing is also engaging. So if you can combine both, the best of both worlds, a very engaging game and a way to make money, then that's like a killer app right there. And we're starting to see like AAA games starting to come out in the Web3 space. But at the end of the day, like the gentleman said, we got responsibilities as adults. We got bills to pay, we've got groceries to buy, and we want to make our time be able to have a return on investment. I did want to ask this in terms of Web3 games that are currently out. Any suggestions or what's your favorite ones that are out there right now?
Bias take or no bias?
I don't even care. Like bias, no bias, it doesn't matter.
I'll let the others answer and then I'll answer second.
All right, let's listen to Bolt first, and then we go into that. All right, Bolt, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess coming back from I guess a little bit of my background, I used to compete a lot in Hearthstone, which is Blizzard's like card game. And I think having gameplay is very important to capture like people's attention. Because if you don't, like a lot of times when we were competing in tournaments and whatnot, honestly, like the prize pool, like you could get a minimum job for like and it would be better than any tournament payouts or anything like that. So a lot of people were playing to have fun, and it was just something that they did on the side. Unless you were competing in like Dota in TI or in like League of Legends, like LCS and whatnot, you weren't making a ton of money. I think a lot of the money does come from streaming. So I think being early does have its advantages. So I think in the next year or two, a lot of people will be incentivized by like airdrops or any prize pools and whatnot there. But I think as we slowly see a less divide between Web3 and Web2 games, it'll primarily be incentive based until the gameplay starts to take over.
Okay. We heard everybody. I feel like it's leaning over to incentive while building a good game. All right, let me throw it over to Benitus. I want to hear your take as well, bro.
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I have a few thoughts. I mean, I think everyone is driven by incentives for sure. But that goes beyond gaming, right? Like everyone is just like a human being at the end of the day. But I do feel quite excited about 2024, 2025, because when you go down the memory lane, like 2021, the hype, 2022, a lot of everything was funded, right? Like good games, bad games, good teams, bad teams. And those that survived until now, going into 2024, you see the fruits slowly coming out, right? You've seen teams kind of like just building over during the crypto winter. I think there's, what was the name? I think it was like Off the Grid or stuff like that, like AAA names, right? They're coming online to even PlayStation and Xbox and really touching on quote unquote the real world, right? And at that point, people will stop talking about, hopefully, right, about Web3 games, Web2 games, because like it's not like, you know, during the couple years ago, nobody was talking about like Web2 entertainment, right? It's just entertainment, right? So yeah, and I think on the topic of incentives, yeah, I mean, I think it's a good hook, and it will still stay a good hook. But yeah, I mean, if your game like really sucks, right? Like you do need to compensate it with more financial incentives, right? Or more NFTs, more assets, etc. But my take on like, I think people still when it comes to gaming, obviously you care about the fun, right? Because like I'm just thinking, if you are 100% driven by gains, by financial gains, you should just go to DeFi. There's much more money to be made in DeFi, right? But if you care about like some form of entertainment, you're okay making a little bit less, but playing like a game, right? So it's a trade-off also for your time, right? So yeah. So I think the financial incentives or like the crypto aspects, like it's a really great way to reward early adopter, like early discovery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think that way as well. So I have actually a follow-up question, right? So without incentives, do you think Web3 game is right now is better than Web2 games? With the thought of, you know, Web3 games have better technology, like, you know, on-chain data, assets and stuff like that. So let me know your thoughts.
I think right now probably not, which is why you still need the incentives. But hopefully you can kind of lessen them over time, because like when you go to Web2 games, right? Again, like I do hate the terms like Web2 and Web3, but when you go to like the traditional games, they just use different terms for it, right? It's just called retention features, right? Just that they're not unchained, right? So yeah. So right now I would say probably not, but 2024, 2025, I do think we will see some games that you actually don't really need to talk about financial incentives, and you can talk more about interoperability, which was the original thesis of why games should or should not be on chain, right?
Yeah. Love it. And I think that is the whole angle and direction I'm going to, right? Because if Web3 game is really good, you don't really need to have that cheat of incentivizing. That it's more towards like a bonus. But if we are looking at it as right now, that is the main idea of why people are going into it, then really they lose the sight of why games have to be on chain. All right, Bolt, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there aren't too many like notable Web3 games that can really compete with the current Web2 games out there. I do think that games like Parallel are a very good TCG. And then games like Wildcard that have been building for quite some time. These games that have been quite buildings for so long that they are getting there compared to a lot of Web3 games that are just starting out. But I think that one benefit that Web3 games do have is the ability for people in the community to have access to speaking with the founders, speaking with the developers, because at least for myself, when I only played like Web2 games before I got into the scene, I never really played like early access games. And if you were playing like a fleshed out game, the only way you would be able to interact with the team is if you were a big streamer, or you were quite notable in some way to let you have the chance to speak with them. But I think the benefit of Web3 is that you could probably talk with a bunch of people from the team and get their insight and have more input in the game early on. And I think teams should take advantage of that.
All right, all right. Maeve, go ahead.
Well, I agree with you, man. I think a year or 2 years ago, who would ever thought that I would understand building? Well, I mean, like we all build, but like the steps that go into like building an IP, right? There's so many things, and now you're just talking about it, like trying things out, going through the process step by step. Although it's a bit geeky, and it's not exactly everybody's cup of tea, but it's definitely been a journey. Even I myself, I can't agree with it. But I think going back to what we're talking about, incentivizations. Mm, I lost my train of thought, too. Sorry.
Go
I,
back to
I had three different things I wanted to talk about, and I totally forgot to.
okay. So I want to ask you. So my last question to the floor was this, right? Without incentive, do you think Web3 games is better than Web2? I think both of the answers is not yet, not yet. And people are losing sight of what it really means. So yeah, Shaolin, go ahead.
So, is it better? No, because I think there's a natural curve to these things, right? In terms of both adoption and adaptation. But I do think to a lot of the other points, which I think the real benefits to Web3 gaming, obviously, is what everybody talks about is interoperability. But I do think it's the other things too, right? When you look at the natural curve of superfans and engagement, I do debate, and I think it's a good question to talk about. Are gamers as a whole different when they're in Web 2 or Web 3 in terms of their interaction, the way they comment, the way they actually respond to tickets and suggestions? Again, for me, being the community manager, it's one of the most fulfilling things for me because I can get real time feedback, positive or negative, about what's going on with the game, with the community, with the culture, with the vibe. I get all kinds of feedback on things I never even thought of or even want to know about. And to be fair, it's a learning lesson, right? And that part of it is really incentivizing for me, as part of someone who's building Web3, to really fully understand the thought process of how this works. Now, what does this mean to me? When I think of Web3, right, you always think of like DAOs, right? And this is probably the best way I can think of how to utilize a DAO in a way that applies, right? Because RWAs were still out, DeFi, it's kind of fallen off. With PFPs, it's fallen off. But gaming, they actually have a real voice in this space. And I think that is a narrative that would be really interesting to talk about because we are building better games. We're building better ecosystem. We're building all of these different things that are building with our community and based off of the data, the metrics, and the feedback, we're really getting something different than what we've ever had before. So in that regard, this is by far ahead of anything in Web 2 because no executive, no middle manager cares. They're like, how does this affect my bottom line? How does it affect my shareholders? In Web3, you absolutely have to be responsive to the people that build your community. Even your moderators have these feedback, right, about what goes on because they can't be exempt from it because they have to deal with it every day. So I think in that regard, it's probably a step ahead because when you look at the layer of engagement that goes on, even if it's in a small case study, or a small feedback loop, it's still very positive in terms of the outcome of what you're looking for. So I think it's just iteratively in terms of context and like what parts of Web3. Now I think the other thing that's great about Web3 that is barely talked about is actually because it's theoretical for a lot of places, but for us at DLab, it's very applicational, which is how do we build this ecosystem in a way that can affect a TGE, how can affect how we incentivize and monetize and do things, right? Obviously, one of the things you're going to start seeing is more of the free to play model, right? Yes, you have your pass holders, but if you're really going to onboard people, it needs to be a game that people can adopt widely. Again, mobile, huge component of that. If you're only doing high end rigs, you're really eliminating a majority of the market. You're eliminating 60, 70% of the people who can actually even touch your game, right? And that's still a small number of the subset of people who actually play it and are part of Web3. So there's so many different ways and different ways to tackle it, but because we start understanding the actual metrics and the data of how things are driving Web3 and the games that are being built, you'll start seeing, where things start falling off, right? Once the incentives wear off, you really start getting a better feel for how Web3 gaming is going to land in 2024 and 2025. So without going too far into a monologue, I think there's so many different parts of it that I'm still exploring, again, as part of a gaming studio that we're building in Web3. But those are the things that are really affecting us as we go from alpha, beta, and open beta. That's so different than any other gaming opportunities I've ever had. And that includes holding tournaments, being part of intern, at a gaming studio, like all these different things and parts of I had to be part of the industry. You can be a complete bystander who's interested in gaming, get into Web3 gaming, and it'll change your life because you have more access to things that you ever had and to people that you never would have unless you were, an intern or in the industry itself.
Thank you, Shalin. I also remember my train of thoughts right now. Sorry, guys, like juggling between three things. Very, very unprofessional. Pew, am I allowed to redeem myself? Yes. All right. I
Yes,
shall
go ahead.
pre-redeem myself. Okay. So I think currently we're talking a lot about gameplay versus incentivization, and I just wanted to dial back a little bit. Right? I think as much as I kind of agree with what Shaolin said. I guess like IPs or like Web3 native IPs are kind of slowing down a bit. I won't say die down, but like slowing down a bit. Ultimately, for me at least, the most bullish thing about NFTs and why I'm so bullish about NFTs is the fact that transparency and I think trackability, right? Because basically that is like multi-billion, trillion, whatever number you want to put on top. Because as long as theft is around, that is an industry that is going to be massive. And I sincerely believe, NFTs will do just that. And going back to why this is important, because I think when it comes to GameFi, I think ownership, right? I think Web3 ethos, we talk about ownership, super important. I think yesterday we were talking about it, imagine like you play a game, like you're 30 minutes in or almost an hour in, you're about to win, you're smashing it so hard, and then you just like lose all your data. And you're like, okay. Or even like people say, you're about to pick up that sweet loot, and then you just lost it. It's just like, oh, nice. It's not there anymore. And then you're just like sulking and sad. So it's just one of those things, right? And this is how like I foresee NFTs will kind of be implemented into GameFi at least. I think well, what do you think on this though? Is it justifiable?
Dude,
or you think, like,
when you talk about like picking up the loot and then missing it, I remember Zakum helmet, bro. Like Maple Story, Zakum helmet, it was there, IDC, and I couldn't pick it up. That's it. It's like it's like it's sort to the heart. But there's a lot of point mentioned from Shaolin, right? First off, it's whether or not incentive. Second is like Web2 players, are they really different from Web3 players? Is it and then going on to like the last, I think the third point is more towards like how easy accessible are these games to people, right? Because most of the time, for example, you need to mint something, and then haven't even playing the game, you already spend so much, not to say so much, but compared to like Web2 games that it's just play it, and then if you want to be more successful, you spend money in it, right? But you already experience that whole thing. But for a Web3 game, it's more towards like you have to spend first, and then later on, but it comes with incentivization, right? So it's a whole spectrum of different things. But I want to touch on this one point because like we always like, okay, so Benito say he doesn't like to talk about Web2, Web3. Well, same thing as me, right? Because end of the day, a game is a game. But when we want to dial in a little bit on this, do you feel that Web3 players, because they spend more money, they feel a bit more entitled to the game compared to regular Web2 gamers? What's your thought, Maeve?
Whoa. Oof. I think it's kind of same like the airdrop thing, right? As much as like I guess a majority of the DJs will kind of hop around from airdrop to airdrop or activity to activity. It's still one of the ways where you think of it as like marketing, right? What's indifferent from Web2 marketing strategies, right? You gotta get people you gotta incentivize people to come and try the game, give you feedback, and then this to the next. Basically, you get them into your funnel, right? And then if they don't, then what's next, right? It's better if they do or somebody touches it. If not, it's worse. I mean, like zero feedback. I think the earlier days of like Web3 gaming, right? There wasn't even enough feedback, and then you're kind of stuck. So you're like, okay, what do we do now? And obviously, a lot didn't even make it at all, which is very unfortunate. But it is the case, and I think very much so. I feel that you definitely feel more committed, right? As much as like it's kind of like what's the word? Subconscious marketing. Or I can't think of that word right now, but you indirectly have already invested your time. Well, maybe not money, but definitely your time into it. So yes, I do. I do feel like you definitely are certainly more committed when it comes to Web3 gaming.
Okay. So it's not being entitled, but being more committed. All right. Sanjay, what's your thought on this?
I can you just kind of like repeat the quick question for me? Sorry, it's like 11:40 p.m. here.
No worries, man. Like we've been talking about Web 2 versus Web 3, and then I want to know, for example, do you feel like Web 3 players feel like they are more entitled when coming into playing the games and stuff?
I think I guess this back this goes back to human nature maybe, because when you jump into a Web 2 game and you look around yourself and you see everybody's playing the game for itself, for the fun of it, and everybody has paid the same price to join that game, which is, let's say, $60 for a game, $80 for a game, whatever that might be, right? So if something happens, it's happening to everybody at the same time. So it's a little bit more difficult to complain or feel entitled because you are in the same level as everybody else, or financially at least. Now, if you spend a lot of hours and somebody else spends less, it's different, but not many people can track it, and it's not public news either. So when you come into Web3 games, though, it's very different, right? Like people, especially, let's say, if I was the first person to know about a project and I aped it into their NFTs early on, versus somebody who learned about the project a year later, I would feel entitled. I would feel like, oh, this I deserve something this person doesn't because I was here first, or some sort, right? And if I have an NFT and another person does not have an NFT, they're maybe doing play to a free to play, and I'm like using some expensive VIP pass or something. I will feel some way entitled as well. So I think Web3 gamers, surely they're entitled, and makes sense why they feel that. But then I'm sure in the end of the day, I think it just comes back to human nature. I don't really feel entitled or anything if I have an NFT, but if you put me in a tricky situation, there's a reason there's a chance I might feel entitled. So I think it really depends on the person and the situation as well.
I love it. I love it. It's like when I was using like just a regular PFP and I enter a Twitter Spaces full of like punks and bot ape, I'll be like, okay, these are like the big guys, right? I think it's some sort of like those kind of mental thought that you have. But I do agree with your point. I think it's interesting, right? Because like especially right now, people always like, when you open, for example, a new Discord, people want that OG role, right? Because it's nothing, honestly. It's the same benefits as everyone else, but it gives you a sense of like, hey guys, I'm the OG for this project. I'm the guy. And when you go into Discord, it's like, oh, you gotta treat me with respect because I'm the early one that been here. I feel like all of this is just how the space shaped up to. And but moving forward, I feel like this will not be a case anymore, right? Because all of these games are really doing mass adoption. So like, yeah, they can launch, for example, a small quantity right now in Web3, right? But I'm seeing most of the games, after they have like passed a few milestone in their roadmap, they are doing more towards like outreach, whereby they want to onboard more new players in, finding a different model for people to coming in. So I feel like like what Benita say, right? Maybe 2024, 2025, things gonna shape up a little bit different. Grim, what's your thought on this?
Well, it's coming back to that thought that we've been discussing. It's like I feel like entitlement is if you invested something into the project, and uh, the OG role, and having been early, it's contradicting to the culture in a way, because to me, everybody should have the same opportunity when coming into a project. Being early is just going back to like DeFi, and like I was the one that got the airdrop and you didn't, kind of thing, and I feel like that is kind of slowing the possibility of growth. You want everybody that comes in to have the same kind of opportunity, and if the project they are building now consider that every single person is important to their growth, they will definitely, powerhouse their narrative and their marketing into what should be, Web3 gaming. And the vision that I constantly have, for Web3 gaming, is it's something that like detaches the necessity to having your own channel on Twitch or YouTube, and that, if you are talented, you're a good gamer, the platform itself will provide, a solution for you to earn while playing. And I think that's the future of like gaming as a whole. You won't need to monetize, you won't need to do anything else outside of, basing it on your skills. If you're good, you earn. If you are not that good, you practice and you get to earn, and so on. I feel like the future is, it's more catered to building an ecosystem where everybody has got equal possibilities, more than valuing who's who, or how early you are in the project. And coming back to that, I would really love to see more founders take that strategy into consideration. Does that answer
Okay.
your question?
Yes, bro. That answered my question. All right, Bolt, go ahead.
Yeah, I think when it comes to like I guess entitlement, it does kind of lend to the culture that we've kind of built. So if you're heavily rewarded for participating in one event, from one game, and you as a community play another game, you kind of expect that same thing to happen again. Or if you just missed out, you're like, oh man, I missed out on this opportunity. But if I hop into this next game, it's definitely going to happen to me. And then I think there's a sense of entitlement there. I think what Grim was mentioning as well is like if you're early, you can kind of get rewarded in a sense of not necessarily like in the NFT portion, but if you were to like get really good at the game early, you could create different guides and kind of monetize off that way. Like make YouTube videos about how to get better because you've learned that early on. Back when I played Hearthstone a lot, I wrote a bunch of strategy guides. I did a lot of like Hearthstone coaching, and that's just kind of from like learning the game early on and kind of teaching people more about the game. So I think there are a lot of different ways for people to get rewarded for being early and not necessarily being rewarded from the teams themselves.
Okay. So I want to revisit what Cardano mentioned, right? I think we stick with the topic, and then he was asking. So Cardano, I'm gonna ask you back the same question. So what's your top 3 games right now, and why?
So for me, and that's the thing, like I'm still looking for the perfect play to earn game for me. But right now, currently, my top three would be number one would be Pavia Playground, and it's still kind of like an alpha right now. Number two would be Shrapnel. However, it's not out yet. I'm still waiting for it to launch. Yeah, that's number two. And then number three would be Cornucopias. It's also not out yet, and it still hasn't launched.
Okay, so
Cardano, how
yeah,
do you
go ahead.
know those are your top 3 games if you haven't played them yet?
I mean, that's a good question, and that's because those are like the only like Web3 games that I've really been involved in. And like I'm still new. I'm trying to find some that are like actually out that I can actually play and be like, okay, do I like it? Do I not? Because kind of like how I've been viewing things now, it's basically the trailer, you know. So just based off of what the trailers say.
All right, Puke, I have a question, but I want you to continue the question. It's like we're gonna do that whole trailer versus non-trailer thing.
Yeah, because I feel like it's really different, right? When we come into Web3, most of like what you guys were repeatedly mentioned, like most of the games are really not out yet. It's just based on the trailer. So like, can really the trailer make someone hype, or you guys are like more towards playing the game and then I'll decide. But all right, let's stick with the question. So we know Cardano's top three. Shaolin, your turn, bro.
Being biased again, definitely D Labs. Rumble Racing Star is one of the most fun games I've ever played. No, joking aside, it's definitely one of the games, obviously, that's out. That's I've played. I think it is great and it's easy and it's fun. But the other games actually are, I like kind of fun and casual, to be 100% honest, just because I don't have a lot of time to dedicate to Web3 games. But I do actually love the fun from Sugartown. I think the second game. I haven't played it too much. I like to taste and just sample as many as possible. So there's a lot of installs and uninstalls that go on that exist. And then the third game that I actually like was based on Soul, and it's a first-person shooter. I'm forgetting off the top of my head what the name is, just because it's getting late here. But yeah, I think those are the top three for me, just because if it's fun, casual, and exciting, and you can play with multiplayer, I think it's always fun.
Okay, wait, what was the name of those first two again?
The D Labs, Rumble Racing Stars. If you go to my profile, you'll see the studio I work for, and then the other one is Sugartown. So Sugartown, the first game was okay. It was kind of fast and casual, kind of like a puzzle, I believe, and then the second game was a lot better. But again, I don't remember completely off the top of my head, just because what is actually out there is fairly limited. And then, to be fair, I'm 100% honest, I actually don't have like a PC gaming rig. So if I do, I actually have to utilize a older laptop, and it's barely makes it. And then the third I actually like is on Soul. I think I have to come back to it. But yeah, those are my top three. I'll come back with the actual game for the Soul.
Okay, I
first-person
got
shooter.
one more question throw it to Shaolin before I transition over to Grim. So like all the games you mentioned, right? Do you think right now in the Web3 space, which one will be better? AAA game style kind of game or hyper casual games?
I think in terms of early adoption, I think it's contextual, right? Absolutely fast and casual for me is great, just because people can play more of it. You can incentivize them to do so. And then, it just has a longer lasting feel. I think if you're going to play things that are more intensive, that are AAA, again, it requires usually a heavy hardware. And I think in the end, you're just going to see a lot more attrition, because for those who aren't making the money or not doing well enough to do play to earn, they'll just go pick something up that they can. So, it's like, where's the retention? Where's the management of actually keeping all the hard people that you earned, and spent the money on marketing? That's the harder take for me. Is once you get the people on, how do you keep them?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Grim.
Grim, you there?
Okay, so I was thinking that nobody mentioned so far games like Sandbox. I mean, those has really been powerhouse in the whole Web3 ecosystem. They've been able to secure partnership, and I feel like platforms such as these have the biggest potential for growth, more than like a specific niche game. Because yes, niche game is cool. You can have competition. You can build your notoriety, like you would see for League of Legends or for like uh, um, PUBG or Fortnite. But again, if you consider what they're building, a lot of these have whole ecosystems behind. Fortnite has got the possibility to build your own games on it, and same as the creatives on PUBG, and they have like a lot of collaboration with other I don't know, games and even Web2 brands. And we want to see games that have that kind of like consideration for integrating into their platform different Web2 brand, onboarding, visibility, and being able to market, and that brings a lot of value to the game itself and to the people that are playing it. That's why the early people on, for example, Sandbox, or the people that are buying lands are able to stake them and make money by investing also in the ecosystem. It's not just playing, and it's more on a casual side, but you can also provide content. You can create content which you can sell, and it creates a whole different way of interacting with the game. I feel like that's something that we should really look into. And I have friends that are building games, and I'm really curious to see how they gonna develop further. And one of them is my buddy Milan from Degenheim. He's been building a haste kind of game, and I feel like that's gonna have like a similar way of doing things, like the platform that I'm mentioning. Another one that we have seen in the past, and I think it lost a lot of visibility right now, is the Centraland. I mean, it's not as famous as it used to be, but they're still there. They still got a whole ecosystem behind it. Um, and I feel like these have potential because they can, run on any browser, and you can use it on any machine, and you're not focused on the specific hardware of a machine. If you can run a browser, you can probably play it. And that's also a very interesting concept, to have something that is not tied to the requirement of like the power of the machine. And something that uh, Shaolin was saying, it limits the way that people interact with your game. If you are forcing it to be like a AAA title, that you need a powerhouse of machine, or you need a streaming services like GeForce Now to be able to play them. So it's better to have something that everybody can join in, doesn't have like the massive graphical requirement. And we see that in League of Legends, for example, in this game, that its engine probably resides like 20 years from now. It's like 20 years old or plus, but people are playing it because anybody can jump on board with it. And I feel like games like that should be the ones that we should focus primarily on. And everything that is building right now has got a lot of potential, but they need to broaden their spectrum. And that's why I'm looking at Play Amber, I'm looking at Matrix. I think they have like a lot of potential because they're building platform. Same things with Zynga, with Aura. They're building a platform. They have lots of games you can play. You're not focused on a single game and having people come together, playing what they like. And I feel like in the future, the majority of the game should be catered to a broader audience. So that's Web3 power. The interoperability that lacks on Web2, and all those games that are in their own little ecosystem. But if you can connect them together, and we see the vision of this in Ready Player One, where you have like a whole universe, and we call that the metaverse, and every single game you can hop from one to the other, and you have the same kind of like interoperability with the credit system. That to me is going to be the future of like Web3.
I don't know, Grim. You caught me off guard when you say sandbox. Bro, like, is sandbox fun? It doesn't look fun, bro. Like, I don't know. Like,
It's not
I'm not gonna
about being
play,
fun. It's
bro. Like,
about
no matter what people do on sandbox, it doesn't feel like it doesn't pull me to play the game, bro. Like, is it even
what
a
have you
game?
tried on Sandbox? Come on, what have you
Nothing, bro.
tried on Sandbox?
It looks boring, bro. Like the graphics, come on. Like I can't play that.
Well,
If
it's sort of like
even the
Minecraft.
Tomb Raider first PS1 with the triangle tits looks better than the one in Sandbox, bro.
Come on, Pew. Come on. Nah, don't. Oh, my man, dude, Minecraft, bro. Whoa.
I don't play Minecraft, bro. I don't play Minecraft. It's not my thing. I don't know. I saw when the moment that Grim said Sandbox, Sanjay actually laughed. Spam the emoji. So, bro, I know you
Well,
got to
I
say
want to
in
know
this.
his take, but I mean, Sandbox is a platform. It's not a game itself, So you can build whatever you want. Let's remember that right now, it's in its pre-alpha beta stage, so it's not like there's got so much problems. Every time you engage with the game, or if you call it game again, you will find out bugs that will hinder your experience. But the cool part is like anybody can build an experience on that, and it is as fun as the person creating it. If you are able to build a good experience right now, probably not to the best of like the possibility that you have, but the potential is there. I've seen, like, for example, people build first person games right now, and a horror game on it. I would never imagine that somebody can build a horror game on Sandbox. But look at Little Company. It's got the shittiest graphics ever, but people play it because it's a cultural phenomenon. And I think the potential is there for platforms such as this to cater to some new builders that come in and create the next cultural phenomenon, because they are our platform. They're not a specific game. And if I'm a good builder, I can make a good game. Maybe I can use that to my advantage and build a good game on top of Sandbox.
Okay, okay. I'm not gonna comment. Let the Maeve call me out again one more time. I'm gonna throw it to Sanjay first. Go ahead, bro.
All right, so I don't know.
He's already
You said
laughing.
so much in like one, in one part that I feel like I need to like talk about a lot of things, but I'll try to keep it short at the same time. First of all, like nothing. When I laughed about Sandbox, doesn't mean that I don't believe in the technology or I don't think that they are doing great things, and they have been doing great things, or at least they have been trying to do great things, right? Talking about, I think the thing you're talking about, like UGC, where people can just come and build their own things and build their own games and people can play that, right? And that would potentially bring in a lot more gamers to the space, right? But like when we talk about Ready Player One and when we talk about metaverses, when we watch movies about it, we always look at the graphics and the way things look to forward. Like we look at it getting better, not getting worse, right? So I'm not saying that, oh, Sandbox, this is it, the art where art is never going to change. Maybe they might end up changing the graphics and maybe they might make it super futuristic, but we have to be realistic at the same time, right? Like there are so many UGC platforms coming out in the Web3 space, like Decentraland as well. I was laughing when you put Decentraland and Zynga in the same sentence. I couldn't believe myself for a second there, right? I was like, okay, so when you mentioned Zynga, they're doing a great job. They're building a lot of small games, and platforms like Zynga, they're building a lot of small games. Byte City is another really good example. It's a party game. It's one game, and then you can play multiple different types of party games in one. So that's also kind of like the same thing which you were mentioning, right? And I'm sure they will have an option where people can build their own maps and people can play their own maps with their friends, etc. But to talk about metaverse, I think this might be a hot take, I guess, but I don't think we need a new metaverse in the Web3 space. I think we already have a metaverse, which is Roblox or Fortnite or Epic Games. We already have those metaverses. What we need to do is we need to show them there's a reason for them to come build in the Web3 space, and we can take care, and then we can utilize their technology to reinvent the wheel and to start from zero. There's so many projects trying to do UGC, trying to do metaverses, trying to copy, what Epic Games is doing. It's almost impossible to replicate that and get the same number of users with such a high entry barrier. Maybe 10 years from now, it could change, but the way the space goes, the way we get bull run and the way we get bear market, the ups and downs, and then projects just stop building for 3 straight years just because the market is tight, we're not getting anywhere with that, right? So I don't know, like still, I respect what Sandbox and Decentraland have been doing, but like putting them in the same, thinking that why people are not talking about it, I think it's very self-explanatory because they have been building for a long time, but there's not much to show for it. And Sandbox have partnered up with big brands. I remember they did like a partnership with Kitchen Nightmares, Gordon Ramsay, which was crazy, but there's nothing to show for it, right? You bring these audiences in to your platform, which is a huge deal, but then you can't keep them. That's retention, right? That's even worse in the Web3 metaverse ecosystem. So to be bullish on them is so difficult for me. I might be the only one in this space who is difficult for, but I have to say how I really feel, right? And I think we don't really need to reinvent a new metaverse. I think we just need to make sure where the people are, we convince them to use the technology, so that way it's a more easier way, but I respect your opinion for sure. And I still think Zynga and some of these platforms are doing a great job building like mini games, and so like casual people can jump in. And also, like Decentraland or a Sandbox, you can't even play on mobile. And I think the easiest way to attract users is to be on mobile. So that's also a big issue. Like, running Sandbox or running Decentraland, you need a laptop or a computer. I think that's worse than like, not being able to be on a mobile with like worse graphics. I mean, the graphics are already worse. I don't even understand why they're not on mobile. But anyways, now I'm ranting. But I'm just gonna let the next person take this. I was just like, I couldn't control myself. I had to jump in there.
Oh, thank you for
I
that
jump in
response. I
now.
loved it,
So
to be
my turn,
honest.
my turn, my turn. Minecraft. I mean, like I get it. We all don't get it, but like Minecraft brand is big. It's just big. Like whatever it is, people just like it, and it's just like a weird thing that we won't get it. I also
I
don't really
know
get
I
it.
know Maeve like it. That's why he's
I
like,
like
I
Minecraft.
gotta jump in. I gotta jump in there.
Okay. No. We gotta voice out.
I
We have a.
agree with
Well,
Maeve.
to be honest, I don't really like Minecraft too, but it is what it is, right? Something that is big. I think I just want to put it out there. I also want to hear everybody's thoughts. I feel like Web3 gaming is not going to turn. It may not turn on as we think it is, right? I understand, like right now, the FPS and everything, they all look really good. Like don't get me wrong, they all look really good. But at the same time, I feel like it may change into something else because we are in the innovative space, right? Okay, vote. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I think UGC like kind of what like Fortnite is doing is going to be very very useful for both the games and also creators in the future. But I think in terms of my top three games that I enjoy playing right now, I would say as a card game fanatic, I do like Parallel, and I'm super excited for the Colony as well with the AI. Um, I have enjoyed playing Wildcard, their alpha. I got a chance to play in person at 3XP and then a couple times online recently as well, and they've been doing a great job at that. And then I think for my third one, it would be a little bit more casual, and I think um, I would say Moonfrost. And for those who aren't familiar with Moonfrost, it's kind of similar to like Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, kind of like farming style, super casual. The graphics are amazing, so definitely check them out as well.
What's your thought on Sandbox and Decentraland, bro?
I think UGC wise, will be very useful. I think Sandbox and Decentraland have been out for quite some time, and as Sanjay mentioned, they haven't had a lot to show for it. So I'm not too bullish on them specifically. And then I guess hashtag ad. I think Seed World will be one of the top kind of editors or like user generated content in the future once they start to build out and have a bigger showcase for what they're doing.
Okay. Before I pass it over to Grim, I'm gonna check in with Benitus. Are you there, bro?
Hello. Yes, I am. Yeah, I mean, I think not too much to add. I think Sandbox, they try to position themselves, I think less as a game, but more of a events space, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I mean, like, I think kind of echoing what Sanjay said, I think we do have, um, the Roblox and yeah, Minecraft and stuff like that. For games that I'm personally bullish about, not sure yet, to be honest. I haven't tried out anything noteworthy. Something that I also just trailer based, I guess, was looking for or am looking forward towards is Off the Grid. I think it's launching on a submit, and that's gonna be on the Xbox and PlayStation. Um, but yeah, I mean, in the past I've tried out like Avogotchi, which was kind of fun, and I think a couple of weeks ago I tried out this. Somebody mentioned like a Solana based game, BR1, which is like a kill to earn. So for every kill you get one, I think 0.1 or 1 Solana or something like that. And for every time you die, you obviously lose your earnings. That was quite interesting. But yeah. So far, still looking for the next gems. So I'll check out the games that people have been mentioning here.
All right, awesome. So, before I pass it over to Grim, give me some hot takes. Like right now, especially, I know you're based in Singapore, right? So, especially in Asia, what are the like the games that is popping? Because yesterday, me and Maeve, we were doing spaces together with Fire Matrix, Matrix Fire. So it's a first-person shooter game. But episode 1 and episode 2, when we invite speakers over the Western side of things, they heard of it, some don't heard of it, they never really check it out at all. So I'm just curious to know your thoughts on it, because I don't know, it feels like the West and the East, the games are like separate a little bit. Let me know if you feel so. Benitus, you there?
Oh, this was for me. Okay,
Yep.
sorry. You
Bro,
mean the difference
you're the only
between?
one from Singapore, bro, come on.
Oh, am I? I thought all of us. Okay,
No, I'm from
I know
Malaysia.
some of you guys are. Oh, okay. Well, same thing. Oh, just kidding. Yeah, no. You mean difference between East and West games, right?
Yeah, because like I don't know. Later, maybe we can do rounds if you guys ever heard of Matrix Fire. But so far, doing two spacers, like the Western don't really heard or play the game before.
Yeah. I haven't played the game before, but I heard of it. Yeah. No, because I'm also not like I'm a outsider. I am not Singaporean, but I moved here recently. So honestly, I'm not too sure. I think one of the key differences that I still see, and it's also in 20 like also, I think it's like an ongoing thing, is that financial incentives are still more important, or there's a heavier weightage in Asia, because I think it's also like when you compare to a lot of national income, like average income levels, like it is more meaningful than for players in the West. So yeah, so I think in terms of like high quality, there's more attention there in the West, like the fun aspect, the smoothness, and less on the financial aspects. Obviously, they still play a role, but it's more on the speculator economy there and less on the core game, I think.
Okay. I'm gonna pass it over to Grim first, and then to Sanjay. Grim, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I want to give flowers to Sanjay because I really love his takes and it's very
Man,
insightful.
our boy here is holding in for his counter debate until now. No wonder. Grim rarely raised his hand, but when he raised his hand, he's like, "Oh, mate, come
Like,
on,
yo,
I
back
want to
on
give
my
my
counter.
counter argument."
Also, Grim, I just
No,
gotta,
no,
I still can't hear you since the two conversations earlier. I'm mad lagging just for you, which is super. But anyhow, please continue your rant.
Yeah,
thank you. Well,
you're
it's
in
not going to
the
be a
you're
rant.
in the Roblox metaverse. That's why it's lagging a little bit.
Well, I really, as I was saying that Sanjay has got a really good take, and I feel like he's looking at the entertainment value of these ecosystems and these games, and that's my heart and soul is like towards entertainment. I wouldn't even play something if it's not entertaining. And I totally agree with you, Puke, about Sandbox. It's not ready. It's not something that is fun right now because it's just people showcasing technology. It's like, okay, I partner with Gucci. I have a Gucci experience. I go there. I do a couple of weird things in that space that they built, and you're like, okay, I'm bored of it, and I'm gonna just drop it. But that's the thing, is like allowing creators to build solution. And I'm not saying that like it's based on the graphics, because we all know that entertainment value is rarely connected just on the graphics alone. It's also games that grab your attention and makes you want to enjoy them. Obviously, there is a long way for a platform to become something that people want to constantly go back and gravitate to. And that's why Animoca brand invested into Sandbox heavily as one of the main um, driver for their ecosystem. But it's more of like a DeFi, GameFi kind of like solution than it is a game, if we consider it, because it's about people promoting themselves. About, even Snoop Dogg, why did he buy land and promoted it so heavily? Because he had like investment value coming back to him by owning so many tokens into that ecosystem. And for games, and we're talking about Roblox, we're talking about Fortnite, we're talking about all these like massive solutions, I think they need to communicate more, because right now everybody's building their own thing and they have no connection with each other. And I think Web3 can bring that kind of collaboration that's been at the core of Web3 technology since the beginning, about project looking at each other and say, I want to collaborate with you, I want to partner with you. And you see it with like massive project like Bored Ape partnering with Babes and making a clothing collection. These kind of things is what we want to see. We want to see the big players like Epic Games partner with Valve maybe and have like their ecosystem intertwined. And the same thing with like EA and Microsoft collaborating with let's say Valve as well. And we've seen it with the Blizzard that's been acquired and now it's able to download on Steam. And if Steam in the future integrates blockchain technology, would be a game changer, because you have all that massive visibility that comes from players that just want to download and buy their games, plus that possibility that Web3 gives to this kind of like solution that it's untapped right now. And I just want to see good games being made, players being able to collect their valuables. You say even if it's a nice sword in a World of Warcraft kind of game, and you can say that's mine, instead of having it like the game shuts down and it's gone. If it's on chain, nobody can take it away from you, and as long as you hold it, it's a collectible and you can trade it and it's be worth something, because 20 years ago I got that sword, and I can still hold it. For example, I used to play WoW a lot in the past, in my early 20s, and I